Hello. Hey everyone, welcome to the RTDNA National Conference. We're going to kick off in a few minutes, so I invite you to come on in. Don't be shy, bring the coffee. All right, it's a big pleasure for us to finally be face-to-face with you all again. And before we kick things off, I'm just going to start with a land acknowledgement. So I acknowledge that we are on the ancestral territories of the Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Anishinaabe peoples. As a result of a treaty signed in 1805 between the Mississaugas of the Credit and the settlers of Toronto, we now all share a covenant with the Indigenous peoples to care for this land and a responsibility to continue the tradition of a compassionate stewardship so that future generations will continue to enjoy the unblemished beauty of these lands. Remembering always that we never own the land, but rather borrow its use from our children. So with that, I will invite Fiona Conway, our president, to the stage.
Thank you, Owen. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Fiona Conway, the president of RTDNA Canada, and we made it. We're here. It's yay! It's been 2 years. We did the virtual thing. We're all sick of Zoom, and I know we're all happy to actually see each other and be together. And I want to thank the board of RTDNA. All of you have stuck with us, working hard, keeping us alive, and I think it's really important that we managed to get here. And, of course, all of our sponsors. Without you, we would not be here today, for sure. So it's really important that we recognize CBC, CTV, Global News, City News, the Canadian Press, and, of course, CNN. Thank you all for your support. And we're launching with our usual bear pit session. Farah Nasa back for the third time, I believe, doing our moderating this panel, and we're excited to hear from all of our news leaders today. And this panel is sponsored by Canadian Press. We thank you again for that. Farah. And we can call up Mike Melling, Brodie Fenlon, and Sonia Verma, and Omar Sodid.
Thanks. Thank you. No, that's great. All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you all, and nice to be back for this Fair Fit session. And nice to see you. Yeah, wow. I haven't seen you in many, many years.
Long time.
Long time. Long time. Back in the City TV days. So let me introduce. Well, first, give a round of applause to our panel. I'm going to just quickly introduce them and give you their titles so you know who's up here on stage. Sonia Verma is the editor-in-chief of Global News. Omar Sodhi, who's right beside me, is the director at City News. Brodie Fenlon is the editor-in-chief and executive director of Daily News at CBC. And Michael Melling is the vice president of news at Bell Media. So thank you all for being in the hot seat. Normally, I would just get right to it, but I think we should, because it's been a couple of years, let's do a bit of a level set right now. Where are you after these 2 difficult years? Where are your newsrooms? I'll start with you, Omar.
You know, it's been challenging all the way through, and I think, you know, different team members are at different spots.
Right.
You know, some people really, really enjoyed working from home. It gave them a sense of flexibility that a lot of people didn't think that we would ever have in our industry. There's others that completely suffered. They really, really missed, you know, that social setting, being around other journalists. And of course, you know, there's been new journalists that have started that, you know, had it really, really tough. When you start during a pandemic, you don't have the mentorship and the support of other journalists. So it's all over the place. There isn't one sort of, you know, you can say, you know, yeah, everybody's here. Mm-hmm. People are at different stages along the thing. But I think the one thing out of all this is that, you know, the thing that I can look at a team and I'm more proud of than anything else is that they're all resilient. They're still showing up for work. They still get the job done. So through it all, they're coming through it. They're figuring it out.
Yeah, that's a silver lining, I think, through all this, the resilience that we've all you know, garnered through the past 2 years. Brodie.
Well, same. I mean, yesterday we had a little panel, a town hall on mental health and well-being in journalism and in our service. And we started that panel with a question out to everyone who was participating, saying, just list what causes stress for you in this job. And so you had everyone was chatting. It's everything from the pandemic. It's harassment and abuse. It's stress, deadlines. And then I was asked, so what do I think of that? A big list. People, by the way, some very stressed about coming back or being made to come back. And I said, yeah, I get it. I mean, I feel all that too. You know, it has been a hard couple of years for anyone in our business. And that includes all of us. It includes managers. I was trying to explain, you know, I've gone through my own personal losses. I've lost 4 people, 2 of them related to COVID. And then that challenge of carrying on despite personal loss and all the stress that comes with just being a human navigating this crazy time. Managers feel it as much as anyone else in our newsrooms. So I sense people are really brittle, but also it's been a very rewarding time. I mean, we have covered some of the biggest stories of a generation. And I keep thinking about, we're still covering some of the biggest stories of a generation, and somehow we're doing it despite these stresses. But it has been intense, and I think this pandemic has a long, long shadow for everyone in the world. I mean, everyone has gone through something pretty significant.
Yeah, I mean, you are news leaders, but you also have been there consistently, right? You've been in the office consistently, and you know, some people say, well, they have these cushy jobs and that kind of thing. But I think it's really important to show your employees and people who are in your organization what it's been like for you personally. So thanks for sharing that, Brodie. And Michael, I'll turn it over to you with how are you, and what's the past 2 years been like for you?
Yeah, I think we've all experienced this from an individual perspective, right? And when we look at the pandemic, I think one of the biggest things to take away from this as leaders, and it's sort of in our DNA now after 2 years of this, is it's not a one-size-fits-all. And it is about the individual, and different people respond differently to different things that are going on, and you don't always know what's going on. I think as news leaders, we're often trained to respond and react quickly to things that are happening and stimuli in the environment. And one of the biggest takeaways for us and our leaders through the pandemic is to pause and respond, not react. I think what we found through the pandemic was our team members were coming to us looking for answers naturally on a whole bunch of different things. When I look at the pandemic, other than the journalism, which was obviously one of the biggest stories we've ever covered, the challenge of covering it would be breaking down into three big areas. The operational side of it, where we were trying to figure out how to keep the car going. The health and safety side of it, in terms of having to keep our teams safe. And then the emotional side of it, how to support our teams through this. And I think folks have been coming to us looking for answers, as they always do, and we're sort of hardwired to give a quick answer. But I think what we learned through the pandemic is the right answer is to sometimes acknowledge you don't have the answer, and that's okay. Pause, get the right answer, and come back to someone in a timely manner.
Has that been tough? I mean, as a leader, you're probably expected, or in your mind even, you probably expect yourself to say, I have all the answers.
It is. And I think our teams demonstrated at first that they were looking for us to have the answers, but I think when we sort of candidly shared with them that we don't have the answers, right? You talk to some of the health and safety issues. I don't know whether this wipe is going to keep your car clean. I need to check with somebody who does, right? Or an emotional issue, helping people with mental health. We're journalists, some of us have business training. We're not 100% equipped to deal with all of that stuff, and we need to get guidance to help our teams through that. And I think for me, and I think for some of the leaders who I work with, that was the biggest takeaway, right? Don't be afraid to ask for help and get the skills and support you need to help the team.
I think even on a personal level, I think it's so important to see leaders have that humility to say, I don't know either, and I'm so sorry, I'm going through the same thing. So, I think that is really helpful to people who are in the business. Sonia.
Yeah, so I think a couple of things that some of the other panelists and yourself have touched on, but I think we learned sort of a tremendous amount, over these last couple of years. And two of the big things for me are the importance of flexibility and the importance of empathy. There was no playbook for this. There was no sort of plan that any of us could kind of follow. But I think that what, we decided, at least at Global, was to really embrace this idea of flexibility, to recognize that everyone is going through this differently, and that we need to be there to sort of support our employees and our journalists, as they needed to be supported. And, the empathy thing is a really big piece. The news business is a tough business. We're all supposed to be tough. We're all supposed to be brave and courageous. But I'm telling you, I had 3 school-age children, for much of the, and there were moments where I was literally doing my conference call, lying on the floor staring at the ceiling, surrounded by dirty dishes and kids screaming and homework. And so, I totally got it. And, I've done, as a journalist, some tough things in the past. I've, talked to the Taliban, but God, homeschool,
it's a different animal.
It was really just a lot. So we're still coming out. I would prefer the Taliban, quite honestly. We're still learning, and I think that it's not something where any of us still have the answers. I do think that we're emerging in a stronger place in some ways, and I think a more human place. Right? We all have to recognize that we're people first, and that we have, lives outside of the newsroom, and that it's impossible to, I think, completely separate those things out over the last couple of years. And we need actually a new model, I think, of work and how we approach our profession.
Absolutely. You reminded me of a homeschooling moment, where I was anchoring from the backyard. The kids were trying to get their homework done, and I was stirring butter chicken in commercial break, because it was my husband had COVID. He was locked upstairs having the time of his life, watching Marvel movies, and I was stirring butter chicken, running from commercial break out in anyway. And the kids, mommy, mommy. So anyway, just a little bit of PTSD there. I have a little bit of anxiety right now because I just realized I don't have my phone. So if somebody could give me a cue when we're wrapping up, that would be just terrific. Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about mental health because people are leaving our industry or taking leaves. I just took one. Because of mental health. I mean, this is a real concern in our industry right now. Employees are demanding more in terms of work-life balance, and you know, we know a lot more about trauma now than we did before. How are you all addressing that in terms of supports for your employees? I'll start with you.
You know, I think Sonia kind of nailed it earlier. You know, we're leading with empathy. You know, I think there isn't a one-size-fits solution for everybody, and I think each individual is reacting differently, and each person's unique circumstances are different, so you have to meet each individual at where they're at. And again, you know, our company has great services available, and I think oftentimes those services aren't always well known to everybody. So we made it a point about saying, look, these services are available, and you know, also make it acceptable that it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to hurt. It's okay to take a break. Like, there is no stigma attached around it because, like, you know, we've all said journalism is a tough business, and oftentimes, you know, we don't give ourselves that break that we need. So making it acceptable to take a break, it's okay. And the other part of it is that I think this is something that really ramped up during the pandemic, you know, something that I think all leaders have to take on. You have to take care of your team. You have to make sure they were okay because you weren't seeing them face to face. Everybody's working remote. Well, how do you know how somebody's doing? You're not sure. Not everybody would openly share how they're feeling. So all managers took on that extra responsibility on checking on their team to having that built-in check-ins. And the other part of it was when the manager started burning out, so you're going to go,
right.
you know, like none of us are trained psychologists, but it felt like over the pandemic, all of us took on that extra role. But I think newsrooms as a whole are getting to a healthier place, which is good because I think this is where we really should be, that, you know, taking care of each as a whole person.
Yeah, you know, the thing that I noticed, I was off because there was a family health issue, but then it turned out to be I was dealing with some mental health issues. And you know, the care is expensive. It's hard to get. Even the stuff that's covered is not completely covered. You know, you have to have some sort of finance to help. And then I think a lot of journalists don't even recognize what they're going through. So what are you doing about that, Brody?
Well, what you just did there is a really big, important thing, which is to acknowledge what you went through. And so the first thing we're doing is the same thing. I mean, I wrote an editor's blog about mental health, and I rooted it in my own experience as a cub reporter and things I saw, and trying to make it safe to talk about this and create an opening for that. We did that yesterday with this town hall, which was the senior leadership and one of our journalists who we've just made kind of appointed for the next year as a well-being champion. So we're actually, he is going to spearhead a bunch of training. We've developed some new training on mental health, well-being in journalism specific, the stress and the science of stress. What we found was we have great supports actually in our employee assistance plan, although they're taxed by every organization that uses them. So psychological support is hard to get, huge waiting lists. We actually expanded it over the pandemic to include social work support to kind of cover off. Right. But on top of that, though, we know that there is something specific to journalism, and sometimes you need someone who gets this job offering you that support. So we've recently just engaged with a service in the UK that is specific to journalist-related counseling and support for people coming out of war zones, for example. We've used it most recently on the 2 mass shootings in the States, and we intend to expand that. So a lot of efforts around that. And then, of course, it's everything from telling our staff, get off social media, you don't need to be there for us, trying to manage the harassment and this flood of abuse that comes in through email, out in the field. There's a lot going on that adds to all the regular stress that journalists have always had in their lives around deadlines and pressure of getting it right.
You know, yeah, I know you make a good point about being in the field. I mean, I don't think it's fun anymore to go out on a shoot, to go out on a story. I mean, the harassment that you face, I know that Bell has Let's Talk Day, but I worked for Bell. I worked at CP24, and back then, I mean, the trauma and the horrible, you know, that thing that people were saying to you in the field, we all thought that was just part of the job, right? We thought that just came with the job. But when you look back, I mean, it was awful, some of the things we went through. And it's even worse now for the journalists that are on the front lines, not to mention the ones who are international, seeing things that nobody should really see. So what are you doing at Bell, beyond Let's Talk? What are you doing for your employees inside?
So I think there's two parts to it. One is the security side of it, the legal side of it. When an incident takes place, we obviously engage those folks on our teams to handle it through those channels. And they do their job, and there's different outcomes that happen. And frankly, I think sometimes the outcomes are satisfactory, sometimes they're not satisfactory. It's not a reflection on our teams, it's a reflection on the system. But I think the other side of it, in terms of what we're doing, goes back to the larger conversation we're having here today. And the two words that keep recurring are empathy and focusing on the individual. And I don't think we can make blanket statements about how everyone responds to these types of events, or ever make an assumption of how someone should respond to that type of an event. And I think one of the biggest takeaways for us has been the follow-up. So often we'll deal with it in the moment when something happens and check in with somebody to see if they're okay, offer the supports the day of or the day after, and do the reports with security, etc. For us and our leaders, we're trying to make a concerted effort to do the follow-up after, a week or so later, to check in, see how you're doing. Because someone in the moment might say, I'm okay. And then a week later, they're not okay, right? They're not sleeping. Something else is happening in their life, and it's just become too much. I mean, from our knowledge of mental health, we do know that things don't always happen in the moment. It can happen later on. So I think we definitely have an acknowledgement of that. I also think, through the pandemic, with the remote work, the work from home, reporters being outside of the newsroom and not coming into the newsroom, I'm not sure if it was the same in your guys' shops. That face-to-face interaction with the managers has been missing for 2 years, right? We've been working remotely through phone calls, emails, Zoom calls. Now that we're actually able to see each other face-to-face, I think it actually facilitates those conversations much easier. Just a quick check-in to see how you're doing, looking you in the eyes, because you can tell from that face-to-face interaction. And I'm optimistic, now that we're on the other side of it and actually able to see each other face-to-face, navigating these situations will get a little bit easier.
You guys all talked about it, and I know Global did this a long time ago, that there was a memo put out to all of us saying you don't have to be on social media. And I love that idea of not being on social media, but let's be honest about this. Like, we need to get stories on social media. We make connections on social media. This is how our business works now, as frontline journalists. So Sonia, you have a lot of people reporting to you who are online, and I don't know if it's realistic to ask them to be off social media. How do you help them in the situations where they're, especially our racialized journalists, who are bombarded with hate?
Yeah. Well, I would take a bit of an issue with that, right? I mean, I actually don't think that our journalists need to be on social media themselves, right? We need to get our content out. But one of the things very concretely that we've done is we've built up a social media team, that's really embedded in our editorial management structure to social out our stories for our journalists. So there isn't the pressure for them sort of personally to do that. I think with regards to mental health, something else very concretely that we've done is we lifted the cap, the insurance cap on mental health support, right? So that made an enormous difference for so many people. And frankly, I don't know anyone who isn't in therapy these days, right? So I think that, and it's all related, right? So to get back to the social media conversation, I think that it's a bigger thing that we have to tackle, I think, as an industry, because what social media is today isn't what it was when it first started. It really is, I think, a breeding ground for abuse and hate, and it's not, and disinformation, frankly. And I know Brody and I have I think I have a strong opinion about some of this stuff as well. But we do need to have, I think, more conversations with these platforms on how to on how to really regulate some of this stuff, or tackle it at the very least.
Can I just add? What we told our staff was, we know you need to be on there. We know it's a source of information and breaking news, and it's a main communication channel for a lot of politicians. So yeah, be there. But the engagement on that space is really low return. Like, don't stress responding, debating, defending your journalism. Not worth it. And by the way, I mean, we're talking a lot about Twitter, but by the way, a lot of Canadians are not on Twitter, and it really skews your sense of the national conversation if you think this is what people are fighting about and worried about. And that was my worry, is just that people were getting disconnected. What are people actually talking about around their dinner table? It ain't this stuff.
Yeah, no, that's a very valid point. Trust in the media, on that note, has plummeted. I mean, we've seen Darrell Bricker is going to bring you all details. He's the CEO of Ipsos when he speaks. But the organization has been doing this polling in terms of trust in media since 2017, for the past 5 years. And since the pandemic started, we have seen the biggest drop, a 14-point drop from 2019. And by the way, it was up. Trust was up from 2018 to 2019, and then that big drop, 2019 to now. And we know that trust in institutions obviously has gone down, across the board because of the pandemic or during the pandemic. But what are we doing to communicate to the public what news is? The difference between news, editorials, that we're not the United States. What are we doing to communicate that, Amar?
Okay, so I think we have a lot of work to do here. I don't think we have been as transparent as we need to be, because I think the public is, as a whole, confused.
Yeah.
And again, I think you see what's going on with the January 6th, committee hearings and stuff. And then, anytime you have, somebody with the world's biggest platform and the biggest megaphone screaming constantly fake news, well, public is swayed by it. And, we're not immune to whatever happens down south. And I think pandemic really amplified all of that stuff. So, yeah, people they're confused. They're scared. And it's easy to blame the media right now. I think we need to do a better job of sort of distinguishing between, what's news and what's opinion. We have some work to do on our end, and I don't think we've done it as well as we should.
Yeah, I mean, CBC gets a lot of that. It gets the brunt of it, maybe. What are you doing to help build back that trust?
Well, this is tough. I mean, I also wrote an editor's blog maybe a year ago about what is happening to public trust, because this is a trend line. And sometimes those questions, I'd be curious to hear. I'm interested in that panel, because sometimes the question is kind of broad. It's, do you trust the media? And then if you ask about individual brands, the results are different. So, but there's no doubt there is growing distrust in institutions, and we are seen as one of those big institutions. I think you just really briefly, I'll point some fingers, but first look in the mirror. We sometimes miss perspectives, and anytime somebody looks at our journalism and says they don't get it, then that's a problem that erodes trust. And that can be everyone from someone in a remote First Nation, to a farmer, to a CEO, to a religious person. I mean, again, broad generalizations, but a lot of people who do journalism in this country are in urban centers, often progressive, maybe not very religious, generally white. I mean, so we got to work hard to either, first change the inside, but also work hard to make sure those other perspectives are included in our journalism, and find those voices and make sure people at least see some of their view and their perspective. But externally, I'm really concerned, because there is this gravitation towards polarization and tribalism. And there are lots of people in this country, organizations, people, some very smart, who are exploiting that tendency and really when you're told all the time in your publication of choice or by prominent leaders or columnists that the mainstream media are a problem, are fake, or have an agenda, and that you hear that over and over and over, of course, trust in media is going to start to decline.
Michael, what's happening at CTV?
I think Brody nailed it. I'm not sure the question should be how are we communicating? It should be how are we demonstrating on a day-to-day basis. And I think, you know, over the last couple of years, we've had a lot of conversations around ensuring we're reflecting the audience. I think we need to broaden that conversation about all of our audiences and ensuring that we're reflecting a diversity of opinion as well in our coverage. Because I think that's where we have found ourselves in this situation, is people not hearing and seeing their opinions in our coverage. I also think it's very important to check ourselves in terms of the context we're adding to our stories and ensure that we are adding as much context as possible. I mean, obviously on broadcast we have a lot of time limits to what we can do. On digital we have a lot more flexibility. But context is really key, and I think sometimes when you talk to people, they feel the context is missing in some of the stories that we're telling. There's the, but what about this factor, right? And if they don't hear that, they're like, well, they're biased because they're not including that context in the story. You know, one of the most interesting things for me through the pandemic has been, the pandemic has really sparked this conversation, right? And the trust erosion has really accelerated through the pandemic. And I think there's a lot of questions there around why. And you'd be getting it from family and friends and people who aren't in the industry about, why aren't you asking this question? Why aren't you asking this? And this is happening and this is happening and you're not covering it. And you'd sit there and go, do you watch the news? Because we have asked that question. We have covered that. And I still don't know what the answer is to that. Part of me thinks a lot of people are getting their news from social media, and they'll see something in a feed and read the headline and keep scrolling, and then read the comments and keep scrolling.
Instead of reading the article, they're reading the
rather
comments.
Than reading the actual piece of journalism. So I do think that factors into it. The other thing that factors into it is when there's a live news conference, these were streamed constantly on all news channels throughout the pandemic. Everything matters. And I think sometimes our journalists forget that. Not all of them, a small number forget the importance of tone in a news conference. And the folks who work with me will know I go on about this all the time. If you're interviewing a politician and call one of them, you know, Mr. or Mrs. Premier, and then the other one on the opposition side by their first name, the audience isn't stupid. They get the impression that you're friends with one and you're holding the other one accountable. And it's just those tiny little things, hum, an ah, the addition of an adjective in a script, that I think can slowly chip away at trust.
Do you think, Sonia, it's ever going to come back, though? I mean, I just got an email that my right wing was showing, and then that I was a left wing hack. So, I mean, will it ever, can we do anything, or is this how it's going to be?
You know, I think that we can do our jobs. And I think that, you know, when we do our jobs, that's what builds trust. And it's been so challenging, but, you know, like to maybe share a couple of conversations that we've had as a news team at Global, right? I mean, around the pandemic, our coverage of the anti-vaxxers and the anti-maskers, I think, was something that evolved over time because, you know, in the beginning, we weren't actually talking to these people, you know. Why? Because some of them were violent, some of them were, you know, dangerous and abusive. But, you know, for me, it's still important to talk to these people and to get their perspective. And it doesn't mean that we're endorsing them. It means that we're actually just listening. And that's really our job as journalists, is to listen to all sides and report it objectively. So, you know, one of the things that we did was try to put security measures in place to make it so that our journalists felt safer, as safe as possible to sort of talk to these people. It's so important for us to talk to people that we don't want to necessarily, or that we find challenging to talk to, because that's how we build our credibility and our trust. And these stories and these moments that we're living through right now are actually such an opportunity for us, I think, to rebuild that trust. But we have to be brave, and we have to be courageous, and we have to have those difficult conversations about what is missing from our coverage and who we're not speaking to, and who, you know, frankly, like who we don't have asking questions. You know, having diverse newsrooms is so important for those reasons also, to make sure that we're having access and conversations with people that normally, historically, we haven't necessarily. So I do see that evolving, and I do actually feel quite hopeful about that. I think it's difficult, but that we're on a bit of a journey there.
You're like, I'm smiling so much because you're speaking my language. I did a TED Talk on this exact thing. It's called The Power of Intellectual Humility. Check it out. I think that it's really important, and it's hard. Those are hard conversations to have, but it's so important. And I think that will lead really well into my next question, which is, we saw in the States after the election of Donald Trump, people in the ultra-right felt validation. They felt a permission to say some things that were hateful. It caused the divide to be even deeper in the United States, and it drew battle lines in the media as well. I mean, the media was part of the problem. It almost perpetuated it. People were only listening to the news sources that they wanted to listen to, and the phenomenon also led to the birth of really ultra-right-wing news outlets. So I'm curious, when we're talking about all this, in the next federal election, depending on who's elected, are you worried that we could see that here, that we could see that type of polarization, Amar?
Yes, very much so. And I think it's there. Like, we're not immune to whatever happens in the States. I think, they're like, I think Brody or Michael said it before, like, there's some really talented people that work behind the scenes that realize what's there.
Right.
And they will use whatever means they need to kind of get into power. Yeah, it's there, and I think it makes the job of journalists that much tougher. Like I think Sonia talked about context, and I think all that is really, really important. Like, if your journalists aren't providing context, then you risk giving up your platform that's unchecked to misinformation. So yeah, we got to protect our platform at all costs, and I think, it's very much, the risk is great.
But how do we make sure we're not part of the problem here?
By resisting that pull to take a side. I think we're in a better place, but it's a fragile place. But it's because the mass media in this country still walk a line of trying to be fair, balanced, accurate, and impartial. And it's interesting, CNN is actually trying to pivot back. We heard that under the new leadership. Maybe too late. And what we see in Canada is that there is money to be made by taking that hardline stand on whatever side of politics you are. I just think for a news organization, that's the wrong way to go. And it's more important now than ever that all of us on this stage are trying to walk a center line and allow people to decide. Just give them the facts, the context, the views and there are all kinds of views in this country. Let's elevate them, and then you make the decision. But let's not be a part of taking that stand or side.
But then how do we, and Michael, I'll ask you this too, but maybe Brody, if you could answer it first, how do we cover then this? How do we cover these ultra-right parties? How do we cover, things that are happening before the election? And even like like you said, the truckers protest, this type of thing. How do we cover it? What if there's hateful views?
Well, there are lines. So we're never going to elevate hatred or hate speech or allow, mistruth or misinformation. We'll never do that. But getting under the people who are connected to that or are being drawn to that, finding out what is motivating them, what do they believe, where are they going, that's our job, and giving them some voice. But it's a tricky thing because you can't help publish and expand upon some of these views that are intolerant, and so I mean that's the struggle. But to Sonia's point, you must try, you must, and some of the richest stuff we did, even through the protests and the convoy, for me was hearing from a trucker in his cab. Why is he there? Why did he just leave his home and spend a month or two parked in this place? And what was bringing him to this movement? We got to understand that and share that with the audience. So that's the balancing act.
And what about politics, Michael? What about covering these parties, these fringe parties that may be fringe now, but could, be players at some point? Who knows?
I think it comes under the same sort of category.
Okay.
Right? In terms of fact-checking, we have to fact-check statements that are being made. And if there's anything regarding hate, that also falls into a category of stuff that we won't be airing. And for me, that's just a baseline. I do think, though, if you look at the truckers' protest, one of the accusations that was made about the media coverage is that we allowed the hate and the hate speech and the hate symbols that were being used at the truckers' protest to overshadow the overall message. That was part of the criticism leveled at us, right? That we focused on a minority who were using hate speech and didn't tell the overall story of why the truckers were there. And I think that is a takeaway to keep in mind as we cover anything, whether it be another protest like that or politics. If we see that, obviously we need to register that's going on, but also challenge ourselves to push beyond that and say, is there another message that is of a political nature that is not related to hate, or is that a minority view, just to make sure we're not missing the whole story?
Sonia.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I think that, one of the amazing things about being a journalist is we get to ask questions and we have access to leaders, and I think that this country in general is a bit naive about what's happening politically, and I think that we're, in Canada sometimes, we look at the States and think, oh, that's different, that's them, that's not here, but that's not true in my opinion. So for us to have access to these leaders, right, we need to ask tough questions, and we need to make sure that leaders of all of the parties are accountable for what's being said and the messages that are being passed. And I don't see us asking enough of those questions. And I think that actually part of it with the pandemic, right, it's terrible because we were removed, I think, from a lot as journalists from a lot of those press conferences in person, right, for health reasons. But the dynamic really shifted, and our coverage really suffered because we're suddenly not able to sort of have those spontaneous, conversations and questions that we're able to sort of give, ask our leaders. So that accountability is really, really key for me. And the other point that I wanted to make is when I talk about leaders, it's not just sort of the official leader of the party. There are behind-the-scenes movements and leaders that are fueling some of these things. And so we need to work to identify who those people are, where the money comes from, and equally interrogate those leaders, right? So it's using this really, I think, incredibly privileged position of being a journalist where we can ask questions, and we just need to use that power, right? We're doing this on behalf of our audiences who don't have that same access to politicians. So let's do that.
I guess I just wonder if we're putting people who are in different parties like at the same level as other leaders. Doesn't that validate them more, or does it matter? I think that we should be asking tough questions of everyone. I was really astonished at some of the Trudeau's press conferences, right, where he would sort of come out and frankly, he wasn't being asked a lot of questions. And it's not about presenting what he's saying or being stenographers, right? That's not what we do. We're not sort of there to just present the message. We're there to interrogate it and to challenge it and to ask about, the reasons why. And we need to be asking, I think, more of those questions equally of everyone, All right. Now I'm going to ask you guys a tough question. I've moderated, as Fiona said, I've moderated this panel for 3 years, and the first 2 years, a big part of the questions were related to diversity and inclusion. And now we have you, Amar, and you, Sonia, here, who are new to this panel. But in reality, the four heads of the network, your boss and your boss, Sonia, they're also white men. So we still have 4 white men running all of the networks in this country. So what are we really doing about diversity? We know change starts at the top. And I'm going to start with you on this, Michael, because Wendy Freeman last year promised real change. Is that happening? Is real change still happening if we still have the same type of structure at the top?
I would say yes. I think if you look at our senior team in news at Bell Media, it's now 60% female, 40% BIPOC. So those conversations are taking place at the top table, in the news division. But I think we also recognize that there still might be voices that aren't even represented at the table. So if there's somebody who isn't at the table, I think it's now in our DNA to try to recognize that as we have a conversation and realize that we need to look outside the room and seek some advice and guidance if we're missing a perspective. I think there's been a lot of talk over the last couple of years, but I do think within our organization, we have definitely moved into action. And this, I mean, Wendy was here up until the end of last year, and I give her a lot of credit for that as well. Definitely moving into an action mode as well. It comes in our day-to-day conversations. It comes in our hiring practices. It's always top of mind for us, and I can assure you of that.
Okay. Brody, CBC has a lot of people on camera that look like they're from diverse backgrounds, but what's happening behind the scenes? What about producers? What about middle management?
First, in terms of who's running the organization,
Right.
I just want to make a note that I report to Susan Margetti, amazing woman who reports to Barb Williams, Vice President of English Services, who reports to Catherine Tate, the first female CEO of the organization. So that's a good thing.
But you're the head of news, right? Yeah.
I'm the head of news, but I am one of a senior leadership team that is racially and ethnically diverse. But there's absolutely more work to do. It's been our sole focus. It is expressed in a multitude of ways. It's everything from hiring and promotion targets, which we've exceeded for the last 2 years of more than 55%. It's expressed in a review of our journalistic standards and practices through a lens of inclusion. It is making clear to everybody that it doesn't matter what you look like, you're part of the work, and that means me as well as everyone else that I work with. And we are making strides, and I think, we participated in a CAJ newsroom diversity survey. Not all organizations did, but we did. Put our data out front. We will participate again, and it showed that the CBC, while it has a long way to go, it is well on the way, and certainly well on the way compared to other news organizations in this country in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it's a hard thing because you never want to sit up here and say, yeah, look at us. But I am really proud of the work we've done, and I also acknowledge that it's never going to end. We have a long, long way to go, but it is the sole focus of our work.
Okay. Sonia, you joined as one of the only, I think, BIPOC leaders, female BIPOC leaders in the organization. What's that been like for you? And do you find that Global News is making any changes?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we are making changes, but I think that instead of sort of saying that we've accomplished X or we've accomplished Y, it's more interesting to me to look at what we still need to do. There's really still quite a lot of work to do, and I remember I was on another panel, and the long-winded lead up to this question of are we doing enough for diversity in the newsroom, and I had a one-word answer, which is no. We're just not. I think that we're behind in this country at having some of those conversations. I'll tell you, before I joined Global News, I worked at Al Jazeera English in Doha. And so that newsroom was incredible because you had people from all over the world actually, doing stories about the countries where they were from. And it was an amazing place to work. But to step from that, into Canada, it was quite jarring, right? Because, and I apologize, but for anyone named Ron, but I felt like everyone that I was on these conference calls with was named Ron. So it was quite quite sort of astonishing to me. But the change is happening. It is slow, but I mean, I even just look at you, and your career and your recent promotion, which is something that is a wonderful thing to see. But we struggle with it every day. Mm-hmm. We have these conversations every single day, as you know, at Global News, and they're painful, they're important, but I do take comfort in the fact that we are having them, and I think that my boss, like Ward Smith, has been, I think, a wonderful leader in opening sort of the space for those conversations and, frankly, stepping back. That's also an important thing to recognize, to do, right? I mean, he understands, who he is and in some ways what he represents, and so has been really actually wonderful in giving others space. And that's a really, I think, hard thing to do sometimes, but it's essential if we're going to have real change.
Yeah, I mean, if you know Ward Smith, it weighs very heavily on him, but I still can say working at Global, I think we still have a long way to go.
Absolutely.
Amar, let's talk about Citi. Citi was a leader when it came to, diversity and inclusion from way back when. What's happening there behind the scenes, though? How are things changing?
So you're right. Citi was a leader in diversity, but having said that, we got a long way to go. Like even though, we had Jojo Chinto and all these folks that were public facing,
right.
But behind the scenes and even in our journalism, there was a lot that was left wanting, and I think a lot of that came to a head during the the aftermath of George Floyd. And again, our newsroom, like everybody else, had a moment of reckoning. So for us, just to sort of open the curtains a little bit, our BIPOC employees met, and they sort of opened up, and as leaders we listened, and we've taken sort of our marching orders from them, and everything that they put in front of the table, we've been working for the last 2 years to try to implement. So yeah, you're right. Our leadership team is what it is, but we've had a reorg in the last couple of years. So 30% of our senior leadership team is diverse. 40% is female. But more importantly than that, our BIPOC employees challenged us to fix our content and our culture, and that's what we've been working on the last 2 years. We've hired an inclusive news manager who's really led the changes that we're implementing now about having a language guide for journalists, a diverse contact list, and also holding our regular content audit so that we have sort of a measure to look at at our content. Say, does our content measure up? Are we reflecting the communities that we serve? So that's where we're at. Again, a lot of work to do still. We're not where we need to be, but we're making progress.
At the risk of sounding like that I'm singling out a couple of groups, I'm just curious from a show of hands, because I think that most marginalized groups we see are Black and Indigenous journalists. Like, we don't, do any of you have a Black or Indigenous journalist in the higher ranks in leadership? Yeah, you do. Okay, great. Well, that's something we have to work on because I think that's really important, especially that perspective. I have a bunch more questions, but I feel like I should probably open it up to the audience. If any of you have any pressing questions, maybe some of the ones I do. Yeah, please. Oh, you don't have a question?
You have a few more minutes.
Oh, good. Okay, before I can. Oh, that's how it's going to work. Sorry about that. Oh, perfect. Okay, good. Sorry, I should have asked that before. Okay, good thing I'm not anchoring a show right now. All right, let me ask you this. I want to talk to you about investment in local news. What are we seeing when it comes to investment? I know there's fear of layoffs. There's fear of where the economy is going to go. Sonia, I'm going to start with you on this one.
Sorry, my daughter just won student council president.
Oh, yeah! That's amazing! Oh, I'm so happy to hear that.
The vote was just today, so it's great.
Oh, congratulations. Yeah. That's amazing.
We were buying votes with Timbits yesterday morning.
It worked.
It all worked, yeah.
Amazing.
Local news. So local news really drives us at Global, as you know, right? I mean, we're a collection of local stations. Our stories, come up through local news, and we have. I think that we have reinvested in our newsrooms. When I joined about a year and a half ago, it was wonderful because we were hiring and expanding, and I think we're still doing that. I think we're still trying to leverage some of the strength in our local newsrooms. So, I mean, I know that the whole industry feels sometimes like it's under siege, but I can say that at least from where I'm sitting, we're trying to invest in original enterprise journalism, in the investigative unit, in those local news teams. We created an entire new management structure for online local, right, where that actually collaborates very closely with broadcast. So. I recognize, I think, some of the fears that people have around sort of the siege that sometimes people feel like we're under. But, for me, I still feel like we're expanding and we're investing. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Michael, you also spoke, we had a little pre-call before, and you were talking about the importance of Bill C-18 funding. Would you tell us why that's so important and how it relates to our industry?
Yeah, in the pre-call, I just think as journalists, we focus on doing the news. I just think no matter what industry you're in, I think you should spend a little bit of time understanding some of the changes taking place in your industry. If you look at, all of us on this stage have gone through transformations in our news divisions over the last 5 years, 10 years. And really, I think I can speak for all of us, it's been a digital transformation, right? Changing the skill sets of the team, changing the tools and technologies of the team. And I think a lot of our team members saw those industry changes coming and were prepared for them and showed a lot of resilience through those changes. I think it's important for all of us to understand, though, how the overall industry works and the revenue models. And Bill C-18 is something that's quite important. It's about the Online News Act. What it will potentially do if passed is make a lot of online news players, such as Google, Facebook, potentially contribute to our news ecosystem in this country. And I would just encourage everyone to take 15 minutes to read up on it. As we try to evolve our industry and evolve what we do, I think the message is it's just important to understand some of the major movements taking place in your own industry and what it might mean to you and your career going forward.
What does it look like, though, for employees who are at CTV wondering, are there going to be layoffs? What's going to happen?
Well, I think with us, we've made a massive shift into digital. We've done some fairly significant projects over the last 3 years to really double down on digital, and it's worked for us. These exercises were not easy. There was a lot of disruption, but we doubled down on training and skills development. That was key for us. For example, I led, and Sophia's here from CTV Toronto at the time, we led a massive digital transformation at CTV Toronto. And the biggest part of that for us was training and skills development for the team. We gave every employee 3 full weeks of training on digital skills. And I think the message we tried to relay was we have your back and we want you with us on this journey and we want to upskill you for the future. And that remains our commitment to this day.
And there was pushback, I remember, because I've heard it from your reporters. But is it now? Yeah. It's now working. It's now.
Yeah. Just to give you some context, 3 years ago we were last in digital at CTV Toronto, but number 1 in television. Within a year we were number 1 in digital. So it worked. And I think demonstrating to the team that it works gives them the confidence to keep doing it going forward.
Okay, fair enough. Brody, your business model obviously very different, so what's happening there?
I want to answer the local question.
Great.
Because we like to say local is the lens into CBC for sure. And we just announced, and a plug, please, there are 14 new local positions for journalists across the country, the North, the West, Southern Ontario, underserved markets. So please apply. One thing we should talk about is the challenge of getting people to go to local markets. This is the oddest thing, is that you sometimes are having to tell people, listen, begin your career over here because this is how it works. So, but that's one great initiative. The other initiative, which is kind of related to the diversity and inclusion challenge, is certainly with Indigenous people, there are not a lot coming through journalism schools. So we have decided to address that. We're about to launch next week I think it's a really innovative program called Pathways to Indigenous Journalism Development. It will be open 6 positions, 9-month internship. You are allowed to participate if you're First Nation, Métis, or Inuit. Doesn't matter if you have journalism experience. We're going to partner you with mentors and wraparound support and a boot camp that really gives you basic skills. So we're trying to be proactive and bring people into the organization, because some of the usual channels to come into a news organization aren't working, or people don't start there. So that's just 2 examples of things that we're working on.
Just one thing, and this isn't just a tip because I have all you here. One other thing that would be really good is some sort of training program for new immigrant journalists from other countries, like from Afghanistan. We have some of the most brilliant minds here right now.
Ukraine as well.
Ukraine, yeah, of course, yeah. So I think that would be something that maybe you guys should consider in terms of a program. Yeah.
So JHR, which is Journalists for Human Rights, so they've actually, in partnership, I think I can talk about this. I think it's been publicly announced.
Or you'll get in trouble.
With Facebook or Meta, have created positions for some of those Afghan journalists to come to. So we will have one of those Afghan journalists come to work for our investigation.
Amazing, because that's such an important, immigration, such a big thing, and it's such an important perspective.
Yeah, I wanted to hire all of them.
Yeah.
That
would be great. Amar, let's talk about local news and investment in City TV. I mean, City is local, so what's happening there? What are you seeing?
We're undergoing, a huge sort of transformation in our newsrooms. Dave's org's changed. He's had radio and TV all brought in. So the markets where we have radio and TV, those markets are, sort of learning and figuring out new workflows and how to work together. And the other part of it is that, we really have to embrace innovation and really look at new way of doing things. And so, anything we can do to sort of get more boots on the ground, to have more original stories, so we can invest in that, as opposed to, really taking a hard look at the traditional way of doing things. Is that work anymore?
Mm-hmm. I know we have questions. We have the box, but one more question, if that's okay, because I think it's really important for all of us. What is going to happen in the future? Are we talking hybrid? Do you see people coming back to the office? Are we going to have the busy newsrooms where we're all yelling at each other? Like, what's going to happen? That energy is really missing, but a lot of people don't want it. So, Sonia, what are we doing at Global?
Yeah, so it's that flexibility piece, right? And so I think it's going to be a mix. I think that, and I was talking to some of our editors yesterday about this, because people are at a point where they miss this, right? Like, they miss seeing each other and being together. And so the question I asked them is to sort of figure out what it is that is missing, that people are missing from the office. And we have to start to think of the office as something that isn't bricks and mortar in some ways, right? People are missing camaraderie. People are missing that kind of energy that's generated from the face-to-face.
Totally.
And so how can we create that without maybe, outside of maybe the traditional newsroom of what we all remember, of what we all sort of grew up in? I don't think that we're ever going to go back to the way things were. I think that, it's going to, but we need to actually embrace that. We need to recognize it. We need to understand that people aren't, necessarily, they don't want to come back to the office. For some of them, it was miserable for them, quite frankly, right? And so it's about, I think, reimagining how to create those spaces and those conversations and that energy in a new way. And I certainly don't have the answers, but we need to come up with those solutions together in a way where people feel, energized and excited about the work that they're doing after a really tough slog these last couple of years.
Yeah, that's kind of in a way sad to hear, because there is nothing like that busy newsroom, that energy, that buzz that you get when you're in there. But you're right, for some people, and that's for me maybe, but for some people maybe that didn't work. Michael, what do you see happening at CTV?
Our experience is actually different. Our newsrooms are busy again. They're buzzing again. Folks are coming back in, and it's great. And those conversations are happening, and it's just nice to be in the room with people around you. And it's been funny, we changed some of our health and safety guidelines a couple of weeks ago, where you don't have to wear a mask and you can stand around people, and it just felt odd, but it felt amazing, right, to actually be able to sit in a room and have a meeting face-to-face and talk about stuff.
But what about the people who don't want to go back? What about if some of your employees don't feel comfortable going back or like this hybrid model?
It's a very small number for us.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, we have a couple. We actually, did an exercise, a check-in late last week in terms of what that looks like for us, and it's actually a very small number. We do have certain positions where people are able to do more of a hybrid situation. A handful of people who we set out from the beginning to be remote based on the specifics of what they do for us. But in terms of folks who we've asked to come in 3 to 5 days a week, resistance, it's actually a handful of people.
Ready?
2 quick stories.
Great.
Both happened this week. One, I saw a guy that used to be on my team, and I haven't seen him for 2.5 years, and I had a, hey, how are you? And then I had forgotten that he worked for us, and I had forgotten his name, and I was having this moment, and I thought,
the worst.
No, but holy smokes, think about that writ large for an organization, that disconnect with people. For me, it was like, that's an issue. The second was, yesterday, our social media team came back for the first time to just get reacquainted with the newsroom, and they were outside my office, and they were hugging each other, they took selfies, and then I heard laughter. And that was the first time I've heard laughter in 2.5 years in the newsroom. And I thought, wow, that we have been living in silence. A lot of us doing our jobs in silence, and some of us suffering in silence. I am a big believer that most of us are social animals. We need each other, and that component of being together as a team, in terms of creativity, in terms of getting a better job. You know, as leaders, you have to see, we do have some people who are not happy about coming back. Their life is better. They've been able to recalibrate work-life balance. Get it. But as a leader, you also have to see the whole organism. And what I see are the downsides of how we've been working, which is a generation of new employees coming in who have no mentorship or training or that on-the-job experience, learning that you get when you're sitting beside other more experienced journalists. I see a difficulty in communicating with people. It is hard for people to feel plugged in and connected because you have to work so hard to tell people what's going on. And then there are a number of people who've been working this whole pandemic in the building, and they carried quite a heavy load because it's not easy doing that. And there are questions of fairness and equity. And so it's really complicated, but I see a lot of good, and we're going to be as flexible as possible. But daily news is a team sport. That's the way it goes. And
as you pointed out before to me on the call, the newsrooms run on gossip, and we haven't been able to do that.
Gossip? So. What do you do without gossip?
I know. The City TV newsroom, when I was there, ran on gossip. So let's turn it over to you. I don't know what it's like now, but what's going to happen at City?
So gossip still happens.
Okay.
It may not happen in person, but trust me, people are still gossiping.
On Teams
That's right.
chats, yeah.
Yeah, it's there. No, the thing for us is that what we ask all of our managers to do is lead with empathy and be as flexible as possible. And I think people are at different sort of points on the spectrum. Some people desperately want to come back. They miss the human connection. There are others, that during the pandemic that had childcare issues and stuff. They're saying, look, I just need 2 hours just to pick my kids up from school. So fine, do whatever you have to do as long as the job gets done. At the end of the day, job number one is sort of producing the best content we can for our customers. After that, I think we need to be a little bit more flexible. And again, I'm not sure we're coming back to the
full model.
Interesting. Because I'm not sure we can. And I think we also talk about, we can't attract journalists to our profession. Well, there are hard deadlines in our business that we can't get around. But I think everything else we do have to look at, because if we don't, then we're a part of the problem as well.
It's so interesting you say that, because when we talk about the new generation, they're going to demand more flexibility, more work-life balance.
Yeah, but I find actually it's more middle-aged workers who have space and a home and connection to family who are maybe having the most trouble. In fact, I see a lot of young people are like, please get me out of my 500 square foot apartment.
Oh, really?
I need to get back into a newsroom, and I miss the social connection. So I'm not sure it's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Okay, I've taken up a lot of time, so I will turn it over to questions. Questions? Anybody have questions? There's one right back there.
How this will work. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you, Google, for providing the Google Catch box. And how this is going to work is let me know if you have a question. I'll throw you the box, and then the next person will be able to take it from there. Okay, so I think we're starting over there.
Hi. Oh my gosh, this actually is a microphone. just for show. So the question I have is related to the mass resignations we've seen. I personally know a lot of people in newsrooms, and there's been a high degree of turnover.
Can you hold the mic closer? Sorry, maybe it's just me, but I'm having a
my
hard time
gosh, my broadcasting days have been a bit distant since I went to publishing. So my question is, I've seen a high degree of turnover amongst some of your organizations, which has been, exacerbated in large part due to what we're seeing during the pandemic with mental health. Now with inflation, what are you guys doing at your organizations to retain journalists?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my gosh. What are you doing at your organizations to retain journalists?
To retain journalists. What are you doing at your organizations? Yeah. Who wants to take this one? I can pick. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. All right. Michael, go ahead. Hot seat.
I think, I'll repeat it again. It really does come down to the individual and figuring out the why and what we can do about it. So if someone's coming to us and thinking about leaving, it's about a conversation around why are they leaving.
Okay.
Is it I don't think there's a blanket answer to the whole thing, right? If someone has another offer from another company outside the industry that's going to pay them $100,000 a year more, that's a difficult conversation to try to resolve. If someone has a work-life balance issue that we can fit within the organization that won't disrupt the overall team, that's a conversation we can have, right? It really comes down to also, I'm finding it's coming down to development and growth opportunities, and sometimes conversations around, for the last 2.5 years I've been doing the exact same job. I thought I would have had some change by now. Can we talk about what else I could possibly do, or help me get some skills or exposure to something else? So it really does come down to the individual, and I think we're trying to have those conversations and be thoughtful about it.
Okay. And anyone else want to add anything, or go to another question?
Yeah, I just, I was trying to recall this this number that I'd read, and it was a Bank of Canada survey just recently that showed that 19% of Canadians plan to quit their job in the next 12 months. And that's not specific to our industry, but that's a huge number, and that's what I think we're all facing. And it might even be higher, frankly, in this industry, given some of the stresses and some of the mental health conversation that we were talking to. But I think to echo what you were just talking about, it's so important that people feel that they have a path to growth, and that they know that, we're investing, we're not just sort of hiring you, we're investing in you. And we want to invest in your career, and this is not just a job, right? And so it's having a path for growth. It's doing exciting things. I've got a great journalist in Ottawa, Amanda Connolly, right? And she did terrific work for us around the sexual misconduct in the military story. And I had a conversation with her, and I said, what do you want to do? And she's like, I'd love to cover the Jubilee. And I'm like, go, cover the Jubilee, So it's kind of, for me, part of leadership is removing barriers and removing obstacles and creating paths. And I really see that as having some of those conversations to understand what it is people actually want out of their career, and to help them achieve that. It's really sort of sometimes as simple as that.
That's awesome. That's great. Do we have any questions on this side? Because we only have a few minutes left. I think there's one at the back, and there's one right over here.
All right. Hi, I'm Gina. Oh, sorry, not sure who's going first. Okay. And I'm a professor of broadcast journalism at Fanshawe College. And you're talking a lot about connecting, and I'd love to find ways to connect our students who are from Ukraine, South Korea, Kazakhstan, India right now to get into the newsrooms. We're working with these students in our TV news and broadcast journalism. What are the opportunities in terms of maybe scholarships or paid placements, or how can we be helping and connecting into that?
Brody?
Well, we have a really robust connection with journalism schools, and we have a number of opportunities. We have a 6-month internship that's included as part of your journalism program. Then we run our own programs, the Donaldson Scholarship, which is open to journalism students. It's a really solid paid internship. We're looking to do, I've mentioned the Indigenous Pathways program, so maybe we can get in touch. And I'm a London boy originally, so it's nice to see you.
Amar, are there any programs at City?
Yeah, so we also have internships and stuff. So what I would say is that please get in touch, and there are many pathways open to get young journalists the experience that they need.
I'll open up to the two of you as well.
No, just call me before you call any of them.
I'd say the same. I would say though, through the pandemic, I think a lot of those sort of general internship programs, we probably weren't doing as many of them as we were, just because we were stretched trying to get through it. And reflecting on the last 2 years, I do think that was one of the unfortunate byproducts.
May I add one thing? I taught a year of journalism, and my students all wanted to work in Toronto. And so back to that point I made earlier, whatever you can do to encourage students to go move and try something, jump into a smaller newsroom, that's how you do it. And I clearly, we need to remind people and young journalists that that's the way to go.
That's great. That's such a great point.
Hello. In a digital age, when the younger demographic consumes news through digital platforms and social media, how do you continue to deliver quality journalism while captivating audiences who are bombarded on the daily with super short videos and fake news and clickbait headlines? And what advice would you give to students who are trying to create a digital presence for themselves but are struggling with the balance between those two?
Amazing question. Really good question. All right, who wants to take that one first? Should we start with, maybe we can start with Brody? You want to start it? Sorry, I know.
That's a great question. And I'm struggling because I have two teenagers, and I watch how they get their news. And so, we obviously, as a news organization, we have presence in social media. CBC has a Discover channel in Snap. We're changing with formats, but we also never want to lose our core principles around being fair and balanced and accurate, and not sensationalizing and not publishing false news. So it's tricky, because you're right. That's the marketplace, which is crazy, outrageous, digestible, very short, audiovisual in a feed, and you never know what you're going to get. I hope that we can get to a point where there is media literacy, and some of the schooling that happens in high school. I would really like to see more effort on teaching students what is valuable information versus what is questionable information, and reinforcing where you can go for trustworthy news and information. But it's really tricky. I don't have a great answer.
How do you get those younger eyeballs, Michael Mellon?
I think for us as a commercial broadcaster, it's a bit of a different strategy than for a public broadcaster. Social media for us is I would almost say it's more of a marketing tool and a brand relationship tool. And I think when we look at our use of social media, the goal of it is to eventually drive audiences back to our television and digital properties. So the approach we take with social media is to keep our brands top of mind with all consumers, but often that younger consumer. So trying to make it approachable, easy to digest, so that when they think of news, they think of CTV, CB24, or BNN Bloomberg.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just tell a little story. My daughter just won student council election. asked me the other day. She said,
"You're beaming."
Yeah, I'm so proud. She said, "Where's Rachel Gilmore?" And I was like, "How do you know who Rachel Gilmore is?" Rachel Gilmore is one of our Ottawa reporters. And she's like, "Because she's not on, I'm following her on TikTok, and she's not on TikTok." And I was like, "Well, she's in Tunisia, so she's not on TikTok right now." And so Rachel, in the last federal election, came to us and said, "I want to, launch Global News TikTok." And I said, "Terrific, go for that, do it, And she used the election to really sort of experiment and develop some of these TikTok videos. And in the space, I swear, of 4 months, we're getting 1 million views, on this thing. And what's happening is that, those videos then link back to our site, deeper content and things like this. But the fact that my 14-year-old knows who Rachel
Gilmore
is,
that's a win,
and is consumed, like, I think that's terrific. You know, so I think it's part of it is about us. To answer your question, it's about us innovating also, right, and creating some of those spaces for people like you to, you know, to engage, right, with some of the sort of, I suppose, like traditional journalism in new ways. So, you know, I would even flip the question back and ask you that same question, right? How do you imagine doing that, or what are your ideas in terms of how to create a digital space? And I think that for that generation, right, we need to be listening to them, actually, more than them listening to us.
Okay, no, I think that's, we have one last question. We only have about a minute left. Two more questions. How flexible is this time here? Are we okay? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I heard a lot of you talk about mental health, and that's great, and certainly Bell Media's approach, and over the last 10 years has gotten people talking about that, reduce the stigma around mental health, around that. But I'm just wondering what you're doing to reduce the stigma in your own organizations around substance use disorder and addiction that comes with the intersection with substance use disorders and addictions.
I really like this question, Michael. You know, he's talking about Bell Let's Talk. So, is there anything you are doing in that space?
It falls under the same strategy as our overall mental health approach, and it also recognizes that our leaders are trained in terms of identifying when something might seem a bit different, and being able to have conversations with people to sort of open up a conversation, a safe conversation. But the approach of that conversation is to encourage team members to get help through the resources that we have, and know that we've got their back in getting help. But at the end of the day, for the newsroom leader, they personally are not equipped to deliver the help. Probably no surprise in that answer.
I just feel that I think the stigma, though, is different, right, when it comes to substance abuse. And go ahead. Did you want to?
Substance use. It's in the new CP style book. I'm sorry. I'm substance use.
Substance use.
Sorry. Abuse. Sorry. I guess I wonder around the stigma, because stigma is one of the biggest barriers to recovery. How you break that stigma down, because it is, you know, during the pandemic, there's a lot more use, there's a lot more alcohol, there's a lot more people dying alone of opioid poisoning, that sort of thing. So that's what I was kind of getting at.
No, I think that's a really good point. Substance use. Thank you for the correction. Go ahead.
I have two things to say. One, I mentioned Dave Seglins, who's a CBC journalist, and he worked independent of CBC. He worked with an academic, former journalist at Carleton named Matthew Pearson. They just produced a report based on a survey of journalists across the country. And substance use, alcohol use, really, really high. There's some really compelling numbers in there. So again, it's like the whole issue of mental health and well-being. It's talking about it. The other thing I want to note, it's interesting that you've heard all of these questions today. We have not talked about story. What are the stories we're covering? And that is because this is what our lives have been like for the last 2 years. It is, it's just an interesting, for me, a reflection. I hope as we take these are really important issues, and we have people that have a lot of needs. It's been a lot of internal focus, managing through everything from inclusion and equity to mental health and well-being. And yet, we're covering big stories. We're watching the world order be reorganized as we speak. So I'm looking forward to a time where we can also look out again, and just, it's hard when you're in this kind of space to always be mindful. We got an audience to serve and stories to tell. That's been another big challenge. I know for me, it's been a big challenge to even keep an eye on the news. Some days I find out what is the news at the very end of the day because I've been immersed in all of this stuff, which I don't think that's a great place to be as a leader of news.
Do either if you want to add to stigma and substance use?
No, I mean, listen, I think, I don't know that I have anything new to say, but I do recognize that people are going through, again, all sorts of things, and that's definitely something that is, I think also maybe especially relevant in this industry, right? I mean, I've, you know, even pre-pandemic, I mean, I've lost colleagues, right, to some of that in the past, and it's a real thing. So we do probably have to be talking about that more specifically. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We have one more. Yep.
Okay, just before we hand over to the last question, I just want to thank Google. Thank you for your questions, and thank Google, because without their sponsorship, we wouldn't have these fancy dancy mics. Over to John.
Thanks, Joanne. I just wanted to ask for people who are watching the stream at home, from newsrooms or home, or sitting here watching you all talk, after everything that's happened last year, for people who might want to aspire to run the big news organizations in this country, I wanted to ask you, are any of you still having fun at work? And if so,
That's a great question.
how?
Hands up if you're having fun.
Yeah, I have fun. I laugh.
Ish.
I love this business, and I love the people that I work with, and I do. Alex Henderson is here in the audience, and a few other colleagues, but we do laugh every day, one way or the other, and so yeah, I think it's, you know, I think it's still fun, and if it wasn't, then I'm not really sure why anyone would really, you know, still be doing it. It's challenging, but I think that we still have these moments of
the city's still fun?
It has to be. You know, seriously, like, if this is a reason all of us are in here, this is a passion play for us and our teams.
Mm-hmm.
If we're not having fun, then the serious question is, well, why are we doing this? And I think Brody, like Brody said, you know, these are some heavy stories we're covering. Our teams are suffering from mental health. And if we can't be there for each other, if we can't bond together as teams, yeah, bonding looks different in the pandemic, but you still have to find a way to bond. You still have to find a way to rally around each other and celebrate whatever wins you get. It is so critical, because it's not easy being a journalist, but, you know, we are doing important work and we are making a difference. Sometimes we lose sight of that, and I think it's important that we continue to celebrate that and each other.
These have been the two hardest years of my professional life, but also the most rewarding. And so there's a lot of good that comes with the pain and the challenge. I love my job, and I also love management. I mean, people, you know, you talk to journalists like, oh my God, I'll never be a manager. But there's a whole generation that's about to retire in our industry, and we need good managers. So, and it's its own craft and skill. So I hope if people have any inclination of leading, that they really think about it, because it can be really meaningful work, but there's no doubt it can be really hard too.
I agree with everything these guys just said.
All right. I think we're gonna wrap up, but I just wanted to give each of you, we have about 2 minutes left, 30 seconds on, you know, we end newscasts with kickers, so let's try to end with something light and actually forward-looking. What are each of you excited about? What excites you about the future and about news in the future? Sonia, I'll start with you.
So one of the things that I have really made time for in the last little while, and this is really deliberate, is interviewing some of those entry-level positions, social media coordinators, local, you know, cub reporters. And I feel when I meet some of these people who apply for jobs with us, I'm blown away. We have an amazing generation, I think, of young journalists who are coming up and who are asking, you know, really interesting questions, and who come from all sorts of different backgrounds. And I think to some of the earlier conversation around recruitment, you know, to just like really being open to opening up our newsrooms a little bit, and having conversations with people who come from backgrounds, you know, that are maybe non-J school backgrounds, just from anywhere. So that really makes me excited, and I love hiring. I love hiring people who are excited about getting into the business and then creating, you know, those opportunities for them to develop. So it's that next generation that really, I think, gives me hope and makes me get up in the morning, really.
That's great. Michael?
I'd say it's growing and repositioning the business for the future. And that can be very tough. on a lot of days, but it's actually really exciting and satisfying to work with a team of great people and map out what our future looks like. And, you know, there's a lot of stormy weather in the industry, but every industry goes through that. And we're not unique in that. We sometimes think we are, but we're not. And just sort of, you know, taking the initiative and carving out the future, working with great people, and making sure they have the skills they need to succeed going forward.
I'm really jazzed by the dissolution of these silos of radio, TV, and digital. These words don't mean anything anymore, and that unlocks all kinds of opportunity. I'm thrilled that video and audio has a great future in the so-called digital spaces. It means our newsrooms, everyone who works in them has a path to the future. So, and it's terrifying because everything's been upended as well. I'm excited about that because I know that there is a future for what we do, and we're going to reach new audiences wherever they connect with us.
That's great. Mark.
So I'm also like to pick up on Sonia's point about there are new journalists that are entering our industry that are just incredible. They have an incredible way outlook and a new way of doing things. And for us, it's also embracing innovation because, you know, like, let's not be sort of married to the tradition and like really take a hard look at how we do things in the future. And some of the new people coming on board in our teams, they're, you know, redefining how we cover news and what news is. That's great.
Well, thank you all. Thank you for being in the hot seat and taking some of my more difficult questions. And, you know, the future looks bright, and I'm thankful for your leadership at all levels and for having this conversation with us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much for that really wonderful, your wonderful, thoughtful insights, and we appreciate you giving us this time today. Thank you, Farah. Thank you. As always. So I also want to thank Canadian Press for providing the photographer for us today. Thank you so much. Now, the next thing on our agenda is Liz Travers. Come on up. Liz is the president of the RTDNF, and she's got scholarships to hand out. And sounds like money. Checks. Checks are in the bag, aren't they? Come on up, Liz.
Well, thank you. That was a great panel, by the way, and thank you because it was a perfect segue at the end, talking about young journalists and the questions that they're asking was a perfect segue to the scholarships. So each year, RTDNF hands out about close to $20,000 in scholarships, and thanks to sponsors from CBC, Narcity, CTV, I'm not going to miss any here, the families of J.J. Richards and Pritam Singh Benning and the Atlantic broadcasters. We managed to hand these out during the pandemic as well. And these students, they're entering a field that's exhilarating and exciting and exhausting. They're so excited about telling stories and uncovering the truth, and I am so happy that 5 of our scholarship winners are here today. So we will be presenting them with checks, very well-earned checks. They are, if you will come up, do we have the bags? Sarah, do you know if I think the bags, could I have the bags? Because I'd like to give them their checks. It's always happened, it's always nice. Okay, so Elena DeLuigi. Perfect. Okay, Arshia Askendarafar. Okay, you're welcome. Kate Otterbane. Here you go. It's a long walk to the check. There you go. Congratulations. Nigan Nia. Helps with glasses. Congratulations. And finally, Rama Shafi. I met you this morning. I know you're here. Of course. Can you all come back? They're right there. They're all here? Okay, come up on stage then. You see, I can't see with all these. Okay, when you see these people over the next couple of days, we've all been, or most of us have been where they are starting their careers. I encourage you to give them the lesson you wish you knew when you started out in the business. So it's now my please join me in congratulating this great team. Your partner can, for this after? Sure, maybe after. Okay, let's go. Oh, a few more shots? Okay, you're all good. Now I'd like to introduce Owen Leach, who's going to tell you what's happening next. Thank you.
Congrats to all of you. It's really great to see. So we're going to have a little networking break for the next 15 minutes or so, but I do have some housekeeping things I'd like to mention. First, a big thank you to our conference and award gala partners, CBC News and Global News. Thank you so much for that. And also, just a note that we will be holding the AGM in this room at 11. So if you're not a member, you don't need to attend. But there will be a lunch at 11:45, and then we're back at 12. Okay? So I'll see you guys out there. Oh, and another note, we do have a silent auction going. I do really highly suggest you check it out. Some great stuff up for grabs.
Yellow tinted lenses in a pink gelato. Falling out the window, hit me back tomorrow. Will always be the one tough fact to follow. Cause we aiming for the stars with a point and hollow. Feeling these songs, making jokes and at this job selling rocks and us. Cause they only swipe right if you fuck for follows. Welcome to the days of the broken shallow. But if we just spoke, might be mental. Would you reference the sloping part of me? The minute I know the time is spent there, incorrecting my anatomy. Better of a mind if we're being honest. But you wander through your thoughts like a broken promise. In it for the monetary growth of power. But we divided at the bottom of this whiskey sour. So leave it on the table if you're hot and bothered. Tell me if you mean it, baby, who's the father? The stories of a land we divide and conquer. You were showing me the meaning of a losing offer. But if we just spoke, might be mental. Would you reference the sloping part of me? The minute I know the time is spent there, incorrecting my anatomy. back like the midnight sky. Eyes like the jungle, you're something wild. Her sweet melody sings wherever I go, running through my mind, singing this song. Maybe I'll write a letter from this little old country town down in Texas. I'll keep it here for you. Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary, can we go together? Nothing here changes, seasons go by. Said hello, said goodbye. Did you run away, Mary Ellen? Where did you go? Somewhere new, somewhere old. Maybe I'll ever live alone in the country town down in Texas. The memory of you, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary Ellen, Mary tales were true. Ooh, I believe in them now. We carry the stone on the backs of men. kind of life. I'm your rage. I can't repair what's broken anyway. So no more illusions. The name is for you, say. You have to do this. You call my name, I'll be there every time. You say, babe, I need you, babe. All you have to do is whisper my name to this microphone. I am, babe, you're just the same. What a fool, chasing love.
Hello? Hey, it's on. Everybody, hope you're enjoying your lunch and hoping you're enjoying the conference so far. Just ahead of our annual Journalism by the Numbers, and by the way, I wanted to thank Ipsos for their ongoing continued support of our organization, and they do this amazing poll for us every year, and there's some pretty startling headlines today. So just before that, I also wanted to thank Canadian Press for, again, supporting us. And I have a giveaway right now. It's going to be a trivia question. It's going to be for the highly coveted Canadian Press Style Book, 19th edition. Okay, so the first person to answer this question, be loud, is the party in Green Party capitalized? Anybody? Yes? Who was first? Yeah, Mary? Come on up. And after reading a lot of that CTV online copy, I think you really need this. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Okay, I wanted to introduce Beatrice Politi, who will be moderating this next session. Over to you, Beatrice.
Good afternoon, everybody. George had to lean down to the microphone, and I'm just going to move it down a little bit. There we go. Hopefully. Oh, I'm being told don't touch anything. Maybe I'll just move. Should I just speak here? Okay, perfect. All right. So welcome everybody to the conference, and we're so glad that we were able to hold something in person. Nice to have people in the room. Please do continue to enjoy your lunch. Please feel free during this session as well. If you have a question, we're more than happy to take it while Daryl is presenting the Journalism by the Numbers polling that we have this year. We'll also have a Q&A at the end. Either way, hold on to your questions or ask them as you wish. We definitely want your participation. Before we actually begin, I want to thank Easy Live again for powering the live stream today, which is available on the RTDNA website. And I want to thank everybody for joining virtually. It's great to have an in-person event, but you know what? Sometimes taking a day or two away from our very, very busy lives, et cetera, is difficult. It's always nice to have that option to dip in and out and participate from your living room, from your house, from your basement, from your bed, wherever it is that you are. So a little bit more on Easy Live. It's a live view company on a mission to help businesses connect, grow, engage, and monetize their audiences thanks to live production technologies. They offer fully cloud-based visual mixers for switching multiple live inputs, pre-recorded content, graphics, and overlays. Everything is mixed in real time in the cloud to deliver broadcast-grade live feeds. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Daryl Bricker, who's worked with us for many, many years on our Journalism by the Numbers. Daryl Bricker is the CEO of Ipsos, and I'll leave it with Daryl to continue with the Journalism by the Numbers this year and what they tell us about the state of journalism. Daryl.
Thanks a lot, Beatrice. And it's wonderful to be back with you in person for the first time in a while. Actually, this is the opportunity, I guess, I have to give the acceptance speech for or thank you speech for receiving the Hutton Award from the organization a couple of years ago. So thank you very much for that. Sean Simpson and I were the joint recipients of that from Ipsos, and both of us were stunned, first of all, but really deeply appreciative of the fact that our contribution, a small contribution to this organization and to journalism in general, was recognized. So thank you very much to the RTDNA for that very prestigious award that sits beautifully on my bookcase at home. And by the way, is in my CV now. So trust in the news. Let's spend a couple of minutes talking about that, because the news media has been through an awful lot, not just through the last couple of years, but through the last couple of decades. There's been a lot of transition, but also in terms of how the public regards the news media has been going through a lot of transition. So I'm going to show you some detailed findings, but what I usually like to start off presentations with is just kind of summing it up. If there's something that you need to remember from everything I'm about to show you, this is what I suggest you keep in mind. What are the headlines? What's the survey telling us? So overall trust, as you can see in the top line here, is at a new low at 58%. We've been doing this survey for 8 years, the lowest we've seen it. No platform has been spared. This is the first time in 8 years we've actually seen the number below 60%. It's interesting when you take a look at where the trust decline has taken place. It's in Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Atlantic residents, people who are mid-income, middle age, people with less formal education, and people who tended to vote for the Conservative Party in the last federal election. What we're seeing is that people who used to be maybe a little bit more ideological in the way they look at news are becoming more ideological in the way that they look at news, and people are now picking camps. Because when I show you the data, what you're going to see is that the group that really trusts what the media reports has actually increased, but so has the group that really distrusts what the media reports has increased. So what's happening is not so much that there's been a big movement one way or the other. What we've seen is the increase in these camps that have more definitive views of how they regard the trustworthiness of the media. Now, anybody who, and everybody in this room, I shouldn't say anybody because everybody in this room knows this even better than I do, that this is not a Canadian phenomenon. It is really a Western world phenomenon, but it may be even a phenomenon in many developing markets as well, where people just, their ability to trust what they see is in the predominant media about what's going on just doesn't connect with them, and they're having a hard time trusting it. At least significant enough groups on the extremes, both pro and against. It's almost like if you're pro, like I said before, you're picking your camp. Traditional platforms still have a trust advantage, and this is something Fiona Conway and I looked at when we first started doing these surveys, and George, we talked about for a while. Even if you're the best brand in television news, the best brand in print journalism, your digital platform is not seen as equivalent as your more traditional platform. So for broadcast television news, your websites are not seen as being as trustworthy as your broadcast. And for print journalists, your digital site is not seen as credible as your printed edition. Same thing for radio. So those traditional brands continue to have strong currency in Canada. Transferring it over to the digital platforms and expecting that it's going to be equivalent hasn't really been the case. It doesn't mean that it's completely down with every other social media site. Obviously, there's something that adheres to the brand from the dominant platform, but it's not as high as what we see in the more traditional space for those platforms. We like local news. There's this old expression, I don't know where it comes from, but it might be Noel Coward or somebody. It's nothing propinque's like propinquity. Propinquity means nearness in space. Things that are closer to you, you value more. Local news is the thing that is closest to people. They value it more. The big question is, how do you value it in a meaningful way? Are you willing to pay for it? And that's where there's a question. There is some social media youth advantage, but I will say when it comes to media in terms of trustworthiness, if you trust things in a more traditional platform, you may trust it less in a digital platform, but you tend to be more trusting than people who aren't. People who don't trust tend to be across the board people who, on both sides of this. So there tends to be a group of people who more or less, regardless of how it is, they're the repository of trust for the media. Social media for youth, obviously there's something going on there. But youth are an interesting group because, and I'll give you a great example of this. I'm going to talk about the trucker protest in a minute because we did ask some questions specifically about that. But the people who were most supportive of the Black Lives movement, Lives Matters movement, and the trucker movement were the same people. Younger people. People who are feeling people who are feeling left out. It was really a reflection of people feeling like they were being left out of the decision making. They were being left out of what was going on. And they, in our surveys, they were shockingly similar groups of people: younger, less educated, more urbanized, people of that nature. So it's a general sense of being aggressive about how things operate, as opposed to being specifically aggressive about one or two things. Just generally upset with everything that's happening and aligning themselves with anything that seems to be pushing back. What we're also seeing in terms of news stories, news content, what people are more interested in. I know Fiona and I have worked on a couple of other studies in which we've looked at this kind of thing. More personal, less political. Is the media biased? Depends on who you ask. Big groups of people saying no, but big groups of people also saying yes. And it depends on the topic. And finally, there's been progress on diversity. I'll show you the numbers here, and you can come to your own conclusion. The conclusion I come to is it looks like progress, except on geography and politics. If you really want to find where people feel discriminated on in Canada, I mean large groups of people, it's on whether or not they believe their political point of view is being well represented in terms of how the media talks about politics, but also in terms of geography. The media feels very central Canadian to people who don't live in central Canada. So, now I give you the footnotes. So how do we come to all these conclusions? Well, here's media going back to 2018 to 2022, the trust numbers. At the top, as you see, 58%, the lowest that we've ever recorded over the space of the time period that we've been doing this. But the age brackets are interesting on this to me. It's not like the young people are completely different. In fact, they're a little bit more trusting than people who are in that middle-aged, middle category I was talking about before, which is where that comes from. Older people are the ones who have the largest levels of trust. And interestingly enough, when it came to the trucker protests, the people who were the most law and order about all of that stuff were the older folks. The people who were most aligned with what the Liberal government did were older folks, not younger people. Declining trust, and this is across all the different media platforms that you can look at, is significant and widespread. So as I said before, nobody got through this last couple of years untouched. So local news source, first time we've asked that one, 51% has the highest level of trust, followed by broadcast TV news, print news, news radio, cable news. And then when you start getting into things like websites, talk radio obviously has gone through a bit of a 5-point decline since 2021. Social media, Facebook has taken a hammering in a lot of stuff that I've been looking at globally in terms of their level of trustworthiness. The effect of what's been going on in terms of the U.S. election and other things has clearly tarnished their brand in terms of trustworthiness. And Twitter. Given the obsession of journalists on Twitter, the number of people who are actually trust anything that's being said there, very small. In fact, only 6%, which is down half from where it was last year. Monthly news consumption. Not the declines in news consumption across platforms. By the way, all of your news organizations do a lot of really detailed, precise data collection on and measurement on the issue of news consumption and what's happening. That's both a combination of people's intentions and what they say they do, but also in terms of your actual activity. I mean, you can look at it in real detail. So I would look at these data as directional rather than as precise, or a substitution for what you're doing, because it's much higher quality than what this is. But I think that what you would not even find in your own data is this pattern, that there's been a general decline across all of the platforms. Biggest decline that we've seen is in broadcast TV news, at least in these data, down 5 points, and also in newspaper websites, down about 7. So again, I wouldn't treat it as a precise number. It's more of a directional number. There's nobody that's really bouncing up in terms of big support, and that's why I made the comment. No platform has really been unscathed. The issues that matter can have an impact on trust. So has the way that the media has covered these issues added to your trust or added to your distrust? I should say that the two fastest moving issues I've seen and I'll say on a global level, that I've seen in the 30 years that I've been doing research have taken place in the last 2 years. COVID was number one. Went from nothing in January of 2020 to the most important issue facing the world in just about every country that we measured in, it's about 30, in the space of 6 weeks. The next fastest moving issue that I've encountered in the space of the last 30 years that I've been doing this has been inflation, particularly in the developed world. It went from mid-table type of a number, lower level of the table type of number in the summer of last year through the fourth quarter into January, and it's now the number one issue facing the world today. By the way, climate change on that list is about number 10. The war in Ukraine is at about number 8. Now, much higher in places that are close to, obviously, what's going on in Ukraine. But this universal fear about the future of the economy and what's happening right now, people are watching it like a hawk. It's very personal. It's not philosophical. It's not a, kind of a talking point sort of discussion. It's something that you check every day because you're worried about your mortgage, you're worried about your bank loans, you're worried about your job, you're worried about a lot of things. So if you're doing a good job of covering that, and this says the media, people think that it's adding to their trustworthiness, inflation, helping things out in terms of what people are finding when they go to you for information. The Russian invasion in Ukraine, the international media does a good job of covering war and peace, so obviously that's a hot issue. It's doing really pretty well. The discovery of mass graves at residential schools, people were interested in that story, obviously, and the way it was covered had a positive impact on the trustworthiness of the media. Roe versus Wade, slightly more controversial. The evacuation of Afghan interpreters to Canada, slightly more I would say divided. And then as you go down the list, neither helping or not. The federal election last fall and the trucker protest did not seem to add to anybody's support. And when you take a look at the people who were much less trusting on both of those issues, you can see on the trucker protest it's 2-1. On the federal election last fall, also 2-1 in the extreme categories. Black being the much more trusting, dark red being much less trusting. And then what we did was a bit of an exercise to figure out how people, when they looked at this specific issue of the trucker protest, what did you think? Did you think it was fair, misleading, accurate, biased, one-sided, balanced, propaganda, trustworthy, none of the above? Trustworthy only at 18. But what we did is, because you can do this with research, is we did a crosstab on people who said that they voted Liberal in the last federal election, and then we looked at the people who voted Conservative in the last federal election. Look at the difference. Now, of course, you might sit back and say, well, the Liberals won the election. True. But the Tories won the popular vote. This is a lot of people. A lot of people. who think this. Misleading, biased, one-sided. Interestingly enough, they tend to be more middle-aged and younger. Who are the people who voted older and more fair, balanced, and accurate? Older. They're in that 69% that we got before. Not all of them, just disproportionately. So what I think we're seeing in the data is that there's this group of middle class, particularly prairie-oriented people living in the prairies, middle class, not university graduate students or people who have PhDs or whatever, people, who work, probably commute. They live in those places, and they look at the national news media and they say, I have a hard time seeing how this reflects my point of view. You can decide whether that's a good or a bad thing, whether that's a market that you care about, but I can tell you that's the thing that seems to be having the impact on the trustworthiness scores for Canada's media today. By the way, similar phenomena, obviously, in the United States. So an interesting question. What do you do about that? Is there something to do about that? Is there an opportunity here for somebody? I don't know. Is the news media covering the right issues? Dark blue here, too much. Gray, about right, not enough. Politics, we've had just enough of politics. If I broke out Ontario here, the numbers would probably be even higher. We've had enough, thanks. LGBTQ2S issues, yeah, probably kind of over the line on that one too. There's 20% of the population that says that we're not covering it enough, but almost twice as many say, I'm having some issues with listening to this as much as I'm listening to this. Sports, interestingly enough, there's a lot of people who think they see too much sports. 3 to 1. We could break that down by gender, and I think that the numbers are even more extreme. Indigenous issues, not bad, kind of in the middle. Too much, too little. Climate change, we'd like to hear more about climate change. But look at all the things that are down at the bottom of the list. They're all really personal. This is news you can use. This is places that you can, when I go to the media, information that I can incorporate into how I live my life. So if there's anything people say that they want to hear more about, it's about that. So less maybe about what the newsroom is interested in, and maybe a little bit more about what I'm interested in. Local news. Yep, we love local. I think the gathering and delivery of local news is in jeopardy. Yes, almost 60% of us believe that that's the case. Local news has become more important to me since the pandemic. Absolutely. It punched through, 59%. I'm confident in the future of local news in my community. Yeah, people say that they're relatively confident. I don't know why they say that, but that's what they say. I am more engaged in civic local news stories today than I was prior to the pandemic. About half of us say that we are. And I'm willing to pay more for local news coverage than prior to the pandemic. 28% say yes. By the way, that dark blue line that doesn't have a number on it, saying, yeah, I'm absolutely on side. Sign me up today. 3. So the question is, if I'm looking at this as a marketer, I look at that and I see opportunity. How do I square up that sense of value with some way of being compensated for providing the value? So if you're doing research on anything in your local news organization, that's the question I would be focusing on. People like what they get. They see it as relevant and important, even if it's less than it was. But how do you get them to open up their wallets to be able to deal with it? It's a marketing issue. Diverse voices matter, but racism issue is less salient than it was in 2021 for obvious reasons. It's not leading the news the way that it was back in 2021 and 2020. So it's important for me to see and hear from diverse voices in the Canadian news media. Yeah, 71% of us say that that's the case. By the way, on the right-hand side of this, we had, I think it was 120 people who identified as, it's about 10% of the population who identified as LGBTQ2S+. So it's enough of a group to be able to maybe make some crosstabs and make some assessments. So it's important for me to see diversity. Canadian news media should be hiring more reporters from different backgrounds. Yeah, still in the 60s, down a bit. The Canadian news media does a good job at covering news stories about issues of racism, discrimination, inclusivity. Not as good as it was, maybe because there's less of it, but still, over 60. The Canadian news media currently reflects the diversity of the Canadian population. Last year, 69. Today, it's 62. Interestingly enough, the BIPOC community, 59%, not far off the general population on that one. And I would like to hear more news stories about issues of racism, discrimination, and inclusivity. General population, no. But specifically among the BIPOC and the LGBTQS+ community, yeah, they'd like to see a little bit more of it. But the mainstream population, not so much, as we saw in previous slides. So it serves a pretty specific market, but as you serve that market, you're also causing issues with the people who are in the more, who are not part of those communities. Canadians see the news media as becoming more diverse. So in general, are we seeing more diversity across genders? 28% saying to us, yeah, we're seeing more than we were. More diversity across race or ethnicity? 38% saying yes. More diversity across sexual identities? Yes, we're seeing more of that. In fact, of quite a few people saying that, about a third of the people that we interviewed. But when we talk about diversity on the political spectrum or more diversity across geography, not so much. So when you think about diversity, yes, there's the ones that seem to get a lot of attention, but there's these two at the bottom that are really interesting. Particularly when you look at the one that says more diversity across political spectrum and more diversity across geography, because those are the ones that represent the declining trust among the demographic groups that I pointed out to you before. They feel that they're just left out. So where to from here? There's a growing trust problem. It's platform agnostic, although there's still a digital discount. It's affecting all of them, but the digital platforms are the ones that are having the hardest time, I would say, at the moment. How do you break up these camps and create more common space? How do you stop this trend towards the polarization? People on both, we can call it the left and right because that's where they were on the bars, but people who are saying, I'm so pro-media, I'm picking that camp and I'm trusting everything that they say. And I don't know as much as they're saying that they actually do trust everything that the media says, but that it's important to trust the media, that they're on the side with the media. And then there's the other group on the other side who's also growing at a more rapid rate than the trusting group, where the people say, I just don't trust anything I see. There's no simple solution to any of this, obviously. It's a complicated mix of offers, competition, technology, consumer preferences, pricing, politics, a whole big ball of wax. There's a lot going on here, but the trend itself is undeniable. The big question on trust, when I tried to sum this up in really a sentence, it's really this. When Canadians come looking, do they find what they want presented in the way that they want it? And the answer to that, too often for too many Canadians these days, is no. So the challenge is, how do you, as I said before, break down those camps and get people more back to a center space and a more accepting and a more trusting space? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to sit right here. You can sit right there. Okay. Thank you very much, Daryl, for that very, very thorough and interesting presentation. A little bit sad. I feel a little bit sad now. I feel a little bit depressed about those numbers. Of course, I want to welcome everybody to ask any sorts of questions that they may have, but I'll start off. I think one of the most interesting and striking things to me was the trust, obviously. And I can't say that any one of us thinks it's a surprise. I think we've seen a bit of a trend. The thing that I wonder, though, is obviously the pandemic, the last 2.5 years have been extraordinarily difficult for everybody. These are challenges that I don't think any one of us has faced in our lives to this point. And not only a challenge that each individual in this room has faced, but that we have faced collectively as a city, as a province, as a country, as a world, really. Is this a blip? Is it because we are under so much stress and we are in such different and dire circumstances? Could we optimistically suggest this could be a blip?
No, I don't think it is a blip. And I mean, this basically what a lot of what happened during the course of the pandemic is that some of this stuff was suspended. So if you go back, and I've got more global data on this, and take a look at the media scores, through 2020 in particular, particularly the summertime of 2020, you saw a pretty big increase in terms of people's level of trustworthiness in the media. And the reason was that the media was really focused on the pandemic, and it was almost serving as a public service or a public announcement type facility, because people, when they were watching the news on a daily basis, they were watching all of the data that was coming out from the provincial governments, the municipal governments, and others, reported through the media almost as though they were watching emergency broadcasts. And we saw, actually, it moved up. There was real utility for that information, and it was reported as data rather than as opinion. And at that time, you saw an increase. And by the way, not just in Canada, we saw it worldwide. So now that we're coming out of the pandemic, we're now back to news being reported the way that it's typically reported, which gets us back on the trend that we were on before, which was typically more of decline. So issues that may not necessarily be as engaging or important in my day-to-day life as the pandemic was, but also reported more as opinion as opposed to just, here's the data, make up your mind. Here's what you should do. Here's the public health advice. So as we move back more into that format, you see things back on the same trend. And that's what we've seen in a lot of the pandemic data, is that in terms of public opinion, behavior, just about anything you want to take a look at, what happened was that the pandemic was an interruption rather than a change. So it was just an interruption in terms of a trend that was already taking place, and it's just picked up. So, for example, City of Toronto, real estate. Well, everybody's leaving the city as a result of the pandemic. No, they were leaving the city as a result of the cost of real estate. The pandemic might have accelerated it a little bit, but it was already happening. So that's another example of the same kind of thing.
Question for the room, just by show of hands. Who's tired? Who's fatigued? Right? With everything, in general. Right?
I'm tired of me, by the way, just so you know.
And I wonder,
I'm sure you are.
I wonder if part of this just has to do with this sort of general malaise. I'm trying to search for that. There was this one article that really resonated with people, and there was one word in it that described our general sense of being. Does anybody remember that word? Thank you. Languishing. Right. So I think people feel fatigue, and they feel this sense of languishing, this idea. I feel that people are sort of turning internally, shutting down. Could that also be why people are turning away from news and are watching less news, consuming less news, according to the slides that you've just presented?
Yeah, I'm prepared to entertain that. I think that that's one way of looking at it. The thing about the pandemic and what we've been through is, to me, it's not like there were stages. And it's some of what's happened with the stages and what it's done to the public consciousness over the space of the last 2.5 years that really stands out. So, when we first got into this, it was in the spring of 2020. Public attitudes about everything from government through to all the institutions went through a pretty dramatic improvement. There was this sense that we were all in this together. Everybody was working to fix things, to get it back on track. Yeah, there were a few anomalies, and there were some things that were happening in the United States and some other things that were issues. But when you go in and ask people in general, they were pretty supportive of government spending to hold people's incomes in place, support for businesses, the focus on doing things like, for example, science and vaccines. So as we got through 2020 and got into 2021, into the summer, particularly as vaccines were coming back on, are coming back in, and particularly in places like Canada where we had access, people were starting to feel pretty good. We saw the general public mood started to improve. So economic confidence improved, government performance scores improved. Most of the things that you would look at to see what the general mood was of the public were headed in a positive direction. And then Omicron hit in September, the fourth quarter of last year, and everything just flattened out and it went down. So what happened was an urgent issue pushed out all the other agenda issues that were dominating all of the public discussion, and that was the pandemic. And then we got into the fall of last year, and we thought we were getting back into those issues again, and then all of a sudden we were back into the pandemic again. Okay, so we're getting the pandemic back on track a little bit now, or actually more than a little bit now, but what's happened is instead of the important issues starting to come back, another urgent issue has come out, and that's inflation and people's real depth of concern about the economy. So what's happened is we feel like wrung out towels. That's how we feel right now. We just feel like things were getting better, they got worse, and oh my God, they're getting really, really dire in terms of what I'm worried about in terms of the future economy. So what we saw is things moved up, went back down, inflation started hitting the fourth quarter at the end of last year, and it started to go down, and it hasn't come back. So big issues on the Canadian agenda. We just went through it in the Ontario election. Housing and inflation, which, by the way, I've been doing this for a long time, as I mentioned before. I've never seen both of those issues top the political agenda. It's usually healthcare. Mm-hmm. It's usually, jobs. No, it's those two issues. So we're feeling wrung out. We don't feel that there's any solutions. We're not particularly happy with the federal government's performance. We voted in the provincial government, the Ford government, although we weren't particularly happy with their performance either. But we're in a very, I would say, wrung out frame of mind right now and very concerned about what the short-term future is going to be. I'll just add one more thing on that, Beatrice. So Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you all remember that from your second-year sociology course, actually psychology maybe. So at the top of Maslow's hierarchy of needs is making the world a better place, self-actualization. It's a pyramid, right? Making the world a better place. At the bottom is just mere survival, just trying to get by. What's happened through the course of this is our eyes have moved up and down that hierarchy of needs. And where our eyes are in the middle and lower now. Stuff at the top, longer term, making the world a better place, not focused on that. I'm focused on how I'm going to get by over the next short period of time. So if I'm thinking about news, what's the news I can use? It's about that.
And I'd imagine, too, eye-level news, things that are relatively easily digestible, that apply to people's lives. I mean, those are the conversations I have every day. I wanted to bring in a little bit of a discussion around the demographics because, obviously, you do a ton of polling, but you've also written a couple of books, as it turns out. I've got the titles here, The Big Shift and Empty Planet. So when we look at the demographics, when it comes to news consumption, when it comes to what people are concerned about, where do you see that trend going? We know that the older demographic tends to be more trusting of mainstream news sources, and you were saying that many of the, middle-aged and younger feel that they don't see themselves. What do you see in the future when it comes to news consumption?
I actually, just the two most important decades we're going to face in this century, and that's an easy thing to say because I won't be here for the entire century. I love those prognostications that I'm not accountable for, right? 2030, the entire baby boom is going to be 65 years of age or older. That's 8 years from now. 2030. 2040, the entire baby boom is going to be moving into its 80s. The average longevity of a human being these days is basically early 80s. Nobody's preparing for any of this. And by the way, these groups are pretty much silent. Nobody's paying attention to them. Just nobody. I mean, when was the last time you saw a television ad that featured a woman over the age of 60? Or 70? Fastest growing part of the Canadian population is over the age of 80. We now have more people in Canada, and this 2016 was the first year for this, more people above the age of 65 than we have below the age of 15. I mean, we've had an absolute collapse of fertility. Last year in Canada was the lowest rate in history at 1.4. To just replace the population, just the population that's dying, it needs to be 2.1. Everybody is obsessed with youth, but there's gold in them our hills if you're talking about older people, because they have all the money. They have all the pensions. They have all the houses that you want in all the neighborhoods you would like to live in. But nobody does anything for them. I mean, there's a couple of specific seniors groups, but these people don't necessarily see themselves as old. But they certainly don't feel as connected to things as they could be. Now, they're also the group that trusts you the most. Maybe there's a need to connect with them and maybe mine that source a bit more. But the people who are really the problematic group, I don't think are the younger population. I think it's that middle-aged group of people who are, car commuting suburbanites who just don't feel any of the stuff. They need to figure out, how I'm going to pay for gas that cost me, 40% more now than it did before. Have any tips for me to help me get through that? Are they sitting back worrying about electronic cars and climate change 25 years from now? No. They're worried about trying to get through the next little period of time. It's not that they don't care about it. It's just that the urgent has pushed out the important. And that's where people are. They're feeling like wrung out towels. They're on the edge, and they're not looking forward to the future with any great positive anticipation. So how can the news media help them navigate all of this? Making those connections probably would be some help. And that's why you see things like local mattering. Why is local matter? Well, because that's where I live. Right? I live local.
Any questions from out there?
By the way, these are my thoughts. I'm not saying that I'm right.
Ooh, I see hands. I see one by George.
No, I was telling Beatrice before that I was at the one, and George was here, I know, when they started throwing that thing around and the microphone flew out and hit somebody in the head. So be careful.
Go ahead.
We were in the bear pit this morning. They were talking about, we're going to improve content, or inclusivity, diversity, all of that, and that's great. But I've been hearing that for a long, long time, and we keep trying, we keep striving, we're doing pretty well at it. But what I haven't heard is to use all of the platforms you have as news people to advertise and to put up adverts in places where you normally wouldn't have news properties advertised that much, and to say we are trustworthy. We care, have testimonials. They came back to me 3 times. They made sure they got the story right, as opposed to tonight, the Ukraine again, or tonight, the story you've seen before. Just to invest some capital, resources, airtime, not only in our own platforms and the social media, digital, on radio, and all of that we have, but in other places. Gaming and all of this. Why is there this reluctance to use the mass media? If McDonald's changed their burger or Ford fixed their brakes, they tell everybody about it. You're increasing diversity, you're increasing all of this, but there seems to be a reluctance to hone in on what the problem is and what the perception is.
Well, I wish I could say it was unique to the news media. We just went through an election here in Ontario in which we had the lowest turnout that we've ever had, at 43%. The political parties are struggling with a way to do it. I can tell you, dealing with commercial clients and just about every sector that we can talk about today, they're struggling with coming up with a way of connecting with consumers and doing the same thing, trying to find different ways and different platforms. It's just the diversity of opportunities can be overwhelming, I think. And then I think that the conversation about diversity, which is, I guess, the other conversation, which is about what you're presenting, so to more diverse types of audience, and how you're presenting, which is also representative of the diversity of those audiences, is something that for the last 10 years has been something that everybody's been working on. But obviously, as we can see from these data, that there's still a need to make progress on them. And even on the question of diversity, do we have a broad enough definition of diversity, because if there's some aspects of the political spectrum that don't think that what they're watching is particularly diverse. There's some parts of this country that don't see themselves represented in what they is reported as being national media. So there's a lot of challenges, I think, across that entire topic. But I can tell you that it's not unique to the media.
Mm-hmm. My follow-up is more along the lines of diversity, inclusivity, all of those things are great, but what about honesty, integrity, the fact that, how the amount of time we spend trying to get it right, the fact-checking, and so if the main complaint is fake news and we don't trust you, then maybe that's where there should be some resources and capital spent on reestablishing that trust in the same way that they would set that up in another product if there was mistrust because someone had found a nail in their burger, or the brakes started to fail or something like that. I mean, it is at the end of the day, unfortunately it is a commodity, and there has to be trust in that commodity, and any other industry would focus on that honesty, that integrity. We're not fake news. We get it right. There seems to be a reluctance in the news business to do that.
I wish I could tell you that was true. I think everybody's struggling with it.
I think it's interesting too, sort of this notion of almost like a review system, so to speak, or stepping people through how it is that we come up with our stories. I think one of the things that I personally feel is that it's very difficult to make everybody happy. Trust is something that's earned, and when people look at what makes them trust you, those factors can be very different for different people. And sometimes I find that trust today isn't actually about the process that you went through, the protocol. It's more about, are you telling that person what fits with their narrative? If you are telling that person what fits with their narrative, maybe they will trust you. I think that's perhaps one of the biggest obstacles that we have right now. I think sometimes it's difficult to have a conversation when you can't agree that the sky is blue. And if you can't start from a common point, it's very difficult to make any sort of progress. Joanne, yes.
Beatrice, you said that's almost exactly what I was going to say, in that I wonder if we're looking at this the wrong way. So when you talk about trust and we talk about trust, we are asking people to trust the facts, the reporting, the news gathering that we are doing that is, as far as we know, to the best of our ability, as close to the truth as possible. But you also said, I wrote down that you said, when you're looking at people who don't trust it, it doesn't reflect my views. That's something completely different. That isn't, I disagree with your facts. That is, that is opinion-based. So I'm just wondering if the question about trust is, I'm not criticizing your polling. I realize you've been doing that, but in a sense, and this is the burning question, I think, for journalism in a lot of the world today, if it's the wrong way of looking at the problem, facts versus the opinion.
Yeah, there's something called the fact-value distinction, right? I mean, I remember this from grad school. I'm sure some of you do. The fact-value distinction. If you're a nihilist, you probably say there's, facts are basically your values, right? I mean, it's a fairly nihilistic way of looking at things. I think to a large extent, people are still fairly grounded in things like science. They still do. There's something there. Not to speak to everybody. There's always going to be, every type of denier that you can look at. But I watched what science did during the course of the pandemic, particularly at the start of it, and how convincing that was for the vast majority of the population, and it was compelling, and it affected behavior. I mean, there's never been an ideology or a political movement or a religion that was able to shut down the world the way that science did. I mean, it's just that's a fact. It's not a value. It's absolutely true. That's what happened. But that doesn't mean that there weren't people, on the other side of this. And when I think of the diversity of opinion, yeah, there were people who were deniers through that. But what they seemed to do was get a disproportionate weight because they were interesting. Just because that you were interesting doesn't mean that you're necessarily reflective of what the general population, or even a large segment of the population, happened to think. I remember there was this restaurant that closed down. It was a barbecue joint in Etobicoke. Man, oh man, oh man! You'd think that half Toronto was there, and everybody, because every news truck was there. Nobody cared. I mean, nobody thought that that guy had a reasonable case. Yes, there was a small segment of the population did. And if you would have phoned me, I would have told you. I mean, we've done polling on this. We know what the public thinks. That's not what I mean about representing different points of view. That wasn't a different point of view that necessarily needed to be represented. That was represented on the media, I would say, because it was lurid and controversial and confrontational. That's fun. But was it factual? No, not really. I remember doing some radio over that time, and people said, this obviously a lot of people think this. And I said, well, yeah, I think it's, there's, 3 million people who live in the city of Toronto. You get 1% of them show up at anything. That's a lot of people. But is it representative of the other 99%? No. So I think maybe a little bit of a better balance. The type of diversity that I was talking about in terms of political points of view in the poll seemed to be much bigger than that. In fact, most voters voted for the Conservative Party in the last election campaign, the absolute number, and that those people were disproportionately feeling that the coverage of the truckers, what you think one way or the other is not the point. I think that's important here. It's more about whether or not you thought it represented a point of view that was widespread. Yeah, it was a pretty widespread point of view. I mean, I remember when we were doing surveys for Global at the time, we were getting, I remember one question that just hit me like a brick in the head, was that 46% of Canadians said, I may not agree with the tactics of the truckers, but I certainly understand their frustration. I thought, that's almost half. Wow. And who were they? Disproportionately young people who were also feeling really pretty locked down, over it with everything that was happening with the pandemic, worried about their economic futures. They didn't have, public sector jobs in which their biggest worry was about whether or not their ergonomic chair was going to get delivered by Ottawa so they could work at home. These were people who were in precarious economic situations. They may have worked in the hospitality industry, they may have worked as hourly workers or whatever, and they were feeling really, they may have been trying to go to university, school, education, trying to better themselves, and they were really feeling that what the truckers were saying was reflecting their level of frustration, legitimate or not. So those two things were different. But boy, I remember all those news trucks outside that barbecue joint. It was like, you get I guess you reap what you sow, right?
Yes, George. Yes, we have another question. Go ahead.
Hello. So for some of the results, there were specific percentages for BIPOC and towards LGBTQ plus people. I was just wondering if in your polling you got specific results for newcomers, for immigrants, in the sense of their trust in media or their media consumption here in Canada.
Yeah, they would have to be able to speak English or French fluently enough to be able to participate in the survey. So I would say that we didn't get as accurate a representation of that group as you would like to have. But, where do newcomers live? They live in the suburbs. 90% of people who move to this country live in a major urban area. 90%. More than the average Canadian, by the way, which is only about 65. You want to find newcomers? The entry communities for Canada right now are the Toronto suburbs, the Calgary suburbs, the Montreal suburbs, Vancouver suburbs.
I hear homes in Calgary are actually affordable. So that might work well.
Skiing's good too.
Yeah. A couple of slides struck me, the issues that matter and then the issues perhaps that are covered too much or not enough. So the issues that matter were listed, the first four, I'm not sure if we can bring those up, but otherwise I'll list them. Inflation, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the discovery of mass graves at residential schools, and the Roe versus Wade abortion debate. And then it was followed, I think, by climate crisis and the post-COVID transition, the trucker protests, and last fall's federal election. It's interesting that there are some of these, people say that these are the issues that matter, but if you look at what it is we're covering too much of, we're not covering what it seems people are all that interested in. I mean, inflation does have to do with political coverage, but our, people who respond to the, I guess they're not making that connection necessarily. And then we're not covering enough about climate change, but they trust us less when we do cover climate change. So there's a few things they're a little, they're a little bit contradictory in my mind, a little bit confusing, and it leaves me wondering, what direction should we take from that?
Okay, so the first question was really about, did the way that this issue was covered make you more trustworthy or less trustworthy of the media who covered it? So on the inflation, news you can use that it's related to that issue, yeah, it's helped. The way that the residential schools, they didn't see it as politically biased or anything. That was helpful. It was an issue that people wanted to hear about. War in Ukraine, similarly. But as you move down the list and you get into things like climate change, not so much again. And the reason is maybe because the media puts a higher level of priority on it than the public does at today. I'll tell you, the data on climate change is really interesting to me. So here's what we agree on. We agree that it's important, generally. You go and ask people whether climate change is important. It's important. When we agree that, and this is worldwide, we agree, secondly, that human beings are contributing to it. Our activities as humans contribute to climate change. So, okay. The third thing is somebody should do something about it. Then, everything after that is a demolition derby. Nobody agrees on anything. So the problem with climate change, and I think about the covering of climate change, is continuing to bang on about it being a problem and continuing to convince people that it's important is a debate that's already over. Greta is talking about what it's almost like fingernails on a chalkboard. Everybody gets that. The question is, what do you do? What am I supposed to do as an individual? What should I be lobbying for? What should I be changing? How should I be affecting this? Because you've scared the wits out of me, and I believe you're right. So now what should I do? And not so much resourcing has been put into that. It's more into trying to talk about whether or not this is a big issue. People already think it's a big issue. But it's also the problem that we're dealing with right now is, if you go back to 2019, it was a bigger issue, even though we've been through all of these kinds of things. Why? Because our eyes were higher up the hierarchy. Today they're lower down the hierarchy, so we're more focused on other things. So, yeah, climate change, we care about it. The way it's covered, it's not giving me any information that I know is going to help me be able to deal with this problem. So, gotcha, I'm moving on to other things. That's where the public is these days. By the way, not just in Canada, everywhere.
Any more questions from out there? Yes, right here in the middle. One moment, we're gonna bring you the microphone so we don't bop you in the head with any flying objects.
Well, please apologize my accent. I want to go back a moment to the issue of the social media. I would make a distinction. When you talk of social media as referred to reporting news, I agree 100% that they are overall negative because they distort the facts. For that point, social media definitely are a negative factor in the society. When they deny the evidence, when they contest the science with the hypothesis that only lunatics can accept, yes, that is definitely a negative aspect. I would say that the reason for which the social media sometimes are useful is that, number one, because sometimes they report the sacred cows that the media don't like for a lot of reason to touch. And second, because the opinions that are expressed by this, the news is made of breaking news, facts, etc., and opinion. Well, it means that the opinions that are not politically acceptable, or say accepted but with limit in the social media, find a way to express themselves. So, in a sense, social media always existed. We have gone through thousands of years in that there was always a kind of information that was not official. The historical records normally refer to what the upper classes thought or liked or disliked. But there were also a large part of the population that had different opinions. So, number one, we cannot abolish social media. Number two, I would say that they are useful because many times they report the ignorance or arrogance of the politician, but sometimes also how conveniently the official media and the social media differ in reporting, appreciation or evaluation or priorities. In other words, there is an officiality in the media, in the official media. And that officiality, in a way, at least for the opinion, limits the things that are brought to the attention of the people. So, social media fill up, or at least are able to indicate to the official media that they should think of some aspects of unpleasant situation, unpleasant status quo, unpleasant tendency that should be revised. So I wouldn't say that they are always good, but they could be a fertile land in which we could find some stimulus to regenerate the genuinity, sincerity, and completeness, let us say, of the official media.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I mean, the number of people who are journalists on places like Twitter, I mean, how many columns have we seen generated out of comments? I got quoted out of, I'll put something up on Twitter and people will be dropping it in as quotes and stories all the time. So I think that there is a place for that. But when you look at it as a platform for level of trustworthiness, right at the bottom of the list right now, in terms of how the public treat it.
Absolutely, there's definitely a place for that, and I think it really does give us a sense of what people are thinking.
We're getting the hook.
We are getting the hook.
Yeah.
I'm taking an extra 15 seconds or something. We have one more question over here. Please go ahead, even if you just yell it out.
Okay, I just had a quick question, kind of a follow-up question. I worked as a scientist during vaccine and stuff. I worked as a scientist to develop the antigen test during that time.
He worked as a scientist to develop the antigen test. Go ahead.
So when you mentioned that, I wanted to ask you, how do you see that social media is reducing the role of media? How is social media reducing the mainstream media, especially when it comes to things like vaccines?
I don't, even on places like Twitter or whatever, there's all sorts of places all over the web where these, various groups meet and that kind of thing. But I think social media in many instances, I don't know that it necessarily, it's more of an amplification tool and a gathering tool. People, I don't think people go on social media to a large extent to get their minds changed. They're usually just collecting information to prove a point. I mean, in political campaigns, my experience is it's kind of replaced the campaign conference call. It's the way you basically mobilize your supporters rather than trying to convince people of anything new. And you saw it in terms of level of trustworthiness in the survey, that it's, Twitter, for example, ranks right at the bottom of the list. Doesn't mean that a lot of people, particularly in the media, aren't on Twitter. That's, to me, it's like the unregistered conference call or the unregistered meeting for a lot of reporters and columnists and other people in Canada is trolling Twitter every day. I mean, it's obviously has an impact, but do people think it's a trustworthy source of news? Not generally, and just based on the data. I mean,
one of the things I will say, I think, is one thing I think we all hope for is a higher level of media literacy in society in general, to be able to, we can't stop the deluge of data and content going at people, but what I really wish people had a higher skill level at was to be able to deduce if that material is something that's actually accurate and something that they should be paying attention to. I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much to Daryl Bricker and the polling, Journalism by the Numbers.
Thanks.
I've taken almost 3 minutes away from your break. We're going to reconvene in this room at 1:15, where we're going to hear from reporters who've been on the ground covering the crisis in the Ukraine. So please come back 1:15 right here.
Okay, great.
Liz will introduce you guys.
Okay, great.
Good, how are you? Hi, folks. Just before we get underway with our very esteemed panel, who look all very tired from being out in the front for so long. You guys look great. I do have another giveaway for the highly coveted new 19th edition Canadian Press style book. So the trivia question is, and it is related to this panel, and I'm going to butcher his name. How many Y's are there in Volodymyr Zelensky?
1, 2, 3. 3. Yeah.
Nope.
4.
Who said 4? The winner.
Oh, yeah, 3 in his first name. There's only 1 in his last. 4, like yesterday.
Yeah, there's 2 in his first name and 2 in his last name. Congratulations.
How is there 2
Liz, over to you.
Wait. How are there 2 Vikings in him? Because he's got,
So again, the last session gave me a really nice, timely segue in that stories about the Ukraine are in the top 10 of stories most interested of greatest interest to Canadians. And so this panel is all about covering Ukraine, a story that is thousands of miles away but feels very close to home for a lot of Canadians. So today we hear from 3 people who have been covering the story from the studio but also from Ground Zero. Lisa Laflamme, Chief Anchor and Senior Editor of CTV News. We have CBC National News Anchor and Senior Correspondent Adrian Arsenault and Senior Correspondent for Global News Jeff Semple. Moderated by CBC host of Sunday Magazine, Pia Chattopadhyay. So welcome. And first, but before we start, let's have a look at some of the stories that they've been able to tell us and bring that conflict home.
Not the first time in this war, air raid sirens pierce the still of Lviv's nights. No one will be here for long. Off a bus from the east for just a few hours to regroup safely. This is Valentina, and let's leave it at Valentina because she's worried. That video taken moments after the Chernobyl nuclear plant was invaded by Russian troops in February. Its workers held hostage inside, including, she says, her dad. A family from Kyiv staying here while 12-year-old Anna undergoes treatment. A young model and dancer with big dreams.
I see your beautiful eyes in here. Very nice.
Thank you. These little two, that's Oscar and Arthur, their families from Kyiv. They've moved to Lviv, and their parents have brought them down here in part to something to do and to just keep them playing.
They know all these places and they're not scary. Yeah. They understand what the air attack is.
So this is a look inside. They say it's similar in many ways, but it's a newer model and it's much faster. So they have to learn how to handle it. They say that this thing can go up to 100 kilometers an hour. In fact, they've nicknamed it the flying tank.
One of the key pretexts of Russia's invasion of Ukraine was to protect Russian-speaking communities like this one. Well, this is what Vladimir Putin's protection looks like. This was an apartment building that was shelled just recently, and as you can see, that rubble is still everywhere. The battle for Kyiv isn't over yet. Volunteers have been digging these trenches by hand in various locations right across the capital to help them fortify their positions and push the Russians back.
A war crime is any instance where civilians are deliberately targeted. For example, this apartment building blown apart by 2 bombs allegedly dropped by a Russian warplane. 9 people were killed, and this is now being investigated as a possible war crime.
There are a lot of military cemeteries in Europe full of soldiers, including Canadians who served during the First and Second World War, but it is rare to see a military cemetery with graves so freshly dug as this one. All of these soldiers have just been buried here. They were killed in the fighting over the past month.
Tonight, from the battlefield to the border, the devastating reality as Russian rockets unleash over Ukraine. Were you frightened? The air raid sirens were wailing, Yulia says, so this was the hardest decision of your life.
It is. It is. Please help. Stop the war.
At any given moment, giving in seems the only safe bet.
Oh, what does that say?
It says, do not be afraid.
Be not afraid at a time when fear is in charge. Do you think the Ukrainian army can beat Russia?
No.
What does patriotism mean to you?
It's about love to my country, not to my government.
For 700 orphans from Odessa, Kate is 13. Are you scared?
No.
Do you believe that Russia will use nuclear weapons?
I hope not. I don't think so.
How is Daria holding up?
First days I was crying.
We won't look away. Ukrainians are not alone.
Hi, everyone. Hoping you can all see over there. Okay. Hi, I'm Pia. So we were just kind of backstage just talking, and Adrian and Lisa started talking about the last time, a memory that when they were out in the field together back in 2004 in Sri Lanka, and I said, don't tell that story because I'm going to tell this story. Anyway, the three of us were all there after the South Asian tsunami, and there was probably like 12 of us from different media organizations getting on a crappy little plane. And I'm not a great flyer. I'm really nervous. And when I got on there, I remember thinking, damn, if we go down, Lisa LaFlamme and Adrian get billing and I get, and others died in the plane crash. So that is why I became a host. It's not. But it was a long time ago. And, I was well on my way into the business. But seeing these two in action back then was inspirational. And I don't use that in kind of cliche, gross way. It was really amazing to see you back then. And seeing what you've done all these years, and Jeff, who I said had come along a little bit after us. Sometimes when we get older, we look to the people that are newer or younger, and sometimes when I watch you, I wish I just had a do-over as a reporter. You guys are really amazing, so thank you. Just by way of telling you all, we're going to talk about the last 3 months. We're going to be talking about stories, which is the bread and butter of what journalists do. And I know we talk about a lot of high-level things and all those things, and they're important, but without storytelling, none of it really does matter. Adrian and Lisa just got back from the Queen's Jubilee on Monday, and Jeff just got back from his second tour in Ukraine on Tuesday. So
we may fall asleep at any moment.
So the other thing I just want to tell you all is we will leave time at the end for Q&A, but I feel it's better if we're talking about something and you have a question that is relevant to that point of discussion. Please just stand up. We'll get a mic too, and we'll just do it that way. I want this to be as free-flowing and as much for you and with you as it is with these three. So let's just start with, because just to give people the lay of the land, in the last 3 months, since February 24th, so where have you been in the region? And I want you to tell me, you've all covered a lot of conflicts. They all have some similarities. They're all a little bit different. What sort of your biggest takeaway is, and something like you haven't said on air, right? So tell us, give us a little insight what your biggest takeaway is.
Wow, my biggest takeaway, I would need a lot more time than 49 minutes left. But I think, first of all, we'll never forget that Wednesday night when Kyiv was hit for the first time, and just that sinking feeling, knowing this is what we've all talked about for so long, a Russian attack, certainly since Crimea, knowing it was in the wind. And immediately it's the question of deployment. How do we get there fast? Where do we go? How do we get in? How do we cover this story the best? My biggest takeaway, though, is really the overwhelmingness of the international community on this specific war. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. That includes NATO nations, because nobody would go in, So therefore, heavy equipment, heavy weapons, doing the heavy lifting for the Ukrainian forces. And also, my takeaway is the incredible resistance. We now know there are 4 Ys in Volodymyr Zelensky, and we also know this guy, I wouldn't want to screw with him. I mean, he is honestly overwhelming the resistance that's been built, and I think it's shocked Putin as well.
I will just say there's 3 Ys in Pia Chattopadhyay, so I don't know.
I totally knew that.
And Lisa, just so people know, where were you in the region, and tell us the kind of stories you were telling.
Okay, so we left on like 2 days later, and we went to Poland because one of my challenges is doing the whole show. We didn't know was there going to be connectivity, and the worst thing in the world, as I'm sure you guys would agree, is you get somewhere and there's no way to get your stories out. And it was all happening so fast, and there wasn't a big international footprint yet. So we ended up staying in Poland. We were at the border. We were in Krakow. We were in Warsaw for, the sort of geopolitical side of it. And so I stayed in Poland throughout my work. But we had whole teams in Ukraine, in Latvia, in the UK, all over the place, really, to try to feed the many levels of this story.
Adrian, where were you, and what was sort of your big takeaway in terms of, you covered a lot of different kinds of stories and a lot of conflicts over the years, but what stands out for you?
Well, I was doing my laundry after Beijing, because I'd been there for the Olympics, where we talked about Ukraine all the time, where we talked about what's going to happen with Russia. And when you had those conversations, excuse me, Mr. Pound, hi, I know we're here to talk about the Olympics, but have you had a chance to talk with Vladimir Putin? You didn't get a lot of traction on that, right? So we didn't get a lot of pickup. People weren't interested. I'm not talking about bosses. I'm talking about at the Olympics. You'd get a lot of hairy eyeballs from people asking that question, but it was coming. You could feel it coming. We knew it was coming, and Vladimir Putin is a man of ritual, and one of his rituals is to invade after the Olympics. So we knew this was coming, and so, as you said, the timeline is bang on. As soon as that happened, and we went in, and yes, we had the deployment conversation as well. And so we went to Poland right away, and then had to figure out, as you did, Lisa, how to do the program. And so for us, it meant, well, let's give it a shot. What could possibly go wrong? There's another host, so that's okay if Adrian doesn't get in, because Andrew's there, right? Which was true. Thank God for that. So we went into Lviv, crossed the border on foot, grabbed our stuff, went in, and then just tried to figure out how to get the stories out. Weren't in there for very long. I mean, this gentleman, who's a colleague of both of ours, watched his stories. Chernobyl, last couple weeks, he'll tell you all about them. But, Lisa and I both would like to be able to slide into that role more frequently. But I got some great opportunities. And what struck me, so many things. Right away, the sense of, are we going to be able to communicate how big a deal this is, how fast this is, that this refugee crisis in particular, how are we going to be able to communicate effectively that this is a nuclear event that looms at us? So the implications were huge, but also the sense of service on the part of the Ukrainians we met really struck me. I have never been somewhere where people came up and said, "Can we help you?" And we say, "Oh, no, it's okay, thanks very much." No, this is our duty to help you. And there were people, "Would you like a drive? Do you need somewhere to stay?" We're like, no, our ethos when we go on assignment is, cause no more burden to the people you're covering. Don't take anything from them. And yet people were overwhelmingly trying to say, this is what we can do, is to help you communicate. So I've never encountered that so forcefully before, and I think it's still happening.
Okay, Jeff, so you've been in twice. You've been to many places in Ukraine, so maybe a couple of takeaways. And just what it's like, as Adrienne said, like Lisa and I are there and they're getting the field, but not as deep and as far as you are. So what is it like covering this really up close?
Yeah, I mean, it's as Lisa said, it's a tough answer to put into 2 minutes, but I think technically we're supposed to be good at that. But I think, yeah, I mean, we covered a lot of ground, sort of east, north, south, west, and I think, you know, it was interesting, the change from, so we were there the first time sort of March, April, and then the second time May, June, and just got back this week. And it's almost like a tale of two countries now. Like, it's at the risk of oversimplifying it a little bit. Like, in the West, it is just so much more relaxed than it was the first time we were there, where there was this sort of ominous sense that the Russians were coming for this whole country. And now, since they've, of course, declared that the Donbass is their focus and yada, yada. But in Kyiv, when we were there the first time, it was like a ghost town, and, you know, it was like, where are we going to find food to eat here, right? And this time it was like, we can't get a seat at a table in a restaurant. Like, the city has roared back to life. People are sipping lattes and craft beer, and I mean, when I was there, it hadn't been hit in a month, and it was hit the day after we left, so of course it's still under threat. I mean, everywhere in the country can be hit, but and then, you know, you drive, you know, it's a decent 800-900 kilometer drive from Kyiv to the Donbass, which is sort of roughly Calgary, Vancouver, so it's far, but not that far, and it's just a horrific war zone, and civilian targets are being obliterated every single day. And I think I was struck also just by, like, we spent a lot of time in these Russian-speaking communities that Vladimir Putin is coming to liberate, right, from the genocide. And maybe I expected to find more Russian speakers, especially like in Kharkiv, it's 40 kilometers from the Russian border. It's like a Canada-U.S. border town, right? Like, people have relatives on both sides. There's a close affinity with Russia there. And so I thought, you know, it's not unusual, I think, even in Canada, to find people from, you know, old Soviet countries and diaspora who have sort of a nuanced opinion of this war. They think it's sort of complicated, and yes, Russia's bad, but it's a little more complicated than that. We didn't meet a single Russian-speaking person in 2 months in Ukraine who had anything but pure disdain and this feeling of betrayal. Many of them have relatives just north of the border who have, now they've lost their, you know, their families torn apart. And so to meet ordinary Ukrainians who are, you know, Russian-speaking, who felt extremely close ties to Russia, who are now learning to use a Kalashnikov for the first time to kill Russians. Including one guy in particular who, I mean, you know, we always try and separate ourselves as best we can from these stories, but there was a guy who had I have a 2-year-old, and he had a 2-year-old and a wife, and we were about the same age, and they refused. I mean, the men had to stay, right, fighting aid men, but the women and children were leaving on the train. There were these heartbreaking scenes over and over again, right, as we've seen on play out many times. But this guy's family, wife refused to leave him, like, just refused. And so she was staying, their daughter was staying, and so he was learning to use this Kalashnikov. And it was just the defiance that Adrian talked about. I mean, I think, you know, you see cover conflicts in various parts of the world, but I've never seen anything like the defiance of the Ukrainian people. It's just incredible. And it's exactly what, you know, the stories that we've done, you know, barely scratch the surface of that, I think.
So let's talk about where we are, because we're 100 and some days into this, and I don't mean to be trite about this, but this conflict seems to be somewhat frozen, and by which I mean it's going to drag on, and we know audiences might not have the same attention span or desire. Maybe our organizations won't want to cover it in the same way. So I'm wondering how you, and I know you're all involved in the leadership of your shows in different ways and pushing to get out there again. How do you keep this story going?
I would say, I mean, for me, it's just so hard when there isn't a story, because that is exactly what Vladimir Putin wants, is for the rest of the world to get bored, look at their viewership, get a sense. Of course, we all know there's a fatigue out there, but that doesn't lessen the impact of what's happening. So I think we just have to keep telling these stories. And, you know, one of the most important things for all of us is to not get mired in this concept of, well, you know, there's this sense that we've got only bad news. This is happening right now, and I think more than anything, we just have to keep fighting to keep telling the story. It matters deeply, and sometimes it is a fight. Well, is there really, like even this morning I said, well, can we do a full up I was hearing all about these new elements. Well, the elements are thin. That's the answer you get back. Why? Because there aren't actually as many agencies, or reporters aren't able to get around as much. It's a lot more dangerous right now because, like, if you look at a city like Kherson, you know, it's occupied city now. So it's really dangerous for journalists to be in these places because the Russians don't care. You can have press on your flak jacket. They literally don't care. So there's all of these things happening, and it's the decision every desk makes. Who do we send? Where do we send them? And how many times? Like when a reporter is in, we literally get a file out of them every single day because they are compelled. You are compelled to keep telling the story when you're on the ground there.
And you're involved at CTV in deployment and sending people out, yeah?
We're involved in the discussion
Right.
of who's going, when are they going, how long are they staying, and I think that, and I know Rosa Wang is also here, I don't think either of us have slept in 107 days because it's really hard to sleep when you have a colleague and an old friend, usually, who's in a war zone, and you hear about a rocket, and I can't tell you how many times I've called Paul Workman and said, I just need to hear your voice. Just, tell me you're okay. So it's, it's the commitment of people like Jeff and others who are in there for the long haul,
And so, Jeff, pick up on that, because again, we're like 100 and some days in. I don't know, maybe the fatigue is there, maybe it's not. But like, how are you sort of energizing yourself to keep telling the story and not telling, quote unquote, the same story?
Yeah, so it's a good question. I think, and when we were on the first trip there, it was just like breaking news, like as many stories as you could, as fast as you could do them. And like often they didn't even have a clear focus. It was just dog's breakfast of different stuff. This time we were sort of talking about, because to address that, to reduce the frequency a little bit, but focus on the higher impact original stories as a means of trying to keep people engaged and to avoid the fatigue. So we did fewer stories, but I think some of them did better than in terms of the uptick in the attention and all of that. So we did like original features more, and it was less sort of covering the news and more just looking for those stories, which of course take a bit of time. So, to our leadership's credit, they sort of signed up for that. It was like, yeah, you don't have to file every day, maybe every 2 or 3 days. And so we found like this group of foreign volunteers who called themselves the Wolverines, who were, training Ukrainians and had been, tagging Russian tanks with the Wolverines calling card, which was a reference to Red Dawn, one of the worst, most violent movies of all time. Although some people may disagree. And we did one the other day about this 15-year-old drone pilot who, helped to identify a column of Russian tanks that were heading for his town. There was no drone operator in his town, and they knew the Russians were coming early on. They lived just north of Kyiv, and the forces, were in touch with this kid, basically found out he had the drone. He goes out into a field with his dad, puts his drone up into the sky, and he spotted the Russians coming. And his dad relayed the photos and the coordinates to the military, and they wiped out the Russian column before they reached his town. So these were sort of different stories that we hadn't heard before, and that story, I think, on YouTube was like 1 million views in 24 hours, which is not my usual batting average for Stevie. So yeah, I think it was, and I mean, there was lots of questions raised by that story, which you can help to unpack in our online story. But I think that was generally how we tried to do it, is to say, okay, what are the original stories that will be, even though it's, it's just, the bottom line is it's just keeping people's attention on this conflict, because as Lisa said, that's inevitably going to wane a bit. Yeah.
So Adrian, when you're in your meetings, because of course someone at that table is saying, oh, well, Canadians care about, cost of gas and higher food prices and those things. And, oh, gosh, what is your argument? Like, what are you saying at that table to keep this story going?
Well, I think what we all should be saying is, yeah, you want to know why their gas prices are high? Yeah. You want to know why Sri Lanka is having an economic crisis? You want to know why wheat's in trouble? Guess what? Let's go back to Ukraine. And I think that's where we have as storytellers an obligation to build the connective tissue to help people understand that, you can have a newscast where you say, okay, here's our Ukraine story, and now we're going to talk about COVID, now we're going to do something else. Let's do an international whip. And we're going to talk maybe about unrest in Bangladesh and unrest in Sri Lanka. No, bring those right back up to the top, because those don't belong a block away. They belong right beside Ukraine. And connected to that needs to be a story from someone saying, Why does X lead to Y? Here's why. And that's how you help people connect. If people are telling us now, I don't get it, or if they're saying, I don't feel it, that's our fault. That is on us. That is not on them. So I think that, firstly, we have not, you said it at the end of your cast, and I know you mean it. You know, we're all competitors, but we are all fierce colleagues here. You know, like we know each other's work, and we have enormous respect. And when you said you won't take your eyes off it, we don't. You know, Margaret Evans is in there right now, in the thick of it, as only Margaret Evans can do, and we're not letting our eyes off. You know, we've had a bureau in Russia for 40 years, and we have an extraordinary producer who's there right now cleaning up 40 years worth of incredible journalism because Vladimir Putin said, get out. Well, okay, we'll get out, but don't think we're taking our eyes off. We will find a way to wiggle back in there. So I think it's, as Jeff said, it's quality, not quantity. It is connective tissue, and it is bloody persistence.
So let's talk about that because, you know, in other conflicts, you know, obviously most recently in terms of Canadian involvement militarily, Afghanistan, stuff like we all had access. You had access to the front line. You had access to both sides or many sides, and we don't in this one. So in terms of how you tell a story when we're cut off, and, you know, we have a large Ukrainian diaspora here, more Ukrainians coming, lots of pressure. I mean, lots of pressure to tell this story from all sides. But how do you tell the Russian side, whether you agree with it or not? We're journalists, and there are two sides to this. So how are you thinking about that these days, especially, and I'll start with you, Adrian, because we're no longer in Russia. I mean, none of us are. I don't know when we'll get back in.
We're Russia adjacent.
Sure, okay. Yeah, so how are you thinking about that? Like when you, because you sit there and say, you talk about balance, you talk about like we do have to do that, and how are you thinking about that?
So I think a couple ways. Safety is really important. You know, when we reach out to people in Russia, we don't want that connection to get them killed. And you know, Lisa talks about staying up late at night. These are things we think about too. We all have sources and people we connect with who we worry about, that the act of them being generous with us is going to cost them. So this is a consideration for all of our news organizations. But we have, like Briar Stewart, who was our most recent correspondent in Russia, is, I don't think I'm telling tales out of school, is going to stay focused on Russia. We still have connections in there. We still have, you know, we still have ways of getting information out there, but it is work. Like, it is work. The stories might not come as quickly, but boy, they are good, and they will continue to be good. But it is work. None of this is low-hanging fruit, and we're at the stage of this conflict where nothing is really grabbable. So it's just work. You just have to work it.
I remember one morning, it was a Saturday morning, walking through a square near the border, and there was one girl there all alone, and she had this poster that said, I am a Russian, I am against war. And you talk about how do you tell those stories. And I just walked over to her. I didn't have a camera or anything, and we just started talking. Of course, she had impeccable English. And she was so emotional, telling me how she can't even speak to her mother anymore. She can't speak to her sisters. They're still in Russia. They still believe in Vladimir Putin and what's happening. They believe the misinformation and the lies they're hearing. And so one of the ways I felt I could try to tell those stories was through the Russian expats, certainly in Poland, in this country. But it was the same, as Adrian said, they didn't want to be their faces on. We did a FaceTime, one young woman with her mother, and we had to be very careful about blurring it because the last thing we want is to put anyone at risk. But it was very emotional, as all of these stories inevitably are. When you're not covering the ballistics of something, you're covering the heart of it. But just speaking to these Russians who, you know, they're like the rest of us, you know, gobsmacked that this is actually happening, and it's their families that have been torn apart. So just trying to tackle it some ways like that it's a challenge, though.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo the point that it is, I mean, obviously so challenging when offices are being closed, but also, I mean, when I was based in London for about 6 years, did tons of stories on Russia, and, you know, you build up a nice Rolodex of people there, and none of them will talk now, the ones who are still in the country. They either won't talk. I mean, most of them just say flat out no, because it's just not worth 15 years in prison for them, right? I mean, it is a scary, chilling moment. I think, I know some fixers and producers there that we've been working with to try and carefully gather us voices from inside there. I do have my poor mother is probably watching this stream, but I do have a Russian visa application that has been pending for about 3 months now. I'm not holding my breath, but I think, it is extremely challenging, and I think, as Lisa noted, the diaspora is, one of the best ways to get at it. There's lots of people who have fled the country. We were chasing people in Georgia and Armenia, but I think it is the biggest challenge right now in terms of trying to get at that part of the story, because the people who are there are just absolutely terrified to talk.
If you have questions, stand up. If not, okay. Is someone standing, non-standing? Kind of journalist, come on. Oh, great.
Is that the talking box he's holding there?
Yes.
What is that?
Wow.
Yes, I got the talking box. That's great.
Can you just tell us who you are?
Oh, sure. Yeah. So my name is Madison Fitzpatrick. I'm a reporter for City News 680 and a producer for Rogers TV. So one of the questions that you posed was, how do we keep the story of Ukraine relevant in our time, in our news? What makes it important to Canadians? But my question is also on the stories that aren't necessarily war-related. Let's say, obviously, for example, the mass shootings that happened recently in Texas. And what about, natural disasters or any big events that happen around the world? How do we keep those relevant? Because obviously through this pandemic, it's been so long where people say, oh my God, that was 2 years ago? Oh gosh, that seems like, so long ago. But how do we keep those stories relevant?
You ask a really good question, Madison, and I think it's something that rattles around for all of us every day. And I go back to this notion, I feel really hard on this, I go back to this notion is if the story doesn't feel relevant to you at the end of the day, that's on us, right? So that's good storytelling, right? Is to explain why you, Madison, really need to watch national, well, so you do anyway, really. But you really need to watch tonight in particular, and we're going to help you with the connective tissue. What Jeff does in a lot of his stand-ups and what you did there about the war crimes and the war cemeteries, that kind of context, like you've always been really good at that, but that kind of context is really important. That's not just like, here are some soldiers buried here. Here's what you need to know. There are war graves all over Europe. They're not often this fresh. That kind of storytelling, I think, really, really can help people. It's our job to reach through whatever screen we're punching through, little or big or 75-inch, whatever it is, and help make that connection for you. So how do we do it? We get better at doing it, because if anybody is questioning the relevance of what they're seeing, we're failing, I would say.
Okay, but let me put this to you just to follow up. So, Megan, is that your name?
Madison.
Madison, pardon me. Madison said, but how do you keep the mass shooting on? And I know, because I'm involved in them too at my show, and we all are. Someone's like, oh, another mass shooting, There's one every day in the U.S. So I think the question is, maybe how do you go beyond the headlines and make those stories, the more contextual stories? You have half an hour a night. You have different choices than Adrienne and her team have because they have longer time. But how do you make the case for this matters? And I think you might be asking more about our internal decision-making rather than the audience. Am I right on that? Yeah. Okay. So how do you say, listen, peeps?
It is in the writing. It's the writing. It's the context. A mass shooting, certainly it's true. America is in a state of crisis over its mass shootings, and this one, as devastating as the others involving children. How do we make it relevant?
I'm not saying on day 1 or day 4. I'm saying on day 14 or 2 months later.
Well, in a way, it is what Jeff said. It's longer, more focused pieces. And even though we have a half-an-hour show, I've noticed lately with Texas, with certainly Ukraine, significant stories, we don't follow the old model anymore. You've got a minute 50. everyone else will only get a minute 30 because we're giving the really big stories more time because we want it to sink in. We want you to sit down and there's that old expression, by the time the journalists are tired of a story, the viewer's really only catching on. Whoa, look what's going on. And it could be 3 days old. So it is the writing, which is why it's so, for any students here, if you're not writing now, start writing and write, and keep writing, because it is what separates us from clickbait online. I mean, this is the virtue of traditional media, is we can give you more context, and it matters.
Can I just add, if you're talking also about the internal conversation,
there's a lot of swearing.
Yeah, there's some bad words, yeah. Time is tyrannical, right? Time is a real asshole, especially for a newscast, because when you have a nightly newscast, you get an extra hour, you're on an extra hour later, but you have to start out of the gate pretty early.
You get a whole hour. You know what? Can we just shut this down and talk about
We're on at 5:30 Eastern every night.
Your deadline is brutal.
But that means that the meetings are a lot of meetings. My God, there are a lot of meetings. But they're also pretty short. You got to get through a lot of stuff. So there has to be a way to punch through the normal routine and ritual of the meeting to go, I know we just blew by whatever, but stop. We need to talk about this. So you need people in that room who are great debaters. If you've been a debater at school, we need you in the newsroom. Call me. But we need people who can make the case, who come to a meeting understanding what the connection is and why this needs to be on the newscast, and can make that case forcefully. Because if you're going to mouse your way through it, it's not getting on.
Yeah, I think the ritual and routine thing there is actually huge, because I think if your coverage of a story feels ritual and routine to you, like what are we going to do on Ukraine tonight, then it's going to feel that way to the audience, right? And I think it's just more time and energy rethinking what is a new innovative way we can do to tell the story and to keep it fresh. And there's not a silver bullet answer to that question ever, but that's what makes it so creatively challenging too, right? So I think it's a great question.
Part of that is, that's a great point, part of it is for covering Ukraine is the cycle of reporters, because every new reporter that goes in sees it for the first time, sees Bucha, sees Mariupol, it's the first time they're seeing
and sees something different.
Sees something different, writes in a different way, talks to different people, and it just jumps again. So that's why I also think we've been very fortunate. Every reporter was clamoring to get there, because it is life-changing covering war. It's something you never lose, that desire to go back in. It's not the war, though. It's the humanity of it. I don't want people to think we're warmongers. It's the devastation and humanity of it, and how people are ultimately incredible survivors, and we're seeing that in spades right now.
Good journalists, and I look at Lisa and I think about your coverage in Afghanistan. Don't forget, for 16 years, Afghanistan was a top block story. CBC had a permanent presence for 6 years. We are a couple months into this war, right? So we as a news organization, and I know you, and I know with Global as well, funding provided, because it's not cheap to send a crew into there. You've got insurance considerations, you've got security considerations. There's a lot to consider, but we have the DNA to be there.
And it's different, because it just made me think, when the war in Iraq started, we immediately opened a bureau in Baghdad. We partnered with ABC. We weren't with any military base. There were no Canadian troops, very few on the ground. We opened a bureau there, and it was never empty, because it mattered geopolitically. On every level, it mattered. Interestingly, we don't have a bureau in Ukraine right now, and I don't know.
Not yet, maybe.
Maybe
right?
not yet. I know CNN just bought, 7 armored vehicles, 230.
As you do when you're CNN.
Well, I guess 230,000 euros. But yeah, it's true. They have big money, big budgets. But I don't know. it is different, for sure it is, but not the way we cover it, if that makes sense.
But we're in an era where, you know, like Osama Farag, who is a fantastic cameraman, and so this is how we did the National. Osama and I would, like two idiots with like our iPhone lights trying to figure out how to plug things in, would stand up there at 4 o'clock in the morning and get the National out and go, I can't believe we got away with that, right? It actually worked. You have the capacity. The technology is not a leash. There was a time in the era of Iraq and other conflicts where you could only go so far during a day as you could then get back at night to the satellite truck. It was like being on a leash, you know, and then somebody leash you to this pole in the yard and you're just sort of going to run around. You can't get beyond that leash's barrier. Now we can get beyond the barrier, and that's where time is tyrannical.
And
because then you have to file. Right?
And that's the thing is the sort of the weird. It's much, you know, there has been commentary about this. Is the fact that the cellular network in Ukraine has held up, and I mean we got high-speed internet no matter where we went, and that's so often the thing, right? Is like we can't go and especially can't host a show from a place like that, but technically it is there. I mean, we were getting 100 meg up from just about anywhere.
And I just want to say one thing, because I did pool all of our reporters who, like Jeff, have spent so much time there. And some of the things people might not realize when it comes to light. So your curfew in Kyiv or whatever city you're covering, you've got to be inside. You are a target if you're not. Well, our deadlines, because of the time zone, it's really scary when you're on this side of it, knowing, all right, how far do they have to get to do that on camera? Is that on camera worth it, worth the risk? Taking a train from Lviv to Kyiv, you're in a train where they have to turn all the lights out in the train. Imagine that. Because if the lights are on in the train, everyone in it is a target. So there's all these little logistical things we don't even talk about on air. They're never part of the stories, how reporters get the story.
But this is so great with both of you hosts, because you've been working journalists, you've done reportage in the field, so you know to think of those things. Where maybe some, you know, producer or boss hasn't just had as much experience as either all three of you have, which is like, and you're like, no, but yeah, they got to get on the road. Yeah, they might miss their deadline. They might have to file early. We take what we can get, because they're thinking at a different level about different concerns. So that's what's so wonderful about having hosts with field experience and who are still going back in the field. It's not like you're out there, you know, 10 years ago and now just sitting behind a desk. So I think that's super helpful to your teams.
I think Lisa and I would call ourselves the wing women for the people in the field. Like, I think if I can do one thing at the show is to try to be the voice of someone who is too busy to be on a call, and I think it's important. I mean, we have a really wonderful desk. My dad used to be a TV director, and he used to say, rigidly flexible. There's one thing you need to be is rigidly flexible. And I thought, this is the most stupid pairing words I've ever heard, but he was right, you know. And I think we can sort of help to bring that notion that, you know what, we will make this work. They will make their deadline. We're going to have to help them. And I think we've all worked with teams who are amazingly flexible at that.
And it is, like you said, logistics. And I always say this to journalism schools when I'm asked to talk, is when they ask about foreign deployments, it's just like, you know, not great math, but it is 90% logistics and 10% reporting. Yeah. As one of our colleagues put it, it's like doing reporting with a fire hose blasting in your face the whole time while like standing on one leg. I mean, everything's going wrong. And in this case, this latest one, it was the gas shortage. So you can't get to the story without gas. You want to drive across the country, then we'd get gas. Then it turned out, you know, we drive a kilometer. Oh, it was bad gas. So we are like stalling every 30 seconds, pulling over. And it's like, it's all that stuff where it really, really does help to have people who have your back back in Canada.
I think there's a question.
Yeah, hi. My name is Harry Hashimi. I work for City News 680. I just want a little bit more insight into the internal conversations that you guys mentioned before. So a part of my job, I speak to listeners a lot, and a lot of our viewers, and a lot of them, they ask us, you know, they feel like international conflicts from their home countries don't receive the same attention and care that Ukraine is receiving now. And, you know, whether the conflict has happened before or is happening now, they feel like Ukraine got a little bit more attention. So I'm interested to see your perspectives on this. If you guys believe that dichotomy does exist, and if it does, how can we remedy that in the future and work towards a more balanced coverage for all international stories?
Okay, so let's just take on, because this is not new criticism or question, but the criticism that we're paying too much attention to Ukraine as compared to various conflicts, whether it be Yemen, Syria, even Afghanistan, though I think that might be in a separate boat, and that we like to cover Ukraine because their people resemble many Canadians more. So I think there's fairness in the question. So let me just put it to you, how you think about that, and what you say to that.
Nuclear would be the first word I would say, and I'm not trying to be funny. This is a conflict where the threat of nuclear escalation is very real. It was barely a week into the conflict. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning when there was a strike at Zaporizhia. So this is very real. Chernobyl, where Jeff was not that long ago. This has shifted geopolitics in a way we have never seen before. Really, I think we're talking 70 years since we've had these sorts of discussions. It has reanimated NATO. It has, in an interesting way, reanimated the global South as an alternate to NATO in some ways of thinking. I think the food shortages, the gas shortages, the threat to world hunger is different from what we have seen in other conflicts. Like I went to Mali. I know we've sent teams to Mali. That conflict's important. We sent teams to South Sudan. I mean, we could name again 16 years of Afghanistan largely every single day. I get the impulse to think that Ukraine has had too much exposure, but I would push back and say, look at the potential implications of this conflict. I don't think in our lifetimes we've ever seen anything like that.
And I can't add anything to that. That's exactly right. I feel exactly the same way, and it's incumbent on us to, as I said before, just stay on this for those reasons.
And incumbent upon us, and I think we all do it, is to say to our bosses, but, we haven't been in Yemen. We can get into, and that story is still ongoing to get there, along with doing Ukraine.
I mean, it's not wrong. What they're saying is absolutely right. And it is crushing not to cover Yemen. It's crushing not to be in Bangladesh right now, or in Ethiopia during the conflict there, or Sri Lanka right now. We all want to go to all these places and tell these stories, and you do have to weigh up the direct impact on the Canadian life. And in this case, there are so many implications.
I think every reporter has a dream. I have a dream that if you ever hear that I've won like $100 million in a lottery, you just call me, because my dream is to start the Rogue News Network. And at the Rogue News Network...
I'm in.
Are you? Okay, good. We go to these places, right? Yemen is really hard to get to. Orla Guerin, who is a dear friend and one of the most incredible reporters I've ever encountered for BBC. Orla's attempts to get into Yemen have damn near had her killed repeatedly. It has been like smugglers and boats. It is incredibly dangerous and incredibly difficult and incredibly expensive. And we keep trying by reaching in there. We haven't been able to do it, and we feel the shame of that. We feel it like big time. It's important. And so then we have to say, what are other ways we can tell the story? But like Russia, we can't get in there right now. What are other ways we can tell the story? Do we work hard enough? I don't know that we do. But I also know that the fire hose of COVID, the United States, like everything comes at you every day. And I think people are kind of hanging on. Not a good enough reason not to do it, though.
I will just add, I think it's a very valid criticism, and in the sense that I think it's good for us to always be thinking about it. And I hope the people that are critical of all of our coverage on this keep reminding us to keep thinking about this, to keep pushing. I will just say, as the current affairs person here, I always say, we are a complement to the news. And so I work in radio. It's obviously really much easier for me to do a conversation on Yemen or Ethiopia, which we have done. But I value that criticism. And I think, valid criticism is not saying, well, I agree with you with your criticism. It's about cutting out the noise and the bullshit that we all get thrown our way. But a poignant piece of like, hey, have you thought about this, deserves not only a thought process, but an answer. And so I always encourage all my colleagues, if you can make the time, if someone writes, I always say we tell them to tweet us and we tell them to email us, and they do. And it's like the complaint letter that never gets responded to riles people up more because they think no one's listening. And it is our job to say we are listening and we are considering what you are saying from the highest up to the lowest down and sideways in every which way. So it's not to defend it. I feel like they're good questions. Internally, we push each other. Externally, I think sometimes we're quick to dismiss, and even more so now with all the noise. And I think sometimes we just have to, what is it? I'm from Saskatchewan. I should know this. Wheat from the chaff thing. Separate the wheat from the chaff. I should know this. Okay, we have about 5 minutes left. I do want to leave time for you if anyone else has a question.
Hi, I'm Kate Otterbein. I am a student at Fanshawe College. Today, as a whole at this conference and also in general right now, there's a lot of talk about mental health, and I just want to see how you guys check in with yourselves after seeing something so traumatic and dealing with all of those feelings that come afterwards.
What?
Lisa, how are you, really?
I would say I don't know, we're probably the worst. I've never been good at it. I'll never forget after Hurricane Katrina, one of my male colleagues, and which was devastating to cover. I mean, literally, I'd just been there on holiday, and I go back, and there's bodies everywhere, or Haiti floods, and you turn the corner, and there's bodies everywhere, war, all of these things. You have this ability to sort of block it and go on to the next story. Or while I was literally always traveling, doing stories. And then this male colleague said, the company's you can go talk to a shrink. And so I thought, oh, wow, well, if he did it, maybe I'll do it. So I called because I knew I was struggling. And it was a doctor on St. Clair, and I walked in, and I've actually told this story before because I do find it funny, but I walked in her office. I tried to say something. I literally did not stop crying for an hour. She had a box of Kleenex, and I walked out. She said, I really think you need to come back. I'm like, no, I'm good. And so it was just about crying. I don't know, and I'm a big crier. So maybe that's how, for me, it works its way through. Also, talking with my friends, my colleagues, we do share it a lot. Family's harder because you don't really, like they say, oh, how was it? And you go, fine. It's too much. Or I feel like saying, well, did you watch? Because that's how it was. Pretty rotten, pretty awful, pretty devastating, But I don't know, everyone's got their own way. I know I am not a poster child for how to deal with PTSD or all of the things that we've lived through, except to just write it out,
Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. On our most recent trip here, we were talking about it just as the team that we were with. And it was interesting, right? It's, as Lisa alluded to, like everybody sort of digests these horrors differently. One member of our team was going home to see somebody. Another just thought it was all nonsense. And I was sort of somewhere in the middle. I think it is tough. And I think if you don't talk about it with people, usually his colleagues are the best people to talk to it about. And I mean, I have lots of wonderful colleagues who I can do that stuff with. And if you don't do that, I think it does become a problem. Like when I was still there, my wife this week called me. She's like, I'm really sorry to bug you, but like there's been this issue with our credit card and, the company changed. We didn't know. Now we missed all these payments and he's on the line. And when I was done, like just woke up from this rage that I had been, like I just lost it on the guy. I was like, and I don't know, it was just the first world problem thing that I just, it's first world problems when you come back from the third world are always difficult. But I used this analogy the other day. It's a pretty terrible one, but I'll say it again. I just think it's almost like, for me personally anyway, it's like wading into the ocean a little bit. And you're trying not to let the current pull you in, but you got to go in just enough to feel the temperature of the water and the sand on your toes, but you don't let yourself go to the point where the current can pull you in and you become immersed in it. So that's the challenge with these stories, is to allow yourself to feel it just enough, but then to you do have to keep keep a wall up there to a degree. Otherwise, it can consume you, and it does, right? And I think, yeah, it's definitely a challenge, and it's nice to have, the questions and the conversation about it happening in a way that, I mean, I haven't been doing this forever, but I don't remember having these conversations when I started my career, so.
Adrian, you have 30 seconds.
Was that your segue to me? I've been doing this forever.
Yeah, so let's talk to someone who's in 52 seconds
I
or
can
less.
do it. I can do it. Bring it home.
Come on, Arsenault, you got 49 now.
I got a wrap. You got 20.
Right.
Go.
So I would say I'm worried about a couple of things. I'm worried about the hunger and the ambition of some of the young reporters who are like, put me in, coach. We are very good at sending people in. We're not so good at bringing them home. You go to HEAT courses, which is hostile environment training. It is crazy, but really important. We are getting better at this, is having the conversations after. But usually there you go, smooth as butter. Usually what's happened is, you're finished a deployment, you're on your way home, you get an email, hey, listen, when are you back in the office? Because we're thinking we might do this. And it's just, you get two questions. How was it? And are you okay? To which you say, it was fine. Yeah, let's go. We got to get better at that.
Yeah, I will just say, I'm going to use up one more minute, a couple things. One is people are still scared a little bit to tell their bosses that, it was hard and it's not okay, we're getting better at that. Bosses are getting better and they need to get better because people are scared you're not going to get sent out again. So for all the bosses, please make sure you reassure your people when you come back that you're not asking as some kind of test that you pass or fail and that will determine whether we send you out again. It's a really important note. We are getting better. I will say I just went on HEAT a few weeks ago, which is the hostile environment training that we do, and I was with 5 people who'd covered the convoy in Ottawa. And so it was really eye-opening to me, and it's a reminder to all of us that we worry about the people we're sending overseas to deployments. Yes, war is hard, and it is comes with its own trauma, but more increasingly so is covering stories in our own backyard, whether climate change or a protest or, a murder trial of someone accused of killing a child. And we have to remember that the domestic coverage and the stories we ask our people to tell have a deep impact as well as the one that you guys have been involved in. I know you know all that. Yeah.
I just have to tell you how this is an example of how things have changed based on what you just said. In 2002, I went on the hostile training in England, and 2003, and 4 days in, and it's a 7-day course, my boss phoned me and said, go to Baghdad. You've got to go to Baghdad now. And I'm like, but there's 3 days left. And I always wondered, I'm never going to know what a translucent scorpion is going to look like and how to do a tourniquet and all those things. So now I don't think we'd ever do that now.
Yeah.
So we have changed.
Yeah. Thank you, you three, and especially because you just all got back. And I wish you some good rest before you get back on the air probably today.
Well, the Jubilee was a lot of fun. It was really nice. It was exhausting, but in a great way. I mean, if a 96-year-old is good news, the Queen was.
Thanks, everyone. You're welcome, darling. 2 minutes over. Oh, wow. Overtime. Overtime. Overtime.
For that. Coming up now, though, is something I'm very excited about. It's our Bear Pit number 2, first inaugural Bear Pit number 2. Earlier this morning, we had Bear Pit number 1, where we heard from the leaders of the big players. And now we're going to hear from some new leaders and their models for journalism. So please welcome them to the stage. And Brandon Gonez will be doing the moderation. Thank you so much.
Say hi to Angelique for me, will you?
On second thought, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. Don't go too far. And on behalf of my co-chair, Beatrice, please bid on the silent auction because she's bid on everything. And she needs help.
got my phone. I'm reading the interest of my phone.
All right, everyone. Thank you very much for coming back. Without further ado, I will give the floor to the Bear Pit number 2.
Notes are fine. No, we're going to have a nice, authentic conversation. How's everybody doing? Ooh, not the low energy. We need some coffee in here. Well, thank you all for joining us for this session. My name is Brandon Gonez. For those of you who don't know, I run Gonez Media Inc., which is an online independent media company located here in Canada. We have a couple of different productions. One is the Brandon Gonez Show, which covers news and entertainment and current affairs. And we also have News You Can Use. And I'm on stage right now with 3 amazing people who are at the forefront of the transformation that we're experiencing in this industry. But let me give you a little tidbit about what we're going to talk about here. And I have my notes on my phone because we are digital first. So the leaders of 3 innovative and new news organizations join us to discuss their strategies and new models for journalism. In this Bear Pit number 2 panel discussion, the focus is squarely on innovators within Canadian journalism. The leaders of 3 news organizations join us to discuss their strategies, their new models for journalism, how did they weather the pandemic, what new revenue models are working, which I know is a big topic for everybody, what trends do they see coming in the future in terms of business models, and what advantages do organizations like theirs have over mainstream media players. All right, so our first panelist is Jenna Meisner. She is COO of The Logic, Canada's tech and innovation newsroom, former executive director of the Banff Forum, and producer of the popular podcast, Adults Read Things They Wrote as Children.
Thank you.
We're excited to have you.
I can fact check, that's all true.
Okay. Our second panelist is Jeff Elgie. He is the CEO of Village Media. Village Media owns and operates a network of 21 successful community news websites and powers 46 other local news publishers around the globe within the technology, programs, and support they need to be successful. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, thanks.
And we also have the amazing Linda Wood. She founded Canada's National Observer in 2015 with the mission of putting climate change front and center right here in Canada. CNO's team of climate experts and journalists have done just that, telling the story of the economic, human rights, and public health impacts of global warming while celebrating innovation, people, and solutions. Hey, Linda.
Hey.
Alrighty, well, let's get right into it. What I want to know from you all is, why did you start your organization? What was your why? And it's an open floor.
I mean, I'll go first. I did not start The Logic. I came in about a year after we launched, and I can tell you that it's been an exciting 4 years. Our birthday is on Sunday. 4 years, which I think is...
Oh, let's give that a round of applause.
Thank you. I think, as my panelists can appreciate, that it's a hard business, and so we're really proud of 4 years. So, no, I did not found the company. David Skok, who's our CEO and editor-in-chief, started the company with a mere 3 people back in 2018, and I think back then we focused mostly on tech, but we are, now we're a national publication. We focus on tech, innovation, clean tech, electrification of vehicles, all kinds of things, policy, and we're now a newsroom of 20 plus people.
Okay.
So, but we started The Logic to try and bring some innovation into the media landscape in Canada, which I'm sure you'll agree desperately needed it.
What about you, Jeff?
So my start in was a bit of an odd one. I was running a digital agency for about 12 years. Our agency built and took a small ownership position in the first site in our network, which is in Sault Ste. Marie, called SiouxToday.com. And I watched that site, which is a digital-only hyper-local news site, grow a tremendously sized audience in that time. So when I sold the agency, I kept that equity in Sioux Today, and 6 months later bought a majority interest in Sioux Today and started expanding. I knew that the model could scale. So that was the start of Village Media. Sioux Today is celebrating its 20-year anniversary this month, and Village Media is celebrating our 9-year anniversary this month as well. We've grown to about 140 staff, with just about 90 in our newsrooms now. So
wow.
It's moving quickly.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I started quite a while ago, 16 years ago, with one article and probably 5 readers at my dining room table in Vancouver, and I named the thing that I was starting the Vancouver Observer. And I did it because I'd been a journalist most of my career, and I just felt like Vancouver was such an interesting city, and I wanted to do a different kind of coverage than I was seeing in the mainstream media, or in the media that was in Vancouver. I never could have imagined that, 16 years later, I would either still be doing it or that it would have grown into the National Observer, which I founded in 2015, seeing a gap in reporting on kind of critical reporting on the energy industry and really persistent reporting on climate change back then was really missing. And now we have an audience of about 7 million people a year and 20 employees, and we work with hundreds and hundreds of writers across Canada. And I'm really proud of everything about the publication, particularly the team. And my colleague Karen Pulesi is sitting in the audience somewhere. And we're just growing, bringing on more people, and it's been a great adventure.
All 3 of your outlets have had tremendous success in a relative short amount of time. Can you point to one thing that has contributed to that?
The changing behaviors of readers in Canada, being willing to pay for quality news, quality independent journalism, definitely. I hope we can all agree here that Canada's a little behind there, but we're catching up. And I really, that is, our readership supports us and supports the work that we do. We have some advertising revenue that comes in, but really it's because our readers are willing to support our work.
I noticed that you stressed independent.
Yeah.
Why was that important for you?
I think that's in the media landscape, you need to be trusted. And I think especially in this country, having a publication that does not rely on advertising to actually deliver the news and to do this work is really important. Okay. Yeah. Editorial independence is very important to us, and so is our integrity and our ethics, and that's at the, it's the cornerstone of our business.
Yeah. What about for you guys?
Well, I'll go next. I think the thing that really keeps us going and accounts for our success is a really loyal audience. It's sort of similar. Like, our subscribers are really deeply bought into the coverage we're doing and, share it with their friends, and, that's helped us grow. And they also really come forward not only with their subscriptions, but when we do crowdfunding campaigns, we just did one, and, we raised $200,000 in a month. So for a small publication, for a publication of our size, that's significant. It gives us a lot of power and, makes us more successful.
See, no one's just going to say one thing, because it's not one thing, it's like 100 things you have to do right. So if I picked a few, I would say for us, strong passion for local. Our company is born and raised in Sault Ste. Marie, which is a city of 75,000 people. I think the fact that we're born digital, that's all we think about, that's all we've done. We don't have to worry about anything else. It's really critical for us. And I think it's been really refined by our mission now to strengthen the communities that we serve and basically getting very deeply connected to our audiences, which is critical. I mean, we're very much an audience-first company. Without audience, there isn't revenue, and that's the way it works for us. So, but there's 100 things.
Yeah, and I want to dive deeper into that, because I'm sure a lot of people are probably wondering, a lot of the markets that your outlets operate in also have competitors in the legacy mainstream space. So what are you guys doing differently where you've been able to find that path to success?
I think one of the big things for all of our companies is that we don't rely on our business model doesn't include things like commodities. We don't have to worry about the cost of gas and gassing up delivery trucks or the cost of ink or paper. And I think that's a big difference between legacy outlets. But also I think we're much more nimble. You know, we're a small team, but we're able to really give our journalists the time and space to do the work and dedicate their energy to actually producing quality work.
I guess, I want to just acknowledge the power of the panel that was up before us talking about Ukraine and, the seriousness of issues that are going on in the world. And also I really want to acknowledge, the amazing work that legacy media does in Canada, and I don't think it's not that we have a leg up on the journalism. I don't think, but I agree, we can be nimble. I guess what I really want to say is, I'm very driven by the seriousness of the issues that face us today. And I just don't think I could keep doing this business if I weren't driven by that. Because, it would be better to go out and sell real estate. I could definitely make more money if I approached selling real estate with the passion that I've brought to building a media company. So, I look ahead, and I have 4 kids, and, I think about, disinformation, climate change, war in the Ukraine, the potential of nuclear war. And I just think journalism is so important, whether, it's local or, focused like the Logic is, or, these amazing journalists who do have more, capacity to go out and cover the war in Ukraine. So I think I've kind of gone all over the place with this answer, but...
No, but I think there's a lot of nuance there, right, to unpack. Jeff, how about for Village Media?
So probably a lot of what I talked about before. I mean, it's sad because, again, the legacy media is doing excellent journalism, but the reality is that they're, especially in local markets, small local markets, they're shrinking. Their newsrooms are shrinking, and we've done the opposite. And in most, if not almost all markets now, our newsrooms are larger than our legacy counterparts, and the audience knows that. But this born digital nature really changes the dynamic, and we're very thoughtful about our sites and performance and user experience and ad tech and distribution to social platforms and search, et cetera. But I think the real differentiator now for us, and I think this is what, for example, daily newspapers used to do an amazing job of, is recognizing that deep connection to community, getting involved with nonprofits and charities and events and really being a part of the fabric of the community. That's our best sites are where we behave the best that way. And I think it's a really key part of the business for us now, beyond the tech.
Yeah. COVID-19, I mean, we all experienced it. A lot of Canadian media outlets on the brink of death, by the pandemic and the advertising market. How did your outlets fare? I mean, I started mine during COVID, so.
COVID, the pandemic has been devastating, but it actually was good for business because people, we just saw this wave of folks who were desperate for information and information they could trust. And our business, our publication is focused more on business, so we had the business community looking for actionable intelligence, things that they could actually, put into action in their companies, and so we saw a big swell of support and increased subscriptions readership throughout the pandemic. Now I'm on the business side. I'm not in the newsroom. There is a church and state in our business, and so my focus as the COO was really on batten down the hatches for the business and make sure that we were controlling costs. And so we went into it thinking, this is austerity measures, control everything, but yet business was great and has continued to grow. And so I don't want to say COVID was good for business, but
COVID was good for business.
COVID was good for business. So, yeah.
I guess I just want to, it's taking me back to when it first hit. And, I'm I've got 3 teenagers, a dog and a husband, and the office in my apartment in Vancouver.
Yeah.
And that's like where I'm stuck now. like, I don't know how long. And I'm sure you all had similar experiences. But it was just like we were all mushed together. And I just had to I was just stunned by it for a moment there. And I for sure thought, this is it. This is going to take us out of business. And was shocked by, we barely didn't do anything. And in March of that first, lockdown year, our subscribers just piled in, and we had many more subscriptions and a lot of, just donations and stuff. So I think what it showed me was, people had a hunger for, obviously people were watching the news like hawks, but they had a hunger for real news. And we also committed, even though it seemed like maybe not a great bit, we were just like, well, we're going to go on and cover climate change. We know that's not what's on everybody's mind, but that's our mandate, and we're going to continue, and we did, and I think that paid off for us.
We have a similar story. I mean, it sounds terrible, but COVID supercharged our business. We didn't know that was going to happen. I remember when it first started to hit, getting those, I was very connected to the sales team because I wanted to know what they were hearing and who was canceling. And so inevitably, restaurants were canceling and events were canceling. And then I remember the moment in time where one of our larger clients, which is an auto group, called and wanted to cancel. And it was like, first of all, let's build, how are we going to not lay off staff? How are we going to get through this? Because we don't know how long it's going to be. But let's pivot really quickly. And the sales team did a tremendous job. We saved that auto dealer by convincing them that they needed to communicate to their customers. We helped them book virtual appointments, virtual test drives. We saved large furniture stores by building virtual showroom tours for them. We started finding new clients that had a need to communicate with the cities. So it was the municipality, it was health units, it was post-secondary institutions, it was school boards that had a need to communicate about what was going on. The audience went through the roof. All of a sudden, local was more essential than ever. I remember the first case of COVID in Sault Ste. Marie. We published it within minutes of it coming out, and within an hour, 25,000 people had read that story in a city of 75,000 people, and you realized the significance that we could have in informing the community. So we built widgets and guides and links and stats for everyone very, very quickly. We've more than doubled our size since the pandemic started. We had 65 staff going in, and we're about 140 now. So it was good for us, which sounds terrible to say, but
it's not. I don't think it's terrible. I mean, a lot of times when there's upheaval in the world, that's sometimes where you see the most innovative ideas come about. But what's interesting, that from what some of you guys said, was trust, real news. And I don't think it's any secret that there is a trust crisis with mainstream legacy media happening, not just in Canada, but around the world. Do you feel like your outlets have benefited from that?
I'm a little uncomfortable making that correlation because I think that disinformation is deeply problematic to our democratic institutions and society overall. But trust and integrity in the work that we do, like I said, is the cornerstone of our business, and everyone in our newsroom knows that. And does that mean that me on the business side, sometimes I lose out on sales deals because it just is not, doesn't work with the, rules of our newsroom? Fine, but we would never jeopardize the trust of our readers and the integrity of our work. So yeah, I don't really want to draw that correlation for me personally and for the logic, but yeah, disinformation is a huge problem. We're going to talk about it shortly.
Yeah, that's a hard question to answer. But what comes to mind for me about that is what was really important to me was that, first of all, our employees trusted us. We were actually in the middle of negotiating our first collective agreement. And, and what was so important to me, and Jeff mentioned this too, is that we were able to take care of our employees, that we were really, that was the first commitment. Nobody's going to lose their job. And over the time, since then, we've gotten to the end of that collective agreement. We, I'm so thrilled about, the deal we've been able to offer our employees. And I think that's the starting point, actually, in a media company. If you want your readers to trust you, you want to be able to go out and hold power to account and criticize other people for, or society as an unjust place, you've really got to look in your own organization first. And you've got to be sure that you are a just workplace. So all of those issues were coming around for us during the COVID time.
Especially if you're employing journalists.
They'll let you know.
They will tell you. Yeah, they will tell you.
They'll let you know.
Do you hear it, Jeff?
For us, trust at local level is really not an issue. I mean, we have a newsroom of appropriate size doing the job that they're supposed to do. They're not biased. They're reporting facts. We don't run a lot of opinion. And I've never found it to be an issue. It doesn't mean everyone likes us and what we say all the time, but I do think that they trust us. So when we're reporting facts about COVID, for example, was never a question as to whether it was credible or not. It was accepted very quickly as important information. So we at local level, as long as our newsrooms are staffed appropriately, and I think that's what you see in some small communities where there are news deserts, then that's where bad actors fill the gap in some cases, right? And you don't have that true local trusted source. But if we're staffed appropriately, it's not really an issue that we worry about day to day.
So
can I say one more thing about that? There's an organization called the Trust Project.
Yes.
That's international, and they do trust measures, and we're part of that. And I think it's great to have those kind of clear marks of what we need to do to have that relationship with our audience.
Yeah. And the proof is in the work, right? Like, if you can stand by your work, then I think you're winning, right? And as we said, like, your team will tell you if they don't feel like you're acting in good faith or with integrity.
Since some of your outlets now have larger newsrooms than some of legacy mainstream media outlets, what do you see as the future of this industry? Do you see digital and legacy coexisting? Do you see one potentially replacing the other? What does that look like to you?
I kind of think it looks like this. Like, that's, of course I'm biased.
At least you're acknowledging it.
But I really do think that, you look at, we're 4 years in, and we've also doubled, and my co-panelists have also grown. I think that's the proof that this business model is working, and that people are willing to pay for quality journalism, and that this. I think we're onto something. I imagine you would agree.
Yeah, I would agree. But yeah, I think that our models. I think I have a hard time seeing into the future. I struggled with that a lot when I was thinking about this panel.
Yeah.
Like, what's the future? Like, I couldn't have imagined what the future was going to be 5 years ago. Or whatever I thought it was going to be, it actually hasn't been. And so I'm kind of expecting that in the future. That's my view of the future. Like, it's unexpected. And I think we've just got to be ready to meet that.
Yeah, I agree. This panel, in Montreal, you were at a conference in Montreal where, you're one of them, Brandon, right? You're a new startup. You've got 10 staff now. In no time. But there's some incredible stories. I mean, I used to feel that way, and it was at that conference, meeting people like you, where I realized, man, we're old now. Like, we're like the established media now at 9 years old. And there were so many amazing stories of new digital independent startups that's working, and it's growing. And I think it's getting easier, to be honest with you, and I think that's why we're seeing it. I think if you look at kind of what happened in the newspaper industry, you saw over time a gutting of especially local newsrooms that allowed companies like us to jump in. But I think we're starting to see that in other mediums, right? You're seeing it in local radio. There's a lot of layoffs in local radio newsrooms. Local TV in some of our markets in Northern Ontario, like, there'll be one reporter in Sault Ste. Marie now that's left over. And so if you look at the internet and the way it's advancing, it is a multimedia experience, right? So now not only can we capture what used to be a print reader, we can capture a listener through podcasting or through audio on site. We can capture a TV watcher through embedded video, et cetera. So there's more and more opportunity, more and more gaps to fill. I think there's a very bright future for this part of the industry, digital. I think scale is important. I think being lean and nimble is important. I think being focused on a digital business is incredibly important. And I would not want to be legacy media right now. It's a really, really hard transition. I mean, it's hard. I think we would all agree that as much as we're succeeding, it's hard work. It's really hard work. You have to do a lot, as I said earlier, a lot of things you have to do right. But we have all those benefits of starting from scratch, right? And building it that way. It's a real hard transition. I think it's going to be a really hard go.
I just want to jump in and, agree with you, Jeff, that like the exciting part of the future is all the different platforms, like we're trying to now, it's just like being a kid in a candy shop, podcasting, should we go on TikTok? Should we, do we even need a website in the future? Maybe our websites are going to be, these social media platforms, where is the future? And that's the fun of it.
It is really interesting. What I also find interesting in terms of your both models, the pay-for model, because we have heard a lot of people say, Canadians don't want to pay for news. They don't want to pay for news. They don't want to pay for news. We hear that all the time. But
they do.
Right. So, so let's explore that a little bit. Is it because you've kind of doubled down on a specific niche that you're providing like an incentive for Canadians to want to do that?
Absolutely. We're creating content that they want access to. And I mean, I'm joking that, yes, they do pay for, we have subscription revenue, but we also have revenue from, it's not just individual subscriptions, it's through corporate subscriptions, through content syndication, and, if we have the ability to diversify our revenue model. But yeah, a big chunk of that is individual subscriptions and people who, they see that we have a very talented newsroom, that we're covering the stories that they want access to and that they need access to in order to do their jobs. We love being agenda setting, but if you want access to our content, you have to pay for it.
And what's the price point for your outlet?
So for The Logic, the base price for a year is $299.99 a year. We're running sales. We always have a sale around our birthday, which again is Sunday. So keep an eye. We'll have a big. We don't run as many sales as we used to, but definitely there's one coming up. So check it out at thelogic.co/subscribe.
Yes, we love a plug.
But it's we built this company with $300K in angel funding and subscription revenue. The people wanted to pay for what we had to offer. So
that's amazing.
Yeah.
How about for the National Observer? What's the price point, I guess, for people who want to subscribe?
Well, our list price is $139, but we have lots of sales, and so the average price ends up being about $100 for a year for a subscription. But as I said, our subscribers often kick in more during the year. So, the real value of a subscriber is probably somewhere in the $250 a year. But, truly, right now it's all about as many different revenue streams as possible. One of the things that we got into during the pandemic was, like everybody else, we went on Zoom. But we did it in I started an interview series with prominent Canadians and North Americans, really. And that was very successful. And we started, it evolved into, something that organizations were willing to sponsor, and that became a new revenue stream. So you never know, it's always looking for those new opportunities. So for us, it's like we're sort of divided between subscriptions, philanthropy, and then we also get government funding. And, not sure how long that's going to last, but...
Do we want to go into that debate?
Well, it does.
We've talked a lot about, the success story and the positives. But, of course, with any story, there are challenges. What are the current challenges that each of you are facing right now? And if you don't want to expose them, you don't have to. But I mean,
I'm happy to do that. I think post-COVID, well, obviously we're not completely post-COVID necessarily, but post-COVID coverage being significant, I think a lot of orgs, including us, has seen a decline in audience. I think Ukraine coverage is part of that. I think Facebook algorithms is part of that. But we're always fighting to grow audience as much as possible. I think that's difficult. I'm very concerned about Facebook's general behavior in the news environment. There's new news about that today, about their licensing deals, but also concerned about them potentially abandoning or scaling back news in their feeds, which is an important source of distribution and audience for us. I think, this pivot into experimenting with audio and video, which we're doing more and more of, it's not necessarily in our DNA to do that, and so learning there and making the right steps is important. I think monetization is like that. This is what we think about all day long, right? Is like audience, and then how do you monetize that audience? And we're not a subscription, so it's developing product that works for local businesses, that demonstrates real value for local businesses, and that's complex, and that's ever changing because the whole environment's always changing, right? Yeah. To Linda's point, there's always something bright, shiny thing to chase, right? and just being careful about that alone is important. That you don't, divert attention from the core business by chasing something that's not going to drive audience or revenue. And there's like, I could sit here all day and talk about the challenges in the business. There's always challenges in the business, and I guess that's what makes it kind of fun. But
and to Jeff's point, like at the Logic, we're very not that we move slow, because we move fast because we're a startup, but like we're very deliberate in any sort of new projects or initiatives that we take on. We want to be sure that it's the right thing, that like it's something that we pay close attention to our readers. What do they want? Are they going to show up for something new? Substacks were so hot and newsletters were so hot recently, and a lot of people asked us, why haven't you launched 10 newsletters? It's like, well, we want to make sure our readers are going to show up for it, and so we take our time to develop new products and make sure that it's going to be something that feeds the sustainability of the company. And so, like last week, for example, we launched our second vertical, which was Shift, which is a newsletter on EVs and AVs. Oh, nice. And I encourage you all to check it out. I know that's another plug. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. But you have to be careful about those decisions because they use resources, right? And so every decision you have to carefully weigh and sort of look into the future and see is this something that's going to continue to pay off?
Yeah. Before I open up the floor to questions, I'm a big believer in manifestation. So, as digital-first organizations, where do you see your outlet in the next 5 years?
I see us as the progressive voice of Canada in 5 years, that we will have saturated the audience in Canada, like, the 3/4 of voters in Canada, vote progressive, vote for one of the, NDP, Liberal, Greens. And I really see us as, the Toronto Star was just bought by more conservative owners, and, most of the mainstream media is owned by more conservative-leaning people. So I see us as really serving that audience, and having moved over to the Globe and Mail, gotten all their subscribers.
You got to say it to believe it.
Yeah, and that's what I believe will happen.
All right. Well, I don't know if there's any Globe and Mail folks in here, but
sorry, Globe and Mail folks.
I'll clap for it. Go ahead, Jeff.
It's no secret Village's interest is to continue expanding our owned and operated properties in Ontario. So we're in 18 cities and 2 business publications in Ontario right now, and we'd like to be in most cities in the province over the next 5 years or so, coupled with scaling our licensing division across the country and into the U.S. The interest in licensing for us is to build out a collaborative partner network, which would be a substantial coast-to-coast network of local news sites across the country. That's where we're going.
Move over Post Media.
I didn't say that.
Patch.
I did.
Patch. Move over Patch.
I'm going to get myself in trouble.
When we launched in 2018, there were sort of like 3 guiding principles that like continue to this day. So it's not really manifesting, it's just how we like think about our business and think about how we want to operate in this country. And the first one is making sure that we're contributing to making Canada an amazing place to live and work. Second is that, we're creating space for Canadian journalists to do journalism, quality, independent journalism. And the third thing is making sure that our team has, can make a great living and support their families. And so whether this is manifesting or not, if we can continue to do that and continue to attract talent, we have such, again, I'm biased, but we, I think, have the best business newsroom in the entire country.
Wow.
And I'd love to see that grow and see our coverage areas grow, but that doesn't happen without those 3 things continuing to happen. So bring it, universe.
There we go. Yeah. I love to hear it. All right. I want to open the floor to anybody who has any questions because, these are the people who are literally trailblazing and are doing it the right way. So I see a lot of hands. Okay, we have the mic.
I have a question.
Actually, and if you mind standing up as you ask the question for the camera?
Hello. I'm supposed to be passing this out for other people to ask questions, but I do have a very brief question. Jeff, you put out on LinkedIn 2 days ago, I think, asking, hey, any pure play digital put out a print edition? Are you actually thinking of putting out a print edition? And others, would you think of that as well, and why?
We are. We're thinking a lot about it, and I put that out there, and it's been great because so many people have reached out from all over the world with their own experiences in doing it. There's a few reasons we're thinking about it. One, I do believe there's revenue in print. I don't know that it's daily revenue anymore, or maybe even weekly. So what we're thinking about, contemplating, is a monthly, almost kind of news magazine type of format where we would have the best articles of the month from our site that weren't time sensitive, coupled with other things that you might find in a format like that. So I think we leverage, we're going the reverse, right? So we've built sustainable models where the site is covering the journalism, the site is covering infrastructure and the sales team. So if we can repurpose our content into print and we can make distribution efficient, we believe first that there's revenue there. Second, one thing that I struggle with, we've always struggled with, and I'll relay my own experience. I've always said that, in Sault Ste. Marie, my kids were ski racers. So I always said that if they won a race and their picture was on our site, which reaches arguably way more people than any other media in the city does, I wouldn't value it as highly as if I'd seen it on the front page of the daily paper. I still feel that way. People still feel a connection to print. It's tangible. I think it will add to the credibility of our organization overall in that market. I think it will give us more influence and impact in the community. And I think I'd like to see it serve as a bit of a permanent record of the goings-on of the community in print format. So yes, I never thought I would say this, but we think a lot about this these days, and we'll probably try it.
We did a print edition years ago. It was amazing. And I'm also thinking about a monthly magazine with national.
We should talk.
Can I ask, how come you guys stopped it?
Back then, we just didn't have very much money, and it was like we pulled all-nighters for like a week, and it was just too hard.
Got it. Okay. Question over here.
Should I stand? Or? Okay.
Yeah, stand up.
Okay.
And say your name.
I'm Christina. I have a question about the logic. So how do you guys decide the ratio of like tech innovation and solutions-based startup coverage and tougher business coverage that holds companies in those same industries accountable? And have you experimented with that ratio at all and how it affects your relationships with your audience as well as the businesses that you work with?
That is a great question for the editorial team. As I mentioned, there's a church and state at the Logic, and I am very much on the other side of the wall, but I can tell you that we have the best editors in the country. Again, I'm very biased, but I think they're
maybe not in the country.
Editorial team.
Maybe not in the country.
I think they're the best. And I know that a lot of thought goes into, it's funny talking about, like the page one, a lot of thought goes into what our sort of headline story is every day. We publish 1 to 2 articles a day. And so it is not an easy thing to pick what story is going to resonate most, not just with our readers, but with the folks who have not bought in yet. And that's something that our editorial team works really hard on. And they know that our readers are looking to us as sort of agenda setting. And so it's a balance. And I'm sure my colleagues on the panel would feel the same way about the beats that they cover. And also, we have a pretty direct feedback loop with our readers. So how much we listen to what they want us to cover is, again, not for me to decide. But yeah, it's something that they think very carefully about, and every decision is very deliberate. I hope that answers your question.
It did. Awesome. Who has the mic?
I have it here. Oh, sorry.
There's the mic.
All right. I'm Greg O'Brien. I'd like to open up the Bill C-18 can of worms, if you don't mind. Those of us in legacy media, and this was mentioned this morning by the fellow from Bell, who I can't think of his name right now, want that to pass so that we can get a revenue stream from the likes of Facebook and Google, and, well, those are really the main two. Two of you on the stage have a deal with Facebook, Village Media, and National Observer. And the logic, your minority owner, the Post Media, is a big backer of C-18. So I'd like to know from the group, I guess, what benefits are you seeing from your Facebook relationship? And also the logic, what do you think of it? And what do you think those of us in the traditional media should be doing better, I guess?
No. You know what? I'll just say this. We've all been like, there's groups of journalists all over Canada right now, which you probably know, that are like trying to figure all this out. I'll just say, quite frankly, the benefit that we got out of our deal with Facebook was money. We got a licensing deal with them. Strangely, they've still never actually used any of the content. I don't get it, but that's what we get out of these deals.
Yeah, and we have a deal, just for transparency, with Google as well. And that really, Google's a little different. There is a different surface, which is News Showcase, so it does generate some traffic, but primarily these deals were financial. So we all agreed we weren't going to talk about C-18 because we've all been talking about it a lot. You probably know there's a coalition of independent publishers, now about 120 of us, that have raised some concerns with the bill. But we don't all necessarily, I don't think, there's many disagreements with respect to the bill. Some people want to see it completely scrapped. Some people want to see it go as is. Some people want to see it amended. The priority for the coalition is just to make sure that if it is implemented, that it is implemented fairly. Our view is that if there is money flowing and it's negotiated across the country, that it be based on newsroom expenditure and in a proportionate or fair share of that, no matter the size of publisher. That's really what, at least me personally, I'll speak for myself personally, that we're trying to make sure happens. Village is in an interesting spot because we already have these deals, but the reality is that deals themselves are unfair to the industry. We have it when some of our competitors don't. It gives us a competitive advantage. We have money coming in the door every month right now that they do not have. So we're fighting for fairness. That's what we want. If C-18 goes through, and it's very complex, there's lots of nuance to this. That's the primary thrust of at least what we're saying.
There could be a whole session on C-18. And yeah, we've been talking a lot about it. And the logic does not have those deals. We took a one-time COVID emergency something or other $5,000 US grant that happened to be funded through another organization by Facebook. That is all of the Facebook money we've taken. They are one of our advertisers, so I'll disclose that too. But we don't have a deal with big tech other than that. I will say that C-18 is complicated, and I think what we'd like to see is fairness as well. And I think for the logic, we have seen firsthand that these deals that have been done between private companies that are not disclosed, they're putting a thumb on the scale of this industry. And we're competing for talent in a real way that harms us and that is unfair and that it hurts journalism in this country. And so it's not a perfect bill. I don't think it's ever going to be perfect, but I can say I'm really grateful that these conversations are happening in public, because I think the public is hearing about some of these things that have been going on for a long time for the first time. So, yeah. I don't know if that answers your question.
Does that answer your question? Yeah? Sort of? Okay. All right, on to the next question.
Hello. Hi.
Stand up, stand up.
Oh gosh, I've had too much coffee. I'm literally shaking. This is my third one. Hi, my name is Megan. I'm from Cottage Life, so unlike a lot of people in this room, I'm from publishing.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you. 35 years. Woohoo. Which makes us kind of uncommon for magazines anyway in Canada. But, much like some of the struggles you've shared, we also share in, trying to grow our audiences. And I was just wondering if you had any tactics that you could publicly share with us in terms of how you've been able to grow and attract subscribers and visitors to your websites.
I'll start. We spend a tremendous amount of time on audience acquisition. Part of that's what we cover, of course, and learning from that and shaping our newsrooms in some sense. But a lot of it is paid acquisition. So we, for example, will use Facebook and buy Facebook ads and campaigns to drive leads, to drive newsletter subscribers. We spend a lot of time thinking about on-page organic acquisition of subscribers, newsletter subscribers in particular. So newsletters often drive part of our go-to-market strategy for new cities, but also developing new audience. And I think getting really smart at paid acquisition can go a long ways. But it too, there's no formula that you just set it and forget it. It's constant maintenance and tuning. But I would say that's been a real big part of our success.
I would say, that we have tried so many tactics, and we're always experimenting. We're always trying to come up, with the new thing. I think a big part of it for us too is just, the user journey on the website, like the technology that allows us to understand how readers are behaving on the website, which ones might want to subscribe. And then, like Jeff said, for us too, newsletter acquisition is huge. We have 2 amazing weekend newsletters. The best climate newsletter in Canada for sure on Sunday, called Zero Carbon. And so that's where we're really growing. We work hard on that, and then we really talk to those newsletter subscribers. Very personal letters explaining to them why it's so important that they subscribe. And that's been very successful for us. We have a very high rate of converting, much higher than the industry average of converting our newsletter subscribers to paying subscribers.
Data. Become obsessed with your data. Mm-hmm. Analyze it every day, every week, as often as you can, and pull out the trends. See where people are coming in, see where they're leaving. We are obsessed with, we operate as a SaaS business, so we're obsessed with churn, and we are constantly monitoring those numbers. And on our editorial side, we've got reporting that we share with our newsroom leaders every week. So that's one part of it, is know your audience, know where they're coming in from, and you'll start to see some trends and things that you can maybe experiment with to get those numbers up. And the other thing is, email is very powerful, and that, I think, is sort of part of the secret sauce of the logic, is that we've been able to bring people in through email marketing, and it's not rocket science, but you definitely need a strong growth marketing manager. So make sure you've got the right people on your team who can help you with those strategies and who can look in the data and see the trends.
Does that answer your question? Awesome. We have time for one last question.
And I get the last question.
All
Thank
right.
you. Squeezing in the last question, just to build on your audience. Could you
guys, each of you tell me a little bit about who your audience is and where your strongest demographic is? I'm curious.
Our audience are C-suite, sort of executive level Canadians. Our household income is an average of $200K or more. You know, we've got a fairly young audience, but they are business professionals, and they're leaders in their companies. And we know they're going to buy an EV in the next 6 months. That answers your question.
We have, there's two ways I look at our audience. One is, you know, the masses of people that just come to the website who are not newsletter subscribers and they're not paying subscribers. And that audience skews young, and it's largely, the biggest portion of it is in Ontario, and obviously they care about climate and environment and the kinds of, you know, related issues that we cover. Our subscribers are, by their own definition, concerned about corporate control of the economy, climate, environment, and they say that they are the people in the community that other people come to and, you know, listen to. So they consider themselves influencers. And, you know, we're constantly asking that question. It's a discussion that goes on a lot of who our audience is. And, yeah, we have a pretty broad audience.
And I know we're out of time, but just quickly, ours is obviously local. We have a very key metric that's all we think about. It's a brand lover segment, which is someone who visits our site a minimum of 15 times a month, but on average visits between 32 to 37 times based on the market. So we call them our daily reader segment. Village seeks to achieve 25% of the entire city population falling into that segment. 100,000 people in the community, we want 25,000 of them reading us every day. They are not under 20. Very few are under 20. They are 25 and up, with a real weighting 45 and up, but it depends on the source. Social and mobile is younger. Tablet and email is older. There's skews all over the place. But really, our audience is 25 to 100.
Answer your question? Awesome. And on that note, thank you all for this wonderful panel.
Thank you.
Let's give them a round of applause. You guys did great. Good job.
Ooh. Thank you so much for that panel. So we've got one more panel of the day. It's coming up in 15 minutes. It's on trauma in the newsroom. But I do have some good news. There are snacks outside, so you can get some of those in the next 15 minutes. And also, if you're watching online, that's in big part thanks to Easy Live, and we'd like to thank them. They're on a mission to help businesses connect, grow, and engage and monetize their audiences thanks to live production technologies. They offer a fully cloud-based visual mixer for switching multiple live inputs, pre-recorded content, graphics, and overlays. Thank you very much to Easy Live.
tinted lenses in a pink gelato. Falling out the window, hit me back tomorrow. Always be the one to fact to fall. 'Cause we aiming for the stars with a broken heart. Feeling these songs, making jokes and calls. Started this job selling rocks and eyes. 'Cause
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can ask to take your seats, please. We'll be beginning the program in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Tell us all about your trip to Cuba. Yeah, you don't want to risk anything.
Hi, folks. Welcome back. Just before we get to our very important panel that's coming up next, we have another giveaway for a CP new edition, 19th edition, Canadian Press style book. So I have a trivia question. First person to yell it out. Please stand up when you yell it out. It's really hard to see with these lights up here. And this is from the book. Which is better, elderly or older adult? Older adult. That's a good guess. Whatever. That's good. Hey, I'm an older adult there, so it's important to me. Hello, everybody. Thank you, George. Dave Seglins is one of our panelists, asked me who will be here on Friday afternoon, late in the afternoon, to talk about trauma. So thank you for staying. I appreciate it. Should also let you know that from what we're seeing on social and from a lot of emails we've been getting directly to the RTDNA, a lot of people are watching at home, which is great. So it's not just the folks that are here who are getting the benefit of these great discussions. It's also people who are watching at home. It was a bit of a tough decision to make it available online because we did want people to come in, but I think from the reaction we were seeing, it's been well worth it. Couple of housekeeping things before we move on. First of all, please come back tomorrow, and not just to the gala. Apparently we have 150 tickets sold to the gala, which is great. But we also have great panels as well tomorrow, so we'd love to see you all here tomorrow at the very reasonable hour of 10 a.m. If you can make it, that would be great. Secondly, please have a look at the silent auction in the hallway. A lot of great items out there, and lots of room for bidding, so thank you for that. So there's a couple of themes I think that I've sort of seen so far through the conference. One is trust, and the second is mental health. You heard it this morning with the leaders talking about it. You saw our Ukraine reporters being asked about it. It's been a huge issue since the pandemic started, if not before. We did do a session last year on this, and we thought it was important to revisit and do it again and see what, if anything, has changed. I would say one of the things that has changed is that there's been a major study of media workers in this country, and that study has shown some pretty distressing and alarming numbers when it comes to stress, anxiety, and harassment in newsrooms in Canada. So I thought it was very important that we revisit this topic again this year. Dave Seglins, who I mentioned, spearheaded that study, so great to have him here to talk about that. And so without further ado, I will hand off to City News' Faiza Amin to kick things off. Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks for having me. I think this is such a great conversation. And I mentioned to the panel that I started my day out asking my colleagues who occupy various roles, what's your mental health like on the job? And let's just say this conversation is needed. So let's introduce you to the panel here. I'm going to start with Michael Dick here, managing editor of network radio at CBC News and the former executive producer of CBC News in Thunder Bay. Fatima Saeed is a journalist with the NORAL, a lot of jobs here, host of the Backbench podcast and the vice president of the Canadian Association of Journalists. And we'll ask you some questions about your role there. And as John mentioned, Dave Seglin's senior investigative reporter at CBC News, who has also been appointed to the role of well-being champion, something at CBC News, something that you pitched yourself, by the way.
And they went for it.
And they went for it. There you go. Dave, also, you spearheaded a study looking at mental health among media. So us folks in this room here. So that's where I want to start with that Take Care study that was released just a few weeks ago. How did it happen? How did you approach it? And why did you decide to study?
Okay, well, because no one was talking about it. But we have lots of stories, right? We have lots of anecdotes. Okay, I'm asking for a friend here. Does anybody know anybody in journalism that has had a mental health concern? Oh, yeah, there we go. Anybody want to fess up to their own, mental health has been an issue on the job? Yeah, okay. So we have all these anecdotes, right? And when I was having my own, PTSD experience a decade ago, I felt pretty alone. Didn't know how to talk to my bosses about it. Was pretty convinced I was the only crazy person in the newsroom, although there was lots of evidence to the contrary. Anyway, look, flash forward, I started getting into this work thinking more critically about how newsrooms and news organizations talk about mental health, and I realized we deal at the level of anecdote, and I thought it was important that we get some data. And I wasn't convinced that it would be a good idea to ask my boss's permission. Instead, I thought, you know what, I think this would be a good project. Everybody could get behind it, but I think it should be based at a university. So I partnered with Carleton University's Matthew Pearson, who we got together and we thought, how do we measure mental health among our peers? We came up with the idea of an anonymous online survey. I'll tell you a little inside secret. We said if we could get 100 people to answer a survey, and I don't know, how long could we ask them, like 5 minutes? We thought we'd be pretty successful. So we started going, okay, what questions would we like to ask? And we thought, we've got to ask about COVID. We got to ask about trauma exposure. We got to ask about, what their health outcomes are like. We got to ask what life is like in the newsroom when you talk about this stuff. We ended up with a 20-minute online survey. We put it out. We partnered with the Canadian Journalism Forum on Violence and Trauma, with the support of the Canadian Association of Journalists and its French counterpart, the FPJQ. Long and the short of it, for those of you who are familiar, and if you're not, there is a free card that you can scan on your desks. I was spreading the gospel just before the break. We had 1,200 media workers fill out our survey. 900 of them answered every single question, 20 minutes long on average. So it's a credit to this community of journalists, because guess what? We want to talk about this, and there are issues, and now we have some data that helps us begin a conversation, the scale of the problem. There we go. There's a long...
And you began.
I go on and on and on, by the way.
And you began this work in 2020, correct?
Yes, fall of 2020.
Such a long time ago. Okay, you mentioned data, and I do want to get into some of the findings from this study here.
Sure. So I'm going to be, my brain is not going to remember on a Friday afternoon all of these stunning statistics that we came up with, but I have 3 slides. We asked people, of the stories that you cover, how many of them are, and we picked a list of, we went to some science. There is a tool that psychiatrists will use to help screen for PTSD. It's called the Life Events Checklist. It's got 12 or so. Some of these aren't on the Life Events Checklist, but anyway, we basically asked people this set of questions. How many stories have you covered that deal with these themes, which are known as risk factors for PTSD. And we asked the journalists everything from racist attacks and crime at the top, murders, animal cruelty, suicide. Turns out, and this is just in the past 4 years, keep in mind that the scientific tool that's used to screen for PTSD asks people these questions across their lifetime. So we, in 4 years, have these kinds of rates of exposure. When the general population, there aren't a ton of studies that do, full populations, but generally, people experience 6 to 8 of these across a lifetime. We as journalists are covering this mass diet all the time of these horrible events, so that's a thing. Then we ask the question, all right, so what are the impacts of covering these terrible stories? And so this slide is the coverage-related symptoms over the past 4 years. And the biggest one was burnout. 80% of our 1,200 said, I've had burnout related to trauma stories, anxiety, inability to sleep, depression, all the way down to, a very disturbing one, 1 in 10 of our respondents said, related to a traumatic story, I've had suicidal thoughts. That's pretty alarming. It's something we should think about, talk about, and try to mitigate. And then lastly, we said, okay, so step away from trauma coverage. We just want to know how you're doing. Well, on the various things that we asked about, anxiety, at the very top level, you see the dark blue. This is self-reported. We said, how would you rate your mental health? Well, actually, first we said, how do you like your job? Guess what? Most people have great high levels of job satisfaction. We love our jobs. But our jobs don't always love us, is the line that we're using. Self-reported, 69% of respondents said, I have anxiety. And we said, okay, well, slow down. How many of you have been diagnosed with anxiety? 28% of us have been diagnosed, according to the respondents that answered the survey. Now, I will say that I think that there are some biases in the data. I think that anybody who spends 20 minutes filling out a survey like this is probably predisposed to thinking about mental health and journalism. But 28% of our 1,200 colleagues, that's a lot of people, that are saying that they're diagnosed. And importantly, it's far above the average among the general public. Same kind of numbers when it comes to depression. A little closer to the averages when it comes to PTSD, but 15% of us report PTSD undiagnosed, just self-reported. So these are the numbers. This is really depressing. Sorry, depression is a real thing. This is upsetting. This is concerning. But actually, I think having this data and now having this conversation is really good, right? Because we now have a starting point. Now we can start getting real about raising it in the newsroom and finding strategies to contend with it. Anyway, thank you for letting me.
No, of course. And maybe we could stay on this slide for a little bit. I wanted to ask you a follow-up question, the discrepancy between self-reported and diagnosed. Do we know why people or journalists and media employees are not maybe seeking help?
Well, I'm not even sure that this says they're not seeking help. It's just like, yeah, I've got depression, but I don't have time to go to the doctor to get them to tell me. I mean, it's kind of like that. What's the biggest challenge and barrier to dealing with our mental health? Time, right? And so time for self-care, time to go to the doctor, time to commit to going to therapy to talk through the stuff. And by the way, just on therapy, because I'm now evangelizing, there's a really smart guy in Bruce Shapiro, who is the executive director of the Dart Center for Trauma and Journalism based at Columbia University. He encourages people and says, you know what, media professionals and journalists talking through their stuff with a trained professional, there's a really high success rate. This is not a life on the couch. This is, like when you have an upsetting thing, having 3, 4, 5 sessions, there's really good success rate of getting over that, getting back on the horse, and being perfectly good at your job. So I just share that because we need to destigmatize the idea of, oh my God, I'm going to therapy, right? It's actually really successful. Talking through the stuff, getting over it, and moving on, getting back to work.
I feel like therapy is in now. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Oh, you don't have a therapist? Oh.
Exactly. Okay. This research was presented at the Canadian Association of Journalist Conference where, Fatima, you're a VP there. What was kind of the reception there from, media employees as well as our managers and the stations?
It sort of became the theme of our weekend, which was really interesting. And upon reflection, I wonder if that's because it was the first in-person conference a lot of people had been to in the last 3 years. But people were really engaging with it. We had a lot of our keynotes were people who had reported on wars around the world, and it was top of mind for them. And they were talking about how they navigate just seeing what they see in Afghanistan or Ukraine or wherever else they were reporting from. For me, the most interesting thing happened when Dave and Matthew led a workshop where, they put to the room, okay, let's just talk about what causes you stress. And, Matthew wrote it, and I have a picture on my phone. And the things that came out ranged from the stories we cover to the way we deal with our managers to just the trust people don't have in media, like the kind of response that people get to their coverage. It was so widespread, and that scared me because I couldn't see one solution that would address everything, like all the causes of negative mental health in our industry. But it was nice to be in a room where you had managers and reporters and union reps and administrators just talking about it and thinking through, okay, let's just talk about freelancers for a second. How do we offer freelancers mental health supports even if they're not part of the newsroom benefit system? How do we change our framing? And just workshopping some of those ideas. So I think what Dave and Matthew have done is incredible. As journalists, we always like to say facts matter. We have the facts now, and I hope that we can actually work through them to come up with solutions.
And we're talking about freelancing in just a little bit, but I want to get this question in for Michael. You mentioned these horrific stories and covering these stories. Before your role here in Toronto, you ran CBC News in Thunder Bay, which is your hometown. Yeah. And we know that there have been a lot of just horrific and heartbreaking stories coming out of Thunder Bay that have impacted Indigenous people. So I'm just curious, how was it for you managing the newsroom when these issues are popping up and these stories are here in terms of our conversation here today?
Yeah. I mean, I was born and raised in Thunder Bay. That's where I'm very proud to live in Thunder Bay, and over the bridge is Fort William First Nation, which is my community, so I'm Indigenous. So I grew up, in seeing the stories from the other side, and then walking away for a while and starting my own career and trying to redefine myself from what I thought, or the perceptions, the things I'd seen. And then I was in Tokyo. I was working in Tokyo for a couple of years. And the opportunity came back to leave the on-air role and go into the executive producer role, and that didn't scare me. Moving into a job that's different. It was the anxiety was about how do you hold the secrets for a community, and how do you navigate that you have to in a small town where there is divide, and I don't think anyone would say there isn't. How do you look at people, who you see at the grocery store, or you see at a baseball game or a hockey game, and how do you reconcile that sort of what and versus what you need to do as a journalist and how you tell those stories? And I think, as a manager or executive producer there, that was always the big thing. The issue was. It's not a fear, but it's how do you talk about a city when you live in the city and it's an isolated city and you have to live there when headlines are great and they produce talk about things, but headlines go away, then you have to live there. And so what does the other 364 days of a story look like? And so that as a leader and a manager was the hardest thing. How do you personally hold yourself to a standard, but hold everyone else to a standard. So it's an extremely hard line, and listen, I'm not going to lie, the first three things that in Dave's slides, those all apply to me. Anxiety, depression, like you're worried about things. So yeah, it was a challenge and it was real. But if you hold yourself to a standard you believe in, you can get through it, and our staff can get through it. But there were a lot of dark days. Like, I'm not going to lie to anybody. There were days where you're like, what the hell am I doing?
It's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, and in a small community like that's isolated, the small pressure, small teams have bigger problems, I think, because they're by themselves, and so you have to manage that, and then do the job that you believe in, and then hold people to account, and then have to look them in the eyes after, and that's always the big thing. I always say to people, you have to look them in the eyes after, and feel good about what you did, but you have to live there too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and you wear many hats at the CBC. Another role that you play is you work with Indigenous journalists to kind of mitigate the impacts that stories have on them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we've come a long way, and when I started 18 years ago, God, I was 12 at the time, by the way. Things were different, and I wasn't always proud to say I was Indigenous because I worried about the fear of that. But you fast forward to like Rome, and I saw a picture of a CTV reporter and a CBC cameraman that I have worked with together, and that picture wouldn't have probably been them in Rome covering the Vatican, covering the Apology, wouldn't have existed probably 8 years ago, probably even 5 years ago. But to get to that picture behind the scenes takes a lot of work because, and I'll full disclosure, my father's a residential school survivor. Those moments are hard to get to unless you have a support team there to help you. And it's not like, just saying like we need to get them a counselor, people a counselor. It is an organizational shift about what your values are and how you get to that. And so, we all know we're coming up to the big moment in July where the Pope will be in Canada, and I think we all know what's going to happen. And that's going to be the next challenge. But I can tell you, people like Dave, when you have to cover a story that's so real to you, how do you tell your family about the story before you tell the public? So how do you reconcile that sort of difference? And in our organization, it really does come down to it's a fundamental shift. And there is supports in place, but it's also valuing the experiences of our journalists who are Indigenous and empowering them to help us tell the story.
That was powerful. Thank you so much. I want to talk about freelancers, a conversation that you mentioned in your last response, and you've spent time as a freelancer. So are there specific impacts for media workers who don't have kind of the, I want to say, security of full-time employment?
Yeah, and I think we're hearing it from everyone here. It's isolation, right? The biggest challenge to getting to having a healthy newsroom and a news force in this country is to make sure that no one feels isolated. And unfortunately, we're at a time where the freelance community in news is growing rapidly. I know there's a panel, I think tomorrow, about why people are leaving the industry, or if it was today. But people are working on their own, and they're struggling to have access to the benefits that they need to recover from some of the stories. And freelancers do a lot of hard stories because that's sort of why they're in the industry. They want to do stories about sexual assault cases or racism and so forth. I'm just thinking of all my freelance friends and going through their bylines. So I think the challenge is, okay, you enter a contract with a newsroom, whether it is a broadcast newsroom or an online media or a major newspaper. How does that newsroom create a relationship with the freelancer where, say they need support, I'm covering a trial that's going to run for 6 months. It's about a murder. It's going to be traumatic for me. How can the newsroom serve as sort of a casual employer that can still offer benefits to the freelancer, that can still be the person the freelancer feels comfortable going to and saying, hey, I'm not doing okay today. Can I get some help? Like, hey, I need to take a break from this trial. I can't go every day. Can I get a fill-in, or is it okay to miss a day? I think often that relationship doesn't exist because freelancers are kind of kept on the outside. They're just kept outside the doors. But I encourage managers in this room and anyone who works with a lot of freelancers to rethink that relationship so there can be a more constructive one.
Yeah, it's a recommendation we came up with. We need to extend benefits to freelancers and casual employees. We just have to. We have a moral responsibility, in my view. And I'm speaking as me, not the CBC. I think if we are going to, and I'll tell you, there's a group in this country, freelance photographers. I think 80% of professional photographers are freelance. They're struggling. They grab the images that get carried across our newspapers or online services, even in broadcast. They are they're exploring setting up their own peer support network. That's a really good thing. They could use some support from some industry players. I'm just putting that on the table if anyone's got a big pot of money. Yeah, we need to think differently. We owe an obligation to our freelancers. If we're big publishers and we rely on them, we need to support them in the work they do, and that includes their well-being.
There was a union rep at the CAJ conference who I was talking to who said it would be very easy to amend a freelancer's contract to add like $5 or $10 that was just specifically for mental health supports. Like for every assignment or every story or every $100 or something like that. They're exploring this option. So there are solutions available. We kind of just need to grab them.
Another focus of the survey were media workers who are Black, Indigenous, people of color, and you found that those reported higher levels of work-related stress. And I'm just curious to find out from all of you here what that conversation should look like, and for you, Dave, what those numbers really say.
You want the white guy to go first? Look, I think...
Hasn't that always been the way?
Okay, well, we're just asking permission. I will cede the floor very quickly. But to say this, I think our study failed a little bit because it skewed heavily white. So I think there's more research that needs to be done to get more responsive to the needs of racialized and more marginalized workers. That includes LGBTQ. It includes proper surveys of people with visible and invisible disability. But people who are feeling marginalized in the work or aren't their true selves at work because they're trying to fit in an environment where, it's predominantly white and they're of color, they are less inclined to be able to put up their hand or feel comfortable raising their mental health issues. Declining an assignment is worse among those who are, and it's also other vulnerabilities beyond feeling excluded through race is age, or if you're a part-time employee, you're new to the job, the last thing you want to do is say, hey, I need to bow out of this one. So anyway.
Yeah, I think the hardest story to tell is about yourself and who you are. And I think we often ask our youngest journalists to tell those stories because they're new to we look to different communities to tell, for representation. We look to them as young people to tell us, they're the new people and they often have stories that we don't know. But the hardest story to tell is yourself. And once you tell that story, what does it look like after? And I alluded to that a couple minutes ago. And so, we're getting better about supports for people, especially young journalists who do some of the frontline work. Do we need to do more? Absolutely. But, I think part of it comes to the recognizing that, we ask a lot from people who are diverse to do some of the heavy lifting and things that we haven't done and to make up for our shared history in this country. Because it's all of our history. And we need to recognize that those are hard stories to do for anybody, even at my age. But at a younger age, we need to support them after, they tell those stories and do that hard journalism for us because, they're valued for their experience, their experience, and we need to support them in other, beyond the story.
This is always a hard question to answer. So when I started my career, it was at the Star. I was a 16-month intern when they had their one-year intern, and then they canceled and they had it back. That year was crazy. Bruce MacArthur, Van Attack, Patrick Brown's, sexual assault allegations. There were multiple triple homicides, and the interns covered all of it. We were just fresh out of school, early 20s. We were covering everything, and we had no mental health supports offered in our contract. The first time I got online hate, was after covering a story about a community development project being proposed by a Muslim group in Thornhill. A really random story to get hate for. I remember being really shaken by it, not sure what to do. The first person to check in on me was Noor Javed, who's the only hijab-wearing journalist at the Star. The second person to check in on me was Shri Pradikar, who's the race and diversity columnist at the Star. My manager did not check in on me. My manager did not ask what's up, everyone knew that it happened. It was available for all to see, but there was no checking up on me afterwards. When we covered the Van Attack, I was assigned to the only Muslim victim, which was fine. Like, I spoke the language, I understood the assignment, I had to do it. But I worked 6 days that week. And I think, looking back, I wish a manager had said to all of us, okay, tomorrow you're going to take the day off. The next day you're going to take the day off. It's going to be a self-care day for you all. I think Faiza and I became friends because we both received online hate after the Danforth shooting. It was one of the shootings which had like a Muslim person implicated, and we got a bunch of Muslim reporters in the city got hate, and we started a group chat afterwards just to check in on each other because there was no one else checking in on us. These things will always happen. I don't think society is going to change overnight to suddenly be kind to journalists or journalists of color specifically. I think the onus, though, is on the newsroom to make sure that we are being mindful of who's suffering what and what they need. It's very simple. I've had editors since who have seen that I'm going through a hard time, that I'm getting a lot of hate after a story. They'll be like, okay, tomorrow is your day off. You're going to unplug Twitter. We're not going to see you until Wednesday. And, we'll tackle it from there.
Yeah.
I want to offer two things. The fact that you went to group chat and supported each other, that's awesome. Because what do we have, right? We've got each other, right? So the more we can normalize conversation amongst ourselves and check in on each other, that's great. That's built-in support. So look to your neighbor, next time you're having a rough day or that they are, check in. That's awesome. I'm going to say something controversial now where I'm going to defend managers. Sorry, managers. I make it a joke, but it's a thing, right? There's a tension. And I have no managers in my life that get up in the morning and try to be bad people. They're all good people. They get promoted and they excel in their careers because they're really good journalists, and they know how to make the wheels turn to go get stories. Very few signed up to be people managers. Very few signed up to be mental health experts. So as this conversation changes, and as we are experiencing the most acute mental health crisis we've seen in our lifetimes, given the pandemic, given the war, given the political polarization, the online hate and harassment, the reckonings with racism, the reckoning with Indigenous genocide in this country, all of these things that are really unique to the last few years, the demands are huge on the managers, and they too need tools, and they need education and learning and literacy, and they don't all have it. I'm doing training with leaders where they confess this. I need tools. I need help figuring out how to help my people. It's not that they don't want to, but so I say all this because I think that the conversations around mental health, we had a big session at the CBC yesterday, and there are a lot of people calling on managers, please help with this, please help with that. And I urge, I think it's true, managers do have to step up, and they have responsibilities. But I urge all of us as this conversation evolves, is to know that we're all coming to this, with limited comfort or limited skills, and I think to make the change in the culture of our news industry, we have to be good to each other and know that we're all kind of on a path.
Did you answer that question, Michael? Did you? It felt like so long ago I asked that question.
That's me, sorry.
I'll pass.
But that does lead us to another question about what more companies and managers can do, and you kind of, all of you, play a different role in your newsroom. So I'm just interested to see what you guys think.
Well, I think the fact that we're sitting in a boardroom at the Hilton is a good start. No, I mean that seriously, because the conversations didn't exist even when I started 18 years ago. Like, you saw something bad, when you were a reporter, you just sucked it up and went home, and you just did that. You repeat cycle, and and that coping mechanism leads to sometimes bad decisions and not good decisions. I think the fact that, like I said, we're in this room now, is that this conversation is a real conversation that didn't exist a while back. And to Dave's point, like I'm a manager. I'm not an expert in everything. I don't know how to handle some things. So I think the ongoing education for all of us is so key, because we're all learning. And to Dave's point, like 3 years ago, some of the conversations we were having, a pandemic. Like, who thought that was going to happen? The reckoning with some of how we treat Indigenous people in our country, and racial conversations, they weren't there. And those are things now that are top of mind and in the forefront. But the people in the room that you now lead are the people who are part of that conversation. And so, like, I don't think anyone tomorrow is going to be like, we solved it all, awesome, let's go home. Like, the world looks like a little better place.
I wish.
But it's the ongoing conversation and the ongoing education, and I think that's the fundamental thing, is that we all have to learn from each other and learn more.
Fatma?
Can I be the contrarian on the panel? With the utmost respect for managers, of course, it's a very unique job and a taxing one, but this isn't a problem that appeared overnight. It was years in the making. If we talk to BIPOC journalists who've been in the industry for a decade, they will tell you that they were struggling with their mental health, way before we started talking about it in the industry. And I think the only reason we are talking about it is because there is a new generation of journalists that is unapologetic about making it known that they're not doing okay, and they need to take a break to do their best work, because ultimately that's what this conversation is about, right? If our mental health suffers, we can't be the best journalists that we want to be and that we know we're capable of being, and do the best work that our society needs. So I actually do believe that there is an onus for us, as great as this conversation is, we should have started it ages ago first. And second, the solutions are out there. The Toronto Star implemented like a huge mental health benefit in every reporter's contract after there was a suicide in the newsroom. It shouldn't have taken, the worst possible thing to happen in that newsroom for that benefit to be offered. And I worry if we just keep waiting for things to get really, really bad and then enact solutions, it'll be too late for a lot of people in the industry, and we'll lose amazing, amazing journalists who we really, really need right now. And I know it sounds like I'm trash-talking the Star. I'm not. I love them. I just know the story really well. I think managers can do it. I work for a news organization that's only been around for 4 years, and when they started designing the contract, it was like mental health front and center. Like, how do we make sure this is embedded in the very workflow of the newsroom, in the very ethos of the way that we function? I think it can be done. I think managers just need to do it.
So, if I may, show of hands, how many of you have access to or work in a newsroom that has a course on mental health in news? 1, 2. So not so many. So we need training that is specific to journalism, not some off-the-shelf course about here's mental health and here's self-care and all that. No, we need to think about mental health when you're working overnights, when you're working with graphic imagery, when you are under the pressures of multiple deadlines, filing for multiple platforms, all of these sorts of things. I'm really grateful that that is something that we've achieved at CBC. We've built it. Now we just have to get people to get through the course, because I ultimately believe literacy around all of this, normalizing conversation, this is the way we're going to uplift. And we're not there yet, but that's one small thing. It's not about benefits. Well, it is about benefits, but it's not as simple as saying, well, if we just up benefits. And it's not just as simple as saying, oh, if you've had a bad day or you're struggling, go to counseling outside of here. You're absolutely right. We have to bake it into the way we do it, way that we do our jobs. We do this exercise in the course that we do, and we've also done it larger. Before people went to Rome at CBC, we had a group of our journalists come in, and we did planning for difficult stories. And it's just like any other kind of risk assessment, and it doesn't have to be a drawn-out process. But you can plan for difficult stories beforehand. Okay, what's this going to be like? Who might be affected? Are these people up to it? Like thinking about it. How are we going to check in? So you got a bit of a plan. Then the story's going on. You're executing the plan. You're checking in. Here's another question. How many of you journalists on a regular basis make time for lunch? One. Perfect. So that's my point, right? We don't build it into the way we do things. And whose job is that? It's not just us journalists. It's also the assignment desk checking in. Have you had lunch? Or if you're on a multi-day shoot, have you had rest? You only got 3 hours sleep? Oh, well, maybe the assignment desk should help you figure out how you're going to manage that day, because now you've got a low battery, and if you're going into some really heavy stuff, that puts you at high risk. And then there's afterwards and checking in on people. There's detail to all of this that I won't stretch out, but going from learning to then changing practices on how we cover stories, not just we individual journalists, but also how the assignment desk has conversations and has plans in place, that's fundamental to changing it.
Michael?
Dave's a lot of it, but I'll play off Dave here. So how many people here have a manager who's diverse? So there's, 2 hands, I think, sorry? So to your point, just like 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been, managers didn't look like me, And so to your point, we're still figuring out too how we reconcile, being leaders who are diverse leaders. And that's an education process for all of us. And the fact that 2 people here have someone who is a diverse leader speaks to that. Like it is. And I'm not speaking about the managers here. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like it's not just as easy as saying sometimes to just do this and that. It's like, how do you tell it? How do you converse with a room of people who have thought one way all the time, and how do you bring those values in? So, it's an ongoing process. And to your point, I think the Rome coverage is coming up soon. The Pope coming. I think that's one of the most important deployments that any journalist will go on. And I'll take my Indigenous hat off for a second and just speak as a human being, because that is about telling a story that is so important to the fabric of our country and to religion, which is so important to so many people. And so, for me, what keeps me up at night is thinking about that, about how do we support our journalists, Indigenous or not, who will be covering this story that is so personal to the fabric of our nation, and then what the story looks like after. It is sometimes the words "I'm sorry" are easier to say than "I love you." And so, how do you start having that conversation about "I love you"? And so, I think that is where we have to start thinking about is like we get so hot and covered in the moment of things, but we sometimes get lost in the conversations that happen after when people are left alone. And then a nation's left alone. So I think that is so important, and people like David, and I can speak for my organization, are at the forefront of that, like having those conversations about, the difficult conversations that will come and how hard it will be for people. Sorry, I went on a little tangent there, but I just wanted to, just hat back on.
John, how are we for time? Continue or question? Okay, let's go to question. Reporters aren't that good with numbers, so I thought I would just get it vetted first.
Just while we're getting someone, I will just grab the opportunity again. Fiona Conway, RTDNA, just pulled me aside before this event and said, it was 2014 and I came back from a conference and we were talking about trauma and how we needed to get more informed, and we tried to push it forward, and that was 2014.
Wow.
I just say that for the record.
Hi.
It's Nicole Martin from CHCH News. I was really appreciating hearing about the CBC's policies when it comes to working through difficult stories, how you're going to cover them, but I am curious about the aftermath. How does the CBC go about having conversations with reporters, and what's the protocol?
So that is a great question that I've been asking in my courses. What's the protocol? And everybody has a different answer because we're not really clear on what the protocol is. But we're getting there because we're talking about it. So that's one thing I would say. I think it's different from all over the place. I know that we are now intentionally, and our supervisors, and we say managers, but there's all sorts of people like senior producers, executive producers who send people out the door and have roles sort of supervising our working lives. We are trying to move to a model where check-ins are regular. It's not just because we think, oh my God, that was terrible and you're going to be affected and right, that we're all nervous and worried. We're just trying to build in regular checkups, like how was it? That was a crappy story. Like anyone's going to feel lousy because these stories make us feel lousy. That's number one. And number two, we are attempting something new when it comes to the counseling services. At CBC, we are very fortunate. We have a very generous benefits coverage where we have psychology services covered unlimited at 90%. So I always recommend to our people that if you are deeply affected, go to the doctor, get a referral to a psychologist if you can get one. And over the pandemic, we've also had social workers covered. Our EAP, we've often said, oh, go to the EAP because there are counselors on standby. They're not trauma counselors, and they don't understand the journalism industry. So CBC is now exploring with a company, so our teams coming back from Ukraine and our teams that have covered the Texas and Buffalo shootings are now getting specialized counseling from a company in the UK that has an international network of specialist clinicians who actually specialize in journalists. So that's new, and it's a small victory, but I think it is a possibility for kind of specialized response to the kinds of things we go through.
And I'll just say on that, with the deployment to Rome and the deployment that will come, we've had elders working with our staff, very one-on-one on the issues.
Wow. I do want to ask you, and maybe Michael, you might be best to answer this question because I know we have people across Canada who are tuning in who couldn't be here in Toronto. I know there are some managers and colleagues here who know someone who's in a smaller market. I started out in northern British Columbia, and oftentimes it's quite isolating. So how do we get this on the radar there? How can an employee who is in an isolated newsroom maybe approach this conversation with their manager and maybe try to get a little bit of what Dave did here in Toronto?
Yeah, listen, it's hard, and a lot of people who start out in smaller markets, and they're trying to prove something, and they want to get their name noticed, and no one wants to look weak sometimes, which I think is a scary thing. I having been the exec in Thunder Bay, that was always my number one concern. A small team of 11 people, half have lived in the community for 100 years. The other half are new people there, and it's an interesting conversation because there's no right or wrong answer. But for me, it was about mentorship. It was about giving people the mentorship they needed from people who could help them. We had just as a quick example in Thunder Bay, and not to use another Indigenous example, but I will. We had an intern started out who's now employed with CBC full time in a different market. But I asked a senior Indigenous producer to mentor her. because it's a small town and it's different.
Yeah.
And so he would drive her to and from work every day for months and take her home. And in that space, they built trust, which I think is so key to all this, is trust in the people around you. And in those conversations, he got to learn more about her and what her concerns were. And he got to learn more about the concerns and what new journalists are experiencing. And that's a long way of saying that it's all about the conversation and helping people get the conversation. And as a leader, I would say, showing humility, that you also, you are scared too. That it's okay to it's okay to not feel good all the time about what you're doing, and that you're just like everybody else. Because like last time I checked, I don't wear a Superman cape to work. I could barely fit into this shirt because of COVID. It's okay to say, that you're also hurting too. And then just in Thunder Bay when I worked there, those stories about the police, I'm sure all of you know, those are like, those are things those are people you've talked to, and it's okay to say you're hurt and things hurt you.
Yeah.
But it's also important to remind people that the conversation isn't a 9-to-5 conversation. I think that's where, and I always say this to my peers and to young people, we get fixated on the 9-to-5. That's our job, is to manage people from the moment we deploy them out the door until the assignment gets in. I always worry personally about the 5 to the 6 a.m. Where are those lost hours, and what are you doing to help them in those hours? Because people need support. And I think just acknowledging that is very real.
Our manager, where's Amar? I just want to give a shout out to Omar, because I know that mentorship piece and the fact that he manages a lot of employees with City News across Canada, I know that he's quite vocal and has expressed connecting employees who are in more isolated parts of the country with others. So that's something that I would have loved, I think, back when I wasn't here. So that's, I think, an important piece for all of us to be able to reach out.
Hi. So my question is actually for Fatima, because I think there's two approaches, different approaches that are kind of emerging in terms of how newsrooms are going about this, and also the expectations from employees of their managers. And I wanted to know what actionable ideas you had for managers and how they can support and offer mental health support to their reports.
That's a really good question. It doesn't make me uncomfortable at all because I'm not a manager. Honestly, the most success I've had in dealing with managers are when they check in. I'm a climate journalist. I can possibly be depressed all the time based on what I cover, because the world is really messed up, you guys. But we have these weekly check-ins as a newsroom at the Narwhal. And our managers will come up with a fun question to start the meeting, something that we can be thinking about throughout the week. So, what gave you hope this week? It could be something really small, something really trivial, something really powerful. Or tell us about the best meal you had this week. Or, your best travel story, your worst travel story, something light and uplifting to remind you that there is a reality beyond the work that you do that you can also indulge in and be okay in. When Amber Brecken, who's a photojournalist in the West, when she got arrested recently doing work for the Narwhal, that was a really heavy day for our newsroom. And I remember our manager calling us all one by one, being like, "Are you okay? What do you need? Do you want to take some time off? This is hard." Everyone was very emotional. I honestly think, beyond the resources and benefits and the protocol and the structures that we're all working through, having someone just there who you feel comfortable telling when you're not okay goes a long way. And I didn't have that for a very, very long time, and I've worked in various different newsrooms. So it's a very brand new feeling, when my manager calls me saying, "Are you okay? Is there anything you need?" And I was honestly blown away the first time someone asked me. I was like, do I say that I'm fine even though I'm not? Because it actually crossed my mind, because I'm like, I just started this job. I don't want to tell them that I'm not okay because of the story that I just put out, but I'm actually not okay. So yeah.
And if I can just add to that, you know, even beyond the mental health discussion, one of the questions we asked here, and I've been thinking a lot about this in our training, because we don't have it yet in our training, but I think we need it, is just the issue of regular feedback, right? Who here feels like they get adequate regular feedback from their boss? A few. That's good. That's good. Feels good, right? It validates you. You know, you're paying attention to my work. Good. Too many of us report that we don't get feedback. And so the times we are talking, it's like about mental health, and it's like, oh, I'm talking to the boss. And it's not a normal conversation. So to your question, what can managers do? We can build in just a regular culture of feedback, you know.
Or just conversation.
Or just conversation, that's right.
An open door policy, or if you're not okay, you feel free to message me, or just so that anyone in the newsroom is comfortable approaching them.
I mean, I have a theory, like, we worked a deadline and we're working with so few resources that we have so little time to be human, right? It kind of comes down to that. And if we could just take a little bit more breath, and like other work environments treat their people differently. Like, hey, how are you? How was your weekend? Like, it's small little things, but anyway.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Yeah, sure. John, I'm 15 seconds over. I'm okay? Okay, I'll wait. That's consistent.
Hear me? Yeah, great. Okay. So, yeah, this is great that you guys are having this conversation. We're having this conversation. And I'm curious about the study that was done. It was a snapshot in time. And sadly, we're all aware of kind of the long-term effects that sometimes befall some journalists, PTSD and so on and so forth. I'm just wondering if you guys have any insights or data strategies. You've kind of been discussing some, but for the long-term sustainability. Like, these are all intermittent strategies and good ideas. I'm just wondering if there's been any thought put towards long-term sustainability for people who have careers in journalism.
Nope. I think we're kind of in survival mode almost. No, actually, not to go back to this, it sounds a little bit abstract, but this whole idea of literacy, like, look, we've moved the dial. Like, we're having this conversation in a different way. So that's success. Carving out space to do that in the conversations you have in your newsrooms with colleagues, that is success. If you can get some training, if we can elevate the literacy, I think over time we're going to continue to move the needle. And the goal is ultimately to make it sustainable. I mean, who loves their job? Right? We like what we do. So that the goal is to make it better so that we can continue doing our jobs and play the roles that we play. So that's, to me, that's the answer to longevity is ultimately, I mean, this is another big idea that is not a silver bullet, but it's about a culture shift, right? We have to shift the culture, and that seems so big, but it starts by talking, and it starts by bringing learning into the news environment around mental health.
Any final words anybody wants to
I was just going to
add
say to that point, though, like, we're talking about something that used to be a submarine, honestly. Like, it was under the water, no one talked about it. That's now a ship, and then we're now trying to turn the ship around. And so I think it's to your point, it's gonna take difficult conversations and meaningful action by people at all different levels to, one, keep the conversation going, and two, to commit to the actions that come out of each of those conversations that are tangible and fruitful to your staff. So, like, it's not going to be solved in a day or a month or a couple of years.
Fatma, final words.
Oh God, the pressure. The CAJ has this mentorship program that we started in 2019, just before the pandemic started, and one of the things that people say most in their applications is, I just need someone to talk to. I just need someone to talk to about my struggles and the fact that I'm not okay, I don't know what I'm doing, I just need help. If there's any takeaway from Dave and Matthew's amazing report and this conversation, the CJ conversation, and the many other conversations Dave and Matthew are going to have with the industry, I want that feeling to go away. I want to make sure everyone has someone to talk to. If it's someone in management, that would be epic. That would be amazing. And I know that's a lot of onus on managers, but that's kind of the job, you guys. But even just the industry, whether it is a group chat where you become, lifelong friends who check in whenever, or it's, the occasional newsroom meeting where you just talk about something fun, something light to take away from the dark periods. I'd love one day to have an application that says, I'm okay, I just need help finishing this big investigation.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone, and big thank you to our panelists here.
Thank you for spending Friday afternoon.
I know. We all did it, folks. We made it.
Dave, Michael, Fatima, and Faiza. Really important discussion. I know one that we will continue. Before you go, we have one other giveaway that we're going to do. Before we do that, just wanted to do a special shout out and thanks to CNN News Source. Major supporters of the RTDNA conference, both financially and in terms of the swag that you all love. So thank you to CNN News Source. Thank you, Joe Conboy, who's here. Joe makes the effort every year to come up here and to be with us. And for those of you who know Joe as a supplier to your newsroom, also a huge support in terms of the great options that CNN has for broadcasters. So thank you. Also thanks to our production partners, Platform Productions, and Scott and Andrew. Thank you all. It's always flawless, which is great. A reminder, we're back tomorrow. It's not too early. 9:30 coffee, 10 o'clock we start the discussions again. Some great panels tomorrow, including a look at convoy coverage with some of the reporters who were there. And the other thing that has been, we'll be talking a lot about in this conference, which is the Great Resignation, people leaving, the problems of recruiting people into the business, and the resultant loss in trust in some of the things that we do. So really interesting day tomorrow. But to cap it all off, one final giveaway from George. Thank you.
Yes, and thanks to Easy Live for our live stream. So I do have an internet question that's in this book. Is internet capitalized? Who said no first? Somebody stand up, say no first. Okay, there we go. Thank you all. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. That was great. There are way more questions I could have asked.